2.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship out here in Rainbow, Victoria. Been a big weekend so far. We've had a few out. We've got about 10 or 12 cars, I believe, out, but it's going to be a cracker day. Similar weather, the breeze is up, so hopefully that remains, and we should see some amazing racing like yesterday. So we'll cut over to yesterday's highlights, and then we'll get lined up ready for the start line. Good morning. I tell you what, day 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. I'm Sandy Bowman. I've got next to me Darren Wells, and the other side of me I've got Glenn Wells. Gee, I'm privileged. Good morning, boys.
Good morning, Sandy. What a lovely day it is here at Rainbow again. They've turned it on for us. The wind gods are up.
Yep, and similar weather to yesterday, a little bit less cloud cover, so might be a little bit hotter than yesterday, but we've got a few cars out last night. I don't know what gossip you heard.
Oh, I've been walking around the pits this morning there, Sandy, and catching up on a few people that have repaired cars overnight that had issues yesterday. We've got Pup Tyrrell there that had trouble yesterday with a power steering hose blowing off, and he's repaired that overnight thanks to the help of a few locals. that had some hose in their barn or something. So he's repaired. Craig Barnett had a flex plate come loose.
Crack. Chewed out the holes on his flex plate from his torque converter.
The torque converter. He went away, went to somebody's shed there and pulled it all apart, which is a huge job, massive job. And he had another torque converter there, re-drilled the flex plate, got it all going, and I said, are you happy with it? And he said, very happy, Wellesley. So he'll be one to look at today, I reckon.
Also, Kaminsky we thought he had a little run-off at the end there, but he landed over the finish jump yesterday, broke a gearbox.
Oh,
New gearbox is in the car. They've done a little bit of changes with the seating order this morning. I know I did speak to Mark Heemskirk, our clerk, of course, and there's some reasons for the seating people where they did, just to keep it safe more than anything as far as overtaking goes today. For some of those slower guys, they bunched some of those faster guys back up in there where they should be. Simon Tucker, he had an off yesterday, and he actually got bogged there for about half an hour before he could get out. Oh. So he's also been reseated. So there has been a couple of seatings.
Of course, Simon Tucker was one of our favourites, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Carrying the number 2 plate.
I tell you what, we've got, where is it? Right in front of us here. No, that's not it. We've got today's start order somewhere, right there. Kyle Tucker off first, and he did a blinder yesterday in that little black.
Young guy. Gee whiz. First time up in an open event in that vehicle.
Nailing it.
What a great
40-minute laps. So Kyle Tucker, Clayton Chapman, Aaron Habe, Tom Owen, Mark Burrows. They're our top 5.
Geez, Mark Burrows, how's that? He's an old dog for a hard road, mate. 8 Australian Championships. He knows how to be there at the end of the day. What about the other 4 in front of him?
The Habe's had an issue too yesterday. We saw them pull over early in the first lap. Converter heat.
Yeah, boiled the oil in the
160
converter.
degrees or something. So
you had to stop and wait for it to stop boiling. And I was talking to Aaron this morning down there while I was having a coffee, and I said, how did you rectify that? And he said, I was driving in too high a gear, Wellesley, and what actually happens is you get too much slip in the converter. Yep. And it overheats the oil, and he had the oil temperature just off the dial at 160, so he had to let it cool down, banged it down 2 more gears and went off, and it was all right for the rest of the day. So he's there, but he's lost probably about 10 or 15 minutes there during the course of the race yesterday.
A few others was, I know Simon Gubbins, a little black thing, Class 10 car. He had dramas yesterday, but it ended up being a starter motor wire or something, and he got a lot of his sand was building up in his steering. There was sand building up in his steering rack. So I think they've rectified that. They were camped over near me there.
Well, we've done well. It was 40-odd starting this morning from 47, so we've only lost 7 in the 2 72k laps yesterday. So that's a great job getting a lot of those cars rectified and back on the line. As we can see, 434 driving along in front of us there, Sandy, the big Kaminsky Mitsubishi.
What about Lachlan Campbell yesterday in the
phenomenal effort.
What an effort for a young bloke, and talking to Lachlan and Greg Campbell this morning down there.
They said they weren't flat out.
Yeah, well,
they were their words.
He said, we've got another minute of lap in us, he said. I said, oh, yeah, righto, no worries. So, anyway, he keeps reiterating that it's a totally standard vehicle, just that he spent a lot of money on the shock absorbers. So, it's certainly 170 k's an hour, mind you, top end, that car.
And I was actually, speaking of side-by-sides, Matty Hummer, he was doing quite well himself in that little race line sponsored side-by-side, and he had a couple of belt issues in the second lap yesterday. Changed the belt, but broke the tool off in the pulley that you screw in to change the belt to relax the belt, the tension on it. And so they came in making a god-awful noise over the finish line. But I think they've rectified that as well. So another one out there.
Yeah, he must have plenty of belts in his kit. But, he's done 2 or 3.
I think you have to, don't you, Glenn?
He actually said to us this morning that got this, if anybody knows anything mechanical about bolts when they break off in something, and the high tensile bolt was just sheared off, and he's looking at it last night thinking, how are we going to get that out? He drilled it out, and he said it was centre perfect, and when they drilled it out, it just left a little shred of the case around the outside of the thread and it fell out.
Yeah.
And he said the thread was perfect. So you've got to have some luck sometimes.
Yeah, that's good. Well, we've got a good women lineup. I think our slowest car was an hour 28 or something yesterday. I forget what the time was, but I mean, we've got some fast cars out there. That looking at that top 10, even down to that top, I'm going to say top 15. There's some fast cars in amongst that. We've got 15th upwards, Dale Standen, Peter Simpson, Bodie Tickner, Simon Tucker's been seeded into 12th. Brett Kaminsky's also been seeded into 11th, excuse me. Russell Hartnett in 10th, Craig Barnett 11th, and then Lockie Campbell 8th in that side-by-side we just mentioned. Matthew Burrows, son of Mark, and Steve Bowie in the 10 car in 6th position.
Oh, how good's he? He had plenty of momentum yesterday in that car, that's for sure. He's got, he had the wick turned right on, and look out for Bowie today in that 10 car.
I went over this morning, had a quick chat to Bowie and Richo. Of course, Richo's having his first run in the navigator seat there with Bowie, and I said, did you have any problems with the car? No, not a problem, just a crack in the exhaust, so they welded that up last night.
I saw somebody else welding up an exhaust too.
Yeah, and I said, what was that little driving error that you had yesterday when you took off from the start? And of course, then, the three of us saw it. We took off from the start. He's just built that, put a converter in that car, and he's never driven a car with a converter before. And of course, you take the clutch pedal out, and he took off in first gear, and he actually
went for the clutch
and put his foot on the brake.
Because that's what happened.
It's the only pedal swinging in there, and he belted his foot on the brake pedal and nearly threw them both through the windscreen.
Oh, we saw that 10 metres off the start line. It just took a big dive, like it was under brakes, and that's what's happened.
So Bowie said it was a little bit embarrassing. Only the whole world saw it. Yeah,
and we made it worse by mentioning it.
I bet Richo got a bit of a scare in the navigator seat too. He probably wondered what was going on.
So, he was a little bit on board this morning, looks like, with Clayton and Adam.
Yeah, Clayton Chapman and car 15. They're just sitting there.
They were doing a bit of service work last night, all the oils.
Were they?
Yep, changed all the oils. And I know also Stu Chapman had a power steering belt issue, so they had a big drive yesterday to meet somebody halfway from here to Mildura to pick up a belt. For the belt or two for the...
You come up to the box and asked us for a serpentine belt, and we wondered what it was for. Yeah.
So...
Gee, you'd reckon he'd keep one, wouldn't you?
Well, he probably did. I believe the pulley kicked sideways and kept spitting belts. But
okay.
Oh, it looks like Adam's got a computer going on there. One of our two cars.
Brian Bradford all the way down from Townsville.
Good to see he's still going, and it's a big drive from Townsville. Of course, we had... the boys from the Coleman boys down from Alice Springs. And I think that Penrite car, I haven't spoke to them, but I think they're out today.
I can't see them on the list.
70, yep. Yeah, I don't know what happened, which is the ex Brian Robertson Porter, of course, and then young Mark Booth had it for a lot of years in Alice Springs. So. They made the trek down, but unfortunately they didn't get through yesterday's 2 laps.
And that's a shame, really, to come all the way from Alice Springs, all those miles and all that money, and only to do a lap and a half.
And then another car that was out yesterday afternoon was David Adams, I think it was, in that green 10 car, single-seater.
Yep.
He was doing an alternator, so he'll be back out today as well.
Very good, nice little car too. I spoke to David on Friday night. Very well built vehicle.
What a shot up there. Look at that shot.
That's clear, isn't it?
That shows you, that basically points to the furthest part of the field on the horizon, folks. So
not a cloud in the sky, and the breezes up those steelet flags on top of the finishing line there are certainly blowing nice and hard.
Yeah, apparently it's going to be very windy today. Well, it was very windy yesterday and overnight, but I see the flags are flying, Darren, in the same direction as what they were yesterday. Our left to right, so from the start line they'll have the wind behind them, but it'll get very dusty, and on the infield, as we saw yesterday, we'll be able to see the start-finish okay, but further on down towards our lake, they switch back there, and it gets very dusty down in that area.
First of our cars coming around to line up for the start. We're only about 6 or 7 minutes off the start line, fellas. We've got Kyle Tucker.
Gee, I saw some footage.
What a monster he was on. Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what happens this morning now that they've all found their place a bit. And we know there's a couple of seeds, people, seeded out there. But
well, it's going to be a hot pace in the front with young Kyle Tucker and then Cameron Clayton and then Chapman, and then we've got 57 Aaron Habe in behind him, and then Tom Owen and Mark Burrows. It just goes on and Bowie. They're just parading in front of us at the moment, heading towards the start line. Young Matty Burrows. So the pace is going to be a cracker early on today. That's for sure.
Both those Burrows cars, they really didn't put a spanner on them after they came back.
No, I think it was just service from what I heard.
Just shows you the preparation of those two cars. Just
look at that Campbell Motorsport. It just looks out of place at 651. Like in 8th position, young Lachlan Campbell with his dad Greg in with him. Like it's just tucked in there with all these big Jimcos and trucks and massive buggies.
Well, first 10 or 12 cars, there's a couple of different generations in there, isn't there?
Certainly is.
Certainly. Oh, what about Tickner? Now, that's his first drive for about 10 years in 1099, I believe is the number on Tickner.
1093.
1093, is it? And Tickner's doing Bodie Tickner's doing a fantastic job up there.
Sitting 13th, so he probably crossed the line. We've got a couple of seeds in front of him.
Yep.
But... yeah, what a cracker run.
Yeah, no, it just goes to show you that Alumacraft single-seater is a good package.
It's great to see 1007, the single-seater of...
Sean Ratcliffe.
Sean Ratcliffe still going around because it's a immaculate car. He's had a few issues last year with it, but it's good to see that he got the 2 laps done yesterday.
Stewie Chapman there. He's just gone past the start-finish.
Now, Stewie Chapman, repaired. Govans, repaired. Pup, repaired.
So here comes all the repairs.
There's all the cars that... And some of these cars actually came across the finish line, no drama, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
Pup didn't, but there was 1 or 2 others that came over the finish line.
Well, we saw Rod Vizza come across the finishing line. But
he's out.
He's out. Engine
issues.
And it was a brand new motor too, so not good.
And, we saw... Craig Barnett come across the finish line.
Yep.
Fine.
Yeah, with plenty of momentum.
But, gearbox out or engine out last night.
They would have had a big night. Don't worry about that. A big night repairing that thing. But
201, Brendan Forsman.
Yeah, that's a neat Class 2 car.
The NGK sponsorship on the side, and of course he's got the Black Bear tyres, I believe, on there this year.
There he is, your man of the hour, Kyle Tucker, on your screen, folks. 40-minute, 15-second lap yesterday, with only 2 seconds between him and Clayton Chapman, and then I think it was about 7 minutes or something, wasn't it, back to Habe?
Yeah, we remember
After Habe had issues, we know that.
He sat on the side of the track for at least that.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens today with their...
I think he sat on the side of the track to wait for the oil or the cool in his... torque converter for about 10 minutes, so look out for him. He'll be on a charge, don't worry about that.
I saw some footage this morning, Kyle Tucker's car going through the rough out the back, Sandy.
Oh.
Absolutely amazing. Off drone footage, the drone was following, and it was just skipping off the top of all those big Sandy. The fastest car I've ever seen out there.
They said, I spoke to someone that said Bowie also went round them.
Yes.
On a march,
Yeah, that was Lachlan Campbell said that he was probably the fastest that went round him. Yeah. He said Bowie was on a mission.
Class 10 car.
Yep.
Maybe it's a bit lighter. It's a heavy car
isn't it?
It
is a heavy car, but Bowie drives it well. It's and he's got Richo pointing the way, so no offence to Bowie, he's a bloody good driver, but you've got to have a good navigator sometimes too.
So we've got some cameras out there today. We've got a couple of cameras out on the desert. We've got a few drones out in the desert. The big boss man, Shane Hutt, just shot a message to me saying he's got the drone out. We've got a section of racetrack out there where it's a controlled speed, so there's about 6 or 8 kilometres, I can't remember how long, but in the middle of the race, they've got an area that we can't actually race through, so they drop back to a 60 kilometres an hour, chug through, and then they're back on race again in the middle of the racetrack. I know that sounds weird, but it actually works quite well. Everyone seems to abide by the rules. They're running rally safe so they can watch their own speeds.
So Huddy took Lee Wells out there with him this morning, so Lee's going to shoot us to the booth some information, who's in front, out the back.
He just sent me a text to say he's just out past the transit zone with Huddy, and we've got 1 minute to the start. So, Lee's out there with Huddy this morning out near the transit zone, wherever that is.
I think would be. I think these guys would be on lights about now, wouldn't they?
Yep. It's 8:29.
I reckon they'd be.
8:30.
Wonder how the nerves are out there for him.
8:30 start.
Knowing who he's got behind him.
Kyle Tucker.
But he just needs to worry about what's in front of him. He's got no dust. He's got a dust-free run, so it's very windy and very clear. Quite chilly this morning, so it's good conditions for them.
Good conditions for boosted cars.
We haven't even got the air conditioner going on in the commentary.
But this is where you make your time, boys.
There
First lap, he's away. First car away, Kyle Tucker. Car number 14.
ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
30-second intervals, and we've got Clayton Chapman, car number 15, second.
And there is bugger all dust. The water truck has been out this morning too, though.
Yes.
So, it turns the corner. The water truck hasn't done the whole track, has it?
No.
Well, as long as it's done this infield just in front of us, that'll make a difference. But like you said, it's not much dust coming off the back of the Tucker car. And Clayton Chapman's away.
Aaron Habe coming up to the start also.
So it was interesting, I was talking to Mark Burrows how much fuel he used yesterday, and he told me he used 137 litres to do 2 laps with that twin-turbo Commodore V6 in the back. So, and I said, how much fuel do you carry? And he said, I've got about 170 litres on board. So it's interesting, 170 litres, a lot of weight.
Yeah,
but
most definitely.
Well, when you work it out, if it's
Aaron Habe.
72k, it's 144k, and he used 137 litres, so that's nearly a litre a kilometre.
Tell you what, Habe's got a lot of pickup out of the corners, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's got plenty of grunt in that Toyota.
Tommy Owen, car number 30.
He's got his daughter in with him, Aaron, and he said she's getting a little bit of motion sickness in some of the sections, so he said that...
There he is, car 15. Adam Maguire in the passenger seat holding his notes.
He's good at that, isn't he? He's a great navigator. He's very experienced.
Tommy Owen away, son of Glenn Owen, and one of the Owen clan. Been big campaigners of off-roading over the years. And then we've got 5th car away, car number 21, our 8-time Australian champion, Mark Burrows.
You look at Kyle Tucker on the infield, just jumping with the nose in the air. It just looks perfect.
Sorry, Mark Burrows also has a camera on board. So
beautiful.
You can follow Clayton Chapman or Mark Burrows. Probably sneak onto their Facebook pages, I reckon, or something.
Yep. So has Matty Burrows still got one in? He had one in yesterday.
It might be Matt.
It's Matt, is it?
Yeah, Matt had the camera in yesterday.
It may be.
Unless they're swapped it
Well,
around.
Shane did tell me that... Mark has got the camera in today, so whether he's...
Stephen Bowie Graham on the line. Class 10 car, our first Class 10 car. 1065. Beautiful Illumicraft.
Fast.
Very fast.
Fast Class 10.
He didn't hit the brake pedal that time, Sandy.
No.
He had 2 laps yesterday to get used to it. 7th car away is Matthew Burrows, car number 3. Another Jimco, Aussie built. It's interesting, he's been playing around with suspension on this car, and he's actually disconnected the front torsion bar on it this time, and he reckons it seems to be a lot better to drive.
Yeah, I remember when Mark bought that car in, because he campaigned it for a lot of years. It had the front torsion bar, which was not common on the Jimcos, but he opted for that, but he always ran it.
Yeah,
so he must have thought it was half decent.
Yeah, well, it's out of there now, but we've got Lachlan Campbell and, of course, Greggy Campbell navigating for him, which is his father, and lovely family, been around off-roading for forever. And they love their Can-Ams. Of course, Greg, that's what he builds. He builds Can-Am race cars up in New South Wales.
He's sitting in 8th, and the next Class 6 is down in 22nd position.
I'm going to say it's a long way. It's a long way back. And what makes it interesting too, Sandy, is he's racing at Pooncarie next week.
Yeah, right.
And here's Sandy's second pick. We've got Craig Barnett on the line. Of course, you've always
I told you he was going to keep going.
Yeah.
I was worried yesterday. Speaking of which, my other pick, which was Jakey Williams, he had engine issues in that 437 truck.
It was an engine, was it?
Engine.
The footage, the in-car footage yesterday was sensational.
That Crumco.
We've got one back, Tom Owen, car number 30. He hasn't gone far. He hasn't got out of the infield.
No.
He's heading back to the pits, car 30. Tom Owen coming into the pits.
Yeah, well, we had also that Crumco car did an engine.
Yeah. Russell Harnett leaves the line.
Well, that had plenty of pace too. That sounded strong, that engine, but obviously not strong enough.
Similar issues too, by the way. They think maybe both done timing chains.
Oh, okay.
And here's the ex-Toby Pice truck, Brett Kaminsky.
They did a gearbox last night. Just got a spare Hollinger in his back pocket.
And apparently this car's racing next weekend too. So big call, 3 hours up the road, 2 weekends in a row.
As we both know, Sandy, they run an ST6 Hollinger gearbox in these. They're a 6-speed.
6-speed paddle shift.
And very nice transmission. But
you don't often hear them braking, do you?
No.
It was on the landing on the finish line, on that first lap.
Maybe you landed in first gear or something.
And here's the man at the moment, Simon Tucker, in the Southern Cross, car number 2.
Yesterday on his second lap got stuck.
Look at the in-car footage of
Chappie. It's phenomenal, isn't it? He's only in 5th gear. He can't be going that fast. Yeah, so yesterday, Simon Tucker, we just saw leave the line there.
He's got a bit of work to do to catch his son.
Well, he got pulled off the track. He got hooked up in a little bit of a drain and pulled off the track. Left-hand rear hit a tree. He backed up and then couldn't get back out again.
Well, in-car footage now with young Matty Burrows in car number 3 in the Jimco.
As Bodie Tickner leads the line. Of course, the old Peter Simpson on the line, car number 412.
From the Warragul. Warragul in Victoria's been around forever too, Darren.
Certainly has. He's the part in his hair's getting wider, I noticed. But he's certainly out there doing it, and we're only talking about it, Sandy.
Yeah.
He's got the 7-litre under the bonnet this weekend because the 6-litre expired the other week down to Portland, as Darren mentioned yesterday. He completed the race on the Saturday, but did a look around with somebody else on the Sunday morning while he was down there and exploded the engine. So he had a 7-litre on the floor, so we put that in.
Dale Standen on the line from Griffith.
Well, I can't see out there on the rally safe. I just having a look at these in-cars. And I thought I'll sneak a look on who's where out there, but it looks like Haby is actually quite close to Chappie out there. So we're on board, which we might see an overtake on that in-car at some stage coming up.
Interesting.
And also...
Mark Burrows will have a good run because Tom Owen's pulled out.
So Mark Burrows got a dust-free minute or 2 in front of him.
He will have a big smile on his face,
and not only that, if Aaron's caught Clayton, he might have a bit more clear space. Because, but I can't actually see Kyle Tucker on the rally safe. So I don't know if he's stopped or what.
Michael Shipton gone. Oh, Shawnee Radcliffe right behind Michael Shifton in that big sedan. Gee, that'll take a bit of passing out there. And the sedans, of course, as we know, they're renowned for dusting. The dust coming off the back of them is horrendous. I'm talking to Mark Burrows this morning in the pits, and he said that was the hardest part, trying to pass in the dust safely yesterday. And he was actually trying to get around Lachlan Campbell in the little Can-Am. But he did in the end.
Yeah, it's dangerous stuff. It's one thing trying to catch the cars in the dust, but then getting around them, well, that's another thing because you're right on them and you're just copping all the dust in your eyes. Well, in the visor anyway. But
on the line now, Glenn, we've got car number 137, Richard Andrews, and away.
Just looking here at Chappie, is he in somebody's dust there, or is that just a bit of a little bit further back? I can see dust, but I can see dust.
Speaking
there.
of Chappie, here's Stuart Chapman on the line, Sandy.
Oh, yeah.
Car number 1014, all the way down from Queensland, sunny Queensland. Well, they've had a bit of rain up around that way recently, but
still sunny, but very wet.
I'm a bit worried about us going for the series up there to Gundawindi a bit later on in the year. And then, of course, we've got 1054, Simon Gubbins. Dust is hanging a little bit there, but we've still got a nice breeze, and if this breeze keeps up all day, they're talking, actually, we're looking at the weather report, and they're talking about the wind picking up even a little bit more during the course of the day, so that'll be fantastic as long as it doesn't turn around and start blowing in our faces here in the box.
Yeah.
Well, we're protected, but the spectators aren't.
Yeah.
Mr. Gubbins is away. Obviously fixed his little starting issue yesterday.
Here we have James Terrell, Pup, he's known as. Done a power of work on this Jimco, and disappointed yesterday, Pup was, because he'd worked all year on this car, changing the engine in it and changing the computer and doing everything on it, and a bit of hose that he bought that he put on the power steering was faulty, and it blew the power steering hose off yesterday, but he's back out there doing it today, and he just wants to get 4 laps under his belt.
And that was pretty quick off the line too, wasn't it?
Certainly was, yeah. He said that it used to have an SR20 in that car, and he said the Honda's better down low power than the SR20. So, of course, Tim Wilkinson, 666.
We've got a gaggle of them there, Darren. Gaggle of side-by-sides, all in the same area.
Yep.
David Adams back there.
Jeremy Horn
back there.
609 on the line now. Jeremy Horn. And, of course, from the distance here, I can't tell whether they're actually Polarises or Can-Am, so sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
But they're definitely side-by-sides. There's a heap of them. And makes interesting racing, doesn't it? They're all leaving a 30-second interval, so we'll be able to keep an eye on who's doing better than the others.
I tell you who's got some work to do, because he's usually normally wouldn't be down there. He came in last. Well, late in the day was Matty Hummer. Excuse me. He's starting way down in the mix.
David Adams, you said earlier on, Sandy, that he'd rectified the problems that he had, and he's back out doing it this morning, which is great to see, in the little green single-seater on the line.
Well, this is a good sign. Tom Owen in the Owen Trust Jimco is just heading out again. So,
which isn't good for David Adams.
No, I don't think it'll be there too long.
No. And Nathan Santori, 6116.
So young Tom lost about 5 minutes in the pits. It must have been a quick fix. And
looking at that screen now,
David Adams will be upset with that. He got to the first corner as Tom came out of pit row.
I can't pick who those two cars are battling out in the...
That was Tom and... that was just right in front of us here.
Right.
So, are we on board with it? That's
the NGK car of Brendan Forsman. Car number 201.
Tom actually has probably got a fair bit of work now. There's a fair few cars came out in between him and his original starting spot.
For sure. Yeah, he's going to.
However, to come in early and rectify a little issue, rather than getting to the 30 or 40k marker and being stopped on the side, makes total sense, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Lose a couple of minutes now or lose the whole race. So
Yep. And
there's still time for him.
It was still mobile. Obviously, he successfully got in the pits and corrected whatever the issue was, and he went out full of steam, but he definitely lost 5 minutes or so, so he's lost, a dozen or more places. So he's got a bit of work to do.
606, Tom Stevens on the line.
Well, it looks like Clayton. I still can't see Kyle Tucker on my rally safe. So whether it's just my rally safe on my phone, but I cannot see car 14 out there anywhere.
That commentator's curse on him.
And but Clayton Chapman's be very close to heading out to the edge of the desert there. He's on his last stretch on the way out.
Yep.
Out to the desert, travelling at 121 kilometres an hour so far. which I'm tipping will end up at 221 kilometres an hour at some stage on
with
this next stretch.
There's no doubt that car does about 230 Ks, top end.
About to get out to that last little straight out to anyone that's watching at home on the Rally Safe, which you can do. Punch in the Big Desert 480 in the search bar and it'll come up.
Car number 697, Cameron Grayson leaves the line. So we've got 38 cars today.
Good field.
Yeah,
good
fantastic.
field. We thought we might be a lot less this morning.
Yep. No, they're all there. The boys worked hard during the night, and we've got a good race today. And, of course, Glenn Hugh.
6:29.
Bit of a bunch up down there with 10-12 and Craig Barnett.
Of course,
Taylor Apostoles.
Yeah, well, there you go again. You're going well today, Sandy.
Practicing, mate.
Yeah.
With her father.
Good to see someone does their homework on these names.
I did not do my homework, mate.
It's that pink car.
Yes.
It's that pink side by side. Looks sharp too, and she's driving it really well. Is she still driving it?
Yep. Yeah.
She's got Dad in with her.
It looks like with our onboard there that Clayton and Adam might have gotten into the desert, the rough stuff in the desert, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
There's no more smooth cruising on those big roads on the way out.
No.
Oh, car 663, Justin Mitchell.
Look at Adam with those course notes. Like,
how's he doing?
How do you keep at that speed? How do you keep holding on to the paperwork like that?
He must live on motion sickness tablets. I could not sit with my head down in my lap all day like that. So that was, of course, Justin Mitchell away at 663, and then we've got 646, Vaughan Hogan. Hogan's Heroes, they call the team. That we've got on the paperwork up here in the box.
I see nothing. I love
we
that
have
shot.
most of the rest are side by side, don't they? We've got that Class 2, the second of our Class 2s. Then we've got our only Class 8.
Brian Bradford in the Bunderson. I think it's the only Bunderson running at the moment in Australia. And I actually bought this car in from Las Vegas, Sandy, quite a few years ago, and my son Daniel campaigned it for a number of years and won some Australian championships in it, and Class 2, and then we on-sold it to Brian Bradford.
In Townsville.
And he rang me the other week and told me he was coming down for this event, which was a fantastic effort. It's a long way down from Townsville down here to Rainbow.
Because we haven't seen it for 5 odd years, have we, Dave? 5 or 6 years, because he's been pre-COVID. He's obviously...
he wrapped it up, but he loves the car, so I'm glad about that.
And all his racing has been up in North Queensland way.
Ross Newman.
6681 is his number, and
there he
gives
goes.
The next one away.
First of his 14 races. How is it?
Yeah, well, let's see.
And we've got the MTR, the big Nissan Patrol.
Michael Hackney.
Good to see Michael still out there and running around. And
one of Sandy's mates here, Glenn. One of these
Class 8.
Class 8, door slammers.
They didn't seem to have too many dramas yesterday. They were talking suspension upgrades. It's probably the next thing for this car.
I tell you, someone we've lost is Heath Whedon. I didn't notice.
He was on the truck back at camp this morning, and I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, well, I just noticed it now. I thought, well, Heath, yesterday he took off a few cars in front of Michael.
There's another one that drove home. He finished and everything.
Yeah.
And he's not. Might have been a bit rough for him, Sandy.
I doubt it.
You doubt it?
He doesn't give up that easy.
Yeah, no. No. We've got Matthew Hummer. Talking to Matthew this morning down there, he just did not have enough drive belts in that car yesterday. Three. He did a brand new one in 13 kilometres.
Well, hopefully he has a better day today, but he's got a bit of work cut out for him, hasn't he?
He's got some dust. He's got some dust in front of him.
He normally finishes a lot further up.
And that's what comes with horsepower. You know, his dad, Chris Hummer, who's the owner of Raceline Wheels, and of course the sponsor of the commentary position here this weekend, and we're going down to his motorhome at lunchtime and having crayfish. He was telling me that they upped the horsepower in Matthew Hummer's car, and now it's eating belts, so not a good sign.
Lee just sent in a message saying that all those front cars are sitting out in top gear out there.
Beautiful.
Through the paddocks.
Well, Lee will be having. He was excited about going out there with Shane Hutt this morning and having a look what's going on out there. He'll be back here this afternoon. He might. We'll give him an hour in the commentary box.
Car number 88, the racer, Mark DeGrouchy and Mark Hardman.
That's it.
Navigating, and of course that DeGrouchy car, the racer car, was got a V6 twin turbo Commodore motor in it. Very nice car, and unfortunately he's well, not unfortunately, he's still out there doing it, but he's last car away. I think they're just going out there for the exercise, getting some miles on the car and getting used to it. No good pushing it.
No, exactly.
So anyway, that's the whole field away, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 38 cars on the track at the moment. The dust is sort of settling a little bit here out of the commentary, out of the window, and it is a beautiful day today. Not a cloud in the sky. Breeze is up, and of course, straight away, I look out the window at the Steel of Australia flags and Raceline wheels and Mickey Thompson tyres.
And the ultimate helicopter's out and about too this morning. So remember the ultimate helicopter, if you want a helicopter ride, just out the back here, the commentary area, quite cheap.
We've just had
Chris Hummer come up to the box, Glen, bought our lunch up. Look at that.
Did he?
Some smoked oysters.
Yes.
And some John West tuna in oil.
Oh, good on. That's not crayfish.
Remember those oysters you had the other night?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the oysters are good. I had a dozen oysters the other week, but only 9 of them worked.
Oh, dear. It just doesn't get any better.
Car 88. I don't know why these guys have been down the back of the field. Mark DeGrouchy and Mark Hardman, they were very slow off the mark yesterday. They're down the tail end of the field all day.
I think it's Mark DeGrouchy's first drive, Andy.
But it doesn't look at it in the infield now. It's cleared a little bit, and he's obviously a lot slower than the others. He's the last car off, but it seems to be it seems to be going quite well. Good on him.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just coming into the track now, get down to the Rainbow Risers event shed down there, the catering area.
That looks like Class 8 on screen there, doesn't it? About to
look
round
at that
up.
Aerial shot. Wow, there's a passing manoeuvre. Wow.
God, look at Ross Newman disappeared in the dust.
Yeah.
Just disappeared. Just
He's
gone.
in there somewhere.
And then the problem there is Ross might have pulled up and there's another car back there somewhere. Oh. So this is where it can get really tricky.
Oh, he's off the track.
Off the track, right off the track.
He doesn't know where he's going. I don't know what's in amongst all that, but...
short, long cut.
Oh, wow. It just shows you, doesn't it, Doc?
Yeah, he's found his feet again.
Yep.
And then I believe there might have been another car out there as well.
Over the road jump?
Well, that Class 8, it's only an LS1 in Michael Hackney's car, but got a lot of pickup. Look, we're back on board with Matty Burrows.
Matty Burrows and car number 3, the Jimco Pro Light. And he's out in the...
start of the desert section.
That car's handling very well, isn't it, when you look at it going through the dunes there.
But you look at the terrain, it looks smooth, but you look at the front wheels and they're just going up, down, up.
Oh, we've got... It's hard to see who that is, doesn't it?
There's 3 cars there and another passing manoeuvre.
Look at the dust. Is that Kyle Tucker? That front car? Yeah, it was Clayton.
And Clayton.
Clayton Chapman. We might even be able to get some on
he's
board.
right on him.
It is.
Yeah. No doubt to be pushing the button.
That is Clayton Chapman with the yellow lights.
There's their first 2 cars.
First 2 cars. Kyle Tucker and Clayton Chapman.
I tell you what, young Adam won't be able to see his course notes there. But then again, there's not a lot of dust there.
There's not at all.
Yeah.
And these guys, folks, are at about the halfway mark. They're in the heart of the roughest part of the desert right now.
But they took off 30 seconds apart, and they're certainly not 30 seconds. Yep.
Oh, I don't see why we wouldn't see an overtaking manoeuvre whatsoever.
No, he's just too far back at the moment. No doubt he'll be on the GPS. But
I wonder if Kyle knows he's there. So this is about to. That's our helipad. So they're about to do a left-hander through a gate. They'll be going up over a little rise here.
Chapman, yeah.
Bit of sun glare.
He's chasing it. The sun glare and the dust.
There he is through the gate. That's where we have our furthest most point of the track from here. And they're into the roughest section of the desert now. And they're actually coming up. There's a really big drop-off up here, up where Kyle's probably not far off going over it now.
There's great footage, isn't it? Great footage from the drone. Great in-car footage.
I think we've got Shane Hutz out there just after the speed control zone. Yeah. So Aaron Havey just taking a bit of a beating out there too, and you can see it bucking backwards and forwards. And like we said yesterday, the whoops out there, they don't have much rhythm to them.
No,
not at all.
And that's a element, and that's a very good handling car.
One of the better handling cars out there.
Mark Burrows.
Mark's actually wound a little bit 2 turns into his compression bump stops
he did
last
say that.
night. He said he thought it was just bottoming out a little bit hard, so he put two turns into each tube. He runs King Shockers, and he said he'll just see how it goes this time. It doesn't look too bad, does it?
Looks good from where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure you it's not.
His son Mark,
Matty.
It also looked like there might have been someone not too far ahead of him either.
Remember, they only left in 30-second increments, so intervals. So they're quite close even to start with.
And he's not far off that helipad we saw a minute ago. So he'll be doing a right-hander, then another right-hander past the helipad. And then...
Is that where you got your private jet part?
Yep.
Someone said, yep.
Yeah. Another right-hander. There's the helipad on the right. Checkpoint.
Gotcha.
Okay, a little bit of a rise there, uphill. And then a little downhill, hard left-hander through the gate. And that's... So that hard left-hander through the gate, you'll see it any second now, right about here, right there. That there gets out to about 5 foot deep by the end of the weekend.
Does it?
Yep, that corner.
Because it's so sandy.
Yep.
So sandy and loamy. Good description, Sandy.
Yeah.
Look at that buck jumping through there.
I know why he wound that compression
up, yeah.
Wow.
It's certainly a lot better, though, than what it was yesterday.
Those holes must be big for
They're brutal. Look at that car.
Yeah, well, Mark's 65
this is one
years
of the top
old.
cars out there. Yeah, but he's still
pretty fit.
He doesn't fluff about, does he?
No, he said to me, I don't know whether I'm getting old, Wellsy, or this track's getting rougher. But, and of course the old saying is the rougher it gets, the tougher it gets. But at the end of the day, it'll be the people who've done all the homework and got good cars and driven well. And I reckon we're still only probably going to get about 15 cars to all these laps today.
Yeah, well, yesterday was only a third of the race, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
So we've got a couple of laps this morning, and then they'll have, I think it's an hour's break today.
Yep. They have a fuel break for an hour after 2 laps.
What a shot. Look at the concentration in Clayton's eyes. Give us a wave, Clayton. Come on.
and Adam,
no time out there
Adam,
now.
his navigator hasn't seen a thing. Oh, he's looking at his course notes.
Yeah, so they are just over halfway around the track and still in the edge of the desert. They'll be coming to the end of the rough section of the desert back out before they start popping out on some farm tracks. And then they'll lead back. They've got a big creek crossing over there, which has no water in it. I think one year we had water in it. It was soup out there one year, a few years ago.
There's not much water around here at the moment.
No.
It's dry as.
Glenn and I have been up here in the commentary box, and we could have swum across to the lake sometimes.
When they had it here in August, Sandy, a couple of
times.
The
I remember.
Was coming in. It was hitting this window. We couldn't see anything. It was all
fogged up.
Oh.
But you were dry, weren't you?
We were dry there. We were a lot drier than everybody else out there. I can give you the drum.
Well, our cameras out there today. I think we've got the 2 on boards. I thought we were going to have 3 on boards, but maybe one's not firing up. We still haven't.
Well, remember we lost your mate yesterday with the engine.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought they were putting that onto another car today, but obviously not. I haven't got on the rally safe. I haven't got Kyle Tucker's or Clayton Chapman's thing on the rally safe, so I don't know what's going on there, but it'll just be some sort of streaming issue, I'm sure. Lockie Campbell. He's already at the halfway marker, so it means there's not much change in placings out there. We know Kyle Tucker was still in front of Clayton Chapman last we saw. Aaron Haby's still moving. Tom Owen we saw came back into the pits early. And then we've still got Mark Burrows, Steve Graham, which is Bowie, Matty Burrows.
Lachlan Campbell.
I think they're all still in order that they left apart from Kyle Tucker.
Well, and Tom Owen.
And apart from seeing a real big bunch up out here at the moment, just before those shots we just saw a minute ago of Lockie Campbell, we've got Craig Barnett, the 10-12, 434 car 2, which is Tucker. They were all sort of reasonably close to each other from what I can tell.
Well, if I was in Kyle Tucker's shoes, I would have been like a jackrabbit out in front with no dust. I would have just been trying to make up as much time as I can just in case I get a puncher. And try and pull a gap, a big gap, not 30 seconds. I'd try and pull at least a minute, 2 minutes gap. But I don't know how much he's got left in that car or left in him. But the first lap's always the time when you can make time because you've got no dust in front of you.
There's just a little interesting thing on the rally safe. Guess who I believe is behind this car on your screen right now? And I think it's Kaminsky.
Yes, I just showed Kaminsky.
So just as they hit the rough stuff.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how fast Kaminsky. He will round him up in the desert. 100% he's going to go around Lockie Campbell that's on your screen, folks.
You see Kaminsky come up behind, especially when you're in and out side by side. You'd be pulling over pretty quick, I'd say.
And then that's Simon Tucker, and in front of him, Matty Burrows, who's just entered the desert as well. So
that is a great car.
Well, they've been going half an hour, the front cars, so they were doing 40-odd minutes yesterday, so, they should be only 10 or 12 minutes away till we start seeing the first car come through.
Well, the front two, literally, Clayton Chapman is right up the back of Kyle Tucker on their way in.
You reckon Clayton will be having a go today?
Oh, I think he might even just sit there for a bit until Kyle knows he's there. Well, I'm sure he knows he's there by now.
He would have known him there. They would have let him know he was there, no doubt about that. And obviously there's one spot better than second in the dust, and that's first.
Clayton's a very calculated driver.
Yes, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. He might just sit there until he knows he's got a super safe spot.
Yep.
And he knows he's going to get him on the high speed.
Yeah,
bit more
for
power
sure.
And bit more power on that open rate.
He's got more power than that V8 for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, twin turbo car.
No, it's a single.
Single turbo. Sorry,
2JZ.
Yeah, 2JZ Toyota 6 inline 6. But yeah, when you got a turbo on, you got plenty of top end. You got a lot more than the V8s. That's for sure.
Yeah, Sandy, it's a bit early to be on the whiskey, mate.
Yeah, well, get going early. You get to finish earlier too.
Remember, you got those oysters there too. You can mix with
we've got oysters.
I'm not drinking whiskey, folks. By the way, it's Woman coconut water. It's coconut water.
Just full of one.
I've done my Tai Chi on the start line this morning. I don't know where you guys were when the sun was coming up. I was over under the finish banner there, doing my exercises.
Glenn, I've got to say to you, when you go into a shop and you look at all the milks and everything in the cupboard and you look and you go, coconut water. Yeah. Who'd drink that?
Who'd drink that?
And he's sitting between us. Oh. He's the guy that drinks coconut water.
I tell you what, I think, you ever watch that show, Wilson, Tom Hanks?
I tell you what, look how rough that is.
Oh, that is rough, yeah.
Oh.
Look at that front wheel just go up and down. Oh, that's got... That's 20 plus inches of suspension travel in the front. Look,
using all of it, plus some of their spines.
And look at the terrain. It's so sandy and loamy. Just drains horsepower.
Those ruts are deep too.
Certainly are.
They're working hard, those guys and girls out there today.
Yeah, oh, certainly are.
And it'll be interesting to see it on the third and fourth lap. When we've got the cameras out there.
I'm glad I'm looking at it and not in there.
Well, remember
you used to do that in...
Yeah, in a car that had half the wheel travel.
Well, probably, in the when they first started, it was in a car.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. My old buggy had about 8 inches of wheel travel, Sandy. So the very first one that I had, and
my last car had that now, and it was only 12 months ago.
But you got to remember when they come around here in the next 10 minutes, that they come through the finish line. That's halfway point. That's the end of lap 3, and there's 6 laps over the weekend. So
I don't think we'll
long way to go yet.
I don't think we'll be too far off seeing them because
10 minutes we've got.
Oh yeah, I can see Clayton's back on the screen here, and it looks like he may be. He's out. I think he's out of the rough stuff. By the looks of it, which means Kyle must be out of the real rough stuff. That's them there. That's them right there.
Well, I can assure you that Kyle wouldn't be the easiest.
There you go. There's your overtake.
Yeah, he's let him go.
They've let him go. Kyle Tucker's let Clayton go. And I saw in the
backed off. He was good. He pulled over and let him go. Yep.
In the background there was also that 585 car. Is that what we saw?
It looked like it.
It was.
It was hard to pick, but it looked like it.
There are your current race leader, Clayton Chapman, and with Adam Maguire in the passenger seat. And just done an overtake on...
Oh.
That looks like Ratcliffe. It is Ratcliffe. Where are they?
Oh, I don't know. I think we're at a
Oh, you know what we're looking at? We're looking at Stu Chapman.
Oh, we're looking at Stuart Chapman. Yeah. Sorry,
that was
we'll
confusing.
take all that back.
Yeah, let's do a little rewind there.
I'm glad I didn't do that call.
Don't worry. Don't worry, we're all okay.
We've got it.
It is the coconut juice.
Yeah. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't got the screen. Yeah.
On your screen there is car 585 disappeared into the trees right behind him. I'm going to call it again and say Sean Ratcliffe behind 585.
Yep. Yeah, I'd say so, Sandy.
And just coming into the desert looks like maybe Hartnett or...
Due only looking from the aerial view. It's tough to see who it is.
Stu. That's Stu just came through the desert there. That's Stu Chapman in the background with the yellow lights.
Well, he's catching somebody else there too, just up in front of him.
Our camera just to grab it. He's rounded up. What a shot. 3 of them. Oh, Stu's working hard too, isn't he?
Look how rough it is through there.
You'll see the back ends of these cars. Once again, they've got...
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Now, that's got a lot of suspension.
Look at that spare tyre. That spare tyre's loose too. Can you see that? Is that loose?
Well, it looks like it was bouncing around. It was buck jumping through there. That's for sure. They want to make sure they're tight.
There's going to be an overtake here.
Oh, here we go.
Look at the speed difference.
Wow.
Yeah.
So who's that in front?
I'm going to say Stu Chapman.
Yep. Of course, Stuart Chapman doesn't leave any prisoners either. We've watched him all last year. He's a very exciting driver. All the way down from the Chapman Racing Team, all the way down from Queensland.
Brisbane way.
Yep. And, of course, he's got the Millennium 2000 Cheneth that he's driving here this weekend, a Class 10 car. He has had turbochargers on that last year, but he's taken them off and gone back to Class 10. And he's certainly driving the wheels off that today.
There's in-car footage of Cameron Clayton and Adam Maguire.
I'm just trying to have a look on the rally safe to see where they are. They were back here.
They're still in. There it is. There's a rally safe.
There we go. Their rally safe's not working too well at the second, but that's still showing yesterday's there. But I'm trying to get some updates on my own here, but it's not.
They're still in the sand,
showing the info that we need to see.
Won't be long before we can see them in the.
I think it will only be a few minutes because last I saw Clayton was headed for that creek crossing, which is only, I think, 10 or 11 minutes out. So
we do know that Kyle Tucker's still in front, Clayton Chapman second, Aaron Havey third. We know Tom Owen came back to the pits. Mark Burrows would have moved up to fourth overall on the road. And Stephen Bowie Graham is fifth on the road, and Lachlan Campbell, then Craig Barnett.
I think we'll see a few changes by the time here because Kaminsky had already rounded up. Russell. He was behind Lockie Campbell as they went into the rough stuff. So I'm going to say that you'll see Kaminsky. I reckon he'll be up near Mark Burrows by the time they get out of that rough stuff.
Well, we would have seen Kaminsky pass Matthew Burrows on the camera.
And we haven't seen that, have we?
No, we have not seen that. So
here's another
side by sides.
But of course, Kaminsky, as we know, he can't win today, but he's out there just for the exercise because of a gearbox issue that he had yesterday. So he fixed that overnight.
These side-by-sides have come a long way.
Have they ever? They're just getting better and better and faster and more durable every year, aren't they? Like, it's amazing what they can do.
Well, they're a budget car, and you know, you can just
They're
virtually
becoming
buy
a
one.
bit bigger budget now, though.
Oh,
aren't they?
absolutely.
Most definitely.
Well, the new Polaris ZR, when I was at Portland the other week, they're a massive car, and the wheel travel they got, and they're really fast. So you can understand why some of these young blokes are just going out and buying them, and of course joining a club and racing them. And that's why we've got so many of them all over the country.
And of course, we've had a first in the last 18 months where one of them actually won an event outright.
True.
Yep.
They're having a ding-dong battle, these two.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Whoever they are, they're side by side.
I'm trying to see, but it's a bit hard to tell. But the second one nearly looks like Matt Hummer. Or is that
Can we ask
the
them
other
to,
black one was Horn?
Can we ask them to lower the drone a little bit for us?
They're just about to enter the desert, these two. I know exactly where they are.
Just while we're waiting on a few, I'd like to thank a few of the sponsors: Steel of Australia, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tyres, and of course Grain Corp Association, the Hindmarsh Shire Council, and also AASA, and we've got PMD Products, the Wimmera Mallee Waste Management. Of course, they take all our waste away here from the weekend for us, which is great. We've got GRC Motorsport, Gold Acres, and we've got Warrigal Machining and Mechanical Repairs. And what about the boys in the helicopter?
Ultimate Helicopter.
Oh, they're out the
Right
back
out
there.
behind us.
Glenn had the prices there before he was reading them yesterday, and it wasn't expensive for a helicopter ride,
not
was
at
it?
all. Not at all.
And if I talked to a couple of guys last night that went up in that helicopter, and they said, how good was that? They could not talk it up anymore. So why don't you guys get out there and have a look at a helicopter ride? Also, get down to the pits there. Grab yourself a hamburger or a coffee or a bucket of chips and see the ladies down there. All their smiling faces.
Speaking of helicopters, mate, I see it in the distance over behind the start-finish line. I know we're on board here with Matty Burrows, but
Oh, yeah, in the distance. Here
in the
it is.
distance,
Yep, he's following. You
I
bet
would
he's
say
following the first
that
car.
dust, I can see the dust coming in, and I'm tipping that is Kyle Tucker or Clayton Chapman just going through that road chicane.
Yep,
That man-made chicane. Oh, over on their far left. There you go.
far left. Yeah,
Snuck
in the
past
distance.
us. Kyle Tucker.
Yep.
So we're only
And
a
the
couple of minutes
helicopter-
off seeing them come through on our first lap today.
The
Day 2 of
helicopter's
the
following them.
Australian
Yep.
Geez,
Off-Road Racing Championship.
if you had a logbook of what that car's achieved in its life, that Kyle Tucker's
This
in,
is probably one easy one, isn't it?
Oh, man. I mean, the boys, the Robinson boys flew to America, bought that car, and raced it in the Baja 1000 and finished. It was the only time I think they ever finished in a car. And then they brought it back to Australia. And I never forget looking at it. It had a really weird-looking set of extractors on it. But it was a nice car. And then Joey Bullner had it up there at Queensland and had a lot of success with it. And then I think someone told me it went over to Adelaide, Glen, after that.
I'm not sure who had it, the third owners, but
Clayton Chapman rounding the last corner into the stadium. And there's still a fair gap there. I'm going to say they've still got well over 30 seconds.
Yes.
I don't think Clayton's actually caught him. I know they were close earlier on, but there may be somewhere that Kyle's...
You're a racer too, Sandy,
Yeah.
and I've been a racer for a lot of years, and we know in dusty conditions, it's always about a 30-second dust. A little bit of breeze on it. You can't get on the back of these people, and then all of a sudden you get on the back of them, and then they dust you in again. So,
you just drop back real quick.
yeah. But as Glenn said earlier on, the breezes from the left to the right here, when they're going down some of those straights which are in the opposite direction to the breeze, it tends to blow the dust away off the back of the car in front of you. And if you've got the horsepower, which Chapo's got the horsepower there, he can turn the wick up, get on the back of Kyle.
Aaron Habe two in the distance there, just sneaking in the dust.
Yeah, gee.
I'm going to say that Mama and Papa Chapman are in that helicopter.
Oh, right. Yeah, they could be too.
Wouldn't surprise me because they're following the front three cars.
Yeah. Yep.
What opportunity do you get to fly in a helicopter? It doesn't come up that often in life, so, take advantage of it while you can. Well, here's our first car coming through now. Completion of lap 3, which is
our first of 4 today.
First of 4 today.
Be interesting to see the time that he's done today too, because his times yesterday were around about the 40 minutes.
Well, it's a bit longer today because they've been gone
41 minutes.
Yeah, I got 44.
44. Well, Kyle Tucker, folks, rounding the last corner before the finish line for the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
In the black gym code. Still
Watch for the
of
big
pace.
jump, ladies and gentlemen. Huge jump. Look at that. Absolutely handling lovely over that jump. Sits the front up. When the front's up, you can't roll them, Sandy.
Yeah. Well.
And there's the helicopter following
Clayton
Chappos.
round the last corner.
But look at the dust that Chapman's driving in, unfortunately.
But he's picked up. He's certainly not 30 seconds behind, but thereabouts. He's just out of the dust line.
Yep.
That had a little double bounce there, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep.
Not a lot.
I reckon I'll take a guess that he's 10 seconds quicker than Kyle Tucker on that lap time.
Which there wasn't much between them this morning when they left in total time.
No, I'm just talking about that lap time, Darren. Like, I reckon Chapman would be 10 seconds quicker over that lap. But, yeah, there wasn't. What was it before that? It was only 2 or something.
I haven't even got a time on Kyle Tucker, and his rally safe is saying he's in the pits, so there may be some form of issue.
Yep. Here we go.
Yeah,
Aaron Havey.
Yep.
Look
Clayton
at that.
Chapman is just done a 39.54.
Gee whiz. That's very good.
That's pretty fast. That's the
Fastest
first car
time.
under a 40-minute, unless Kyle's probably the same, but we haven't got a time for him, unfortunately. And we will see any second now. Aaron Habe, 40 minutes and 12 seconds. So 18 seconds, just under 18 seconds off the pace.
Yep.
Obviously dust, but...
Geez, Aaron Habe's car, how good was that Element car off the jump here? It was landing like it was landing on a cloud or a cushion. Just beautiful handling car, the Element car.
Gee, they're still holding their positions, aren't they? The first 3 cars.
So our next
I
car
reckon the
along
only-
will be Mark Burrows.
Yeah, Tommy Owen we saw didn't come back in, but I reckon there's got to have been a mix-up in here with Brett Kaminsky at a minimum, and even Simon Tucker. He's got to have done a pass or 2.
Yep.
Out there.
But Tom Owen is still out there. He lost 5 minutes in the pits, but he went out there and lost quite a few positions. But
Mark's got a clear
I think
run,
he's still
hasn't he?
going. Yeah.
Mark's got no dust at all in front of him, so he'll have a nice, easy run, as long as he doesn't let somebody behind him past. But no, Mark Burrows, he's got Stephen Bowie Graham right behind him. I couldn't imagine Bowie Graham catching Mark, because he's a Class 10 car, and Mark's, of course, the twin-turbo Commodore engine with the 5-speed AGB gearbox. Very, very good package. Of course, Stephen Bowie Graham's car is a very good package too, which is the new Illumicraft 2-seater Class 10 car from America. And
I think that's Mark Burrows there, rounding down the bottom, heading back up the fence line towards the pit. He's in that big dip. Yeah, it is Mark Burrows on screen. Through the dipper, he'll go down the airfield, do a U-turn and head back. But we mustn't be far off seeing Kaminsky.
The airfield is to our left, out of the box, the commentary box, and the flags are flying. Not often we've been up here, Glenn, and had the wind as such. over the years, it's been quite stagnant.
I don't know, mate. I've been in here before, and there's a lot of hot wind.
A lot of hot air. Yeah, a lot of hot air in here.
Yeah,
but
that's why
if
we
it
need
gets
to
any
leave the
hotter,
door open.
we'll turn that air conditioner on behind Glenn shortly. Oh, it's
Mark Burrows.
Yeah, well, Mark's actually he's a bit more than a minute now. He's dropped back, hasn't he?
Well,
Yeah.
he had a gap, Tom.
Yeah,
With
so
the gap in front of him.
so that's a minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
30 seconds. And 30 seconds a minute.
Oh, yeah, true.
Where I went to school, Sandy,
Yeah.
you didn't go to
I
school.
told
There's
you,
Mark now.
you learnt my maths
Yeah.
yesterday.
There's Mark Burrows going around the edge of the airport there.
He must think he's out there on his own. He's getting a real good run.
Yep.
Like he's got, between him and Habe, he'd be pushing 4 to 5 minutes, and there's just no sign of any dust in the front of the Burrows car, so he'd be having a terrific run. He'd be pretty happy with life at the moment, that's for sure.
It's all about being there at the end of the day too. That's what he wants to be. He's a very consistent driver, Mark. He'll usually find with him that if he lays down a lap time of 41 minutes, he'll do 41, 41, 40,
Yeah.
41. That's the way he is.
So
And,
Mark Burrows, our fourth car.
The Monk car.
Fourth car
So
over.
This car was built in Swan Hill. Beautifully prepared vehicle. And
Landed nice over the finish line
certainly
there too.
did. Yeah, since he's changed the shocker valving, it was nosy yesterday over the big jump here. But he told us, as we said earlier, he changed the valving in the rear shocks, and it certainly straightened it up over the jump.
Well, there you go. Clayton Chapman in the 39.54 bracket. Aaron Habe with 40 minutes and 12 seconds. Mark Burrows with a 43. So he's dropped 2 minutes.
Yes.
You're right, Glenn.
Yep. But we haven't got a time on Kyle Tucker.
No.
So I wonder why that is. Maybe his transponder's not working. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. We can't tell you up in the box, but the only one that'll know will be the rally safe men.
It does show him his transponder sitting in the pits. So.
Well, you wouldn't have left it in the pits this morning, I'm sure, Sandy, would he?
No, it might just be a
So,
aerial issue. Who knows? And
which is a little bit sad that we got the leader out on the circuit and we can't tell you a time on him, but we certainly know he's in front.
followed by Clayton Chapman.
Yep, because he came through in front. Mark Burrows driving the infield here. And it doesn't look slow, does it? Like he's going very well, Mark.
Tell you who's over the finish line, mate.
There's Bowie.
Bowie, first of our 10 cars.
So Mark's got about a minute up on him.
Oh, yeah, he's opened a minute at least.
Yep. And Mark would have seen Bowie go through as he turned that corner because he was looking straight at him. So he knows where he is for a gap.
Well, we still haven't. Matthew Burrows must be on his way in the arena. Who's over there in the trees? That is Matthew Burrows in the trees over to our left. Mark Burrows is aimed at each other. They're passing each other.
Yeah,
One's
looking at each other, yeah.
So that's good to see he's on his way back in. You're on board now with Matt Burrows.
Mark's wife sits down there in the motorhome biting her nails all day, Sharon Burrows. she
young Tom's in with Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the whole family's off-road. So, and young Jay Mitchell's in with Matthew Burrows, and Jay's just bought his own car, so he's going to step out of the navigator's seat with Matthew probably next year.
There's an opening you could get in, mate.
Yeah, I don't think so, mate, no. But
that must mean that we're seeing Lockie Campbell. Haven't seen Brett Kaminsky yet. I'm really surprised we haven't seen Brett Kaminsky.
Brett Kaminsky,
oh, there he is, over on our left.
Yeah, just went past the airport, Sandy.
So that means he may have rounded up Lockie Campbell somewhere along the way, which I
think he has.
He's got to have in the desert.
He's not far in behind Matty Burrows either. He's only
that must be
30 seconds.
Lockie Campbell in the distance coming in as well. So Matt Burrows over the finish line. We've been riding on board with that car you just saw then for a fair bit of this lap.
Matthew Burrows taking it nice and easy. And, of course, Stephen Bowie going through the infield there. in going out for his second lap this morning.
So,
Gee, the Kaminsky, have a listen to that Kaminsky car. It is roaring.
Here it comes.
Here it
Big
comes.
jump, ladies and gentlemen.
I reckon he's buttoned off because he didn't want to blow the gearbox.
Blow the gearbox again, yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah, well, it does take a little bit to get used to that paddle shift in that car.
So, here we go. We have got a time on Kyle Tucker at last.
So how did that happen?
Hang on, I'm just going to go back and refresh this to make sure. But Kyle Tucker did a 40 minutes flat, so 5.7 seconds below Chappie.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't much. They were fairly close together.
Faster than Chappie, was he?
No, a little bit slower than
Yeah,
Chappie.
That's why
So,
I read it. I read 10
Clayton
seconds.
Chapman, Kyle Tucker, Aaron Habe, Mark Burrows with a 43.02, Brett Kaminsky with a 43.31, Stevie Graham Bowie in that red 10 car with a 43.55. So
There's the Chapmans. Looks like they just got out of the helicopter.
yeah, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, waving. How was the ride there, guys? Fantastic. Look at that. Thumbs up.
Can recommend, I believe.
I don't know why they're kissing the ground. What's that?
We had a guess, ladies and gentlemen, that the Chapmans were following their son out there. Sons, both of them. Yeah, that's right. So, no, it would have been great to be able to jump in a chopper and just ride around out and do a whole lap of the track.
Gee, that Kaminsky truck's, look at it.
Yeah, oh, it's roaring. Look at the pace in them, too. He's having a fair crack, Brett Kaminsky.
What a shot with that drone shot. Don't know what end. Oh, it's got a Dugan's in it, doesn't it? Dugan's 7 litre.
6 litre apparently, but yeah, that's debatable. But it's certainly got a Dugan in it. That's for sure. Yeah.
I think it grew overnight from 6 litre to a 7 litre, apparently.
And over the finish line, our first side-by-side Lockie Campbell.
Plenty of pace. He's
He's only lost one position.
One position to
a $1
million truck.
I know, that's insane.
What
Absolutely
about Craig
insane.
Barnett? Did Craig go through?
No, haven't seen him.
No, we haven't seen Craig Barnett.
Well, he should have gone through. Craig Barnett.
No, he's next. That was Lockie Campbell over the finish line.
He's next.
All right, I thought Craig would have caught Lockie Campbell.
Hey, we're back on with our rally safe here. So you can see down the bottom right-hand corner with car 68, which we were just talking about, Craig Barnett. You can see, I think the slowest car out there at the moment would be car 88 is last, and he's on the far left top corner there of the track. So he's our last car on track.
Here's Barnett.
Now.
Well, actually, Lockie Campbell's made time on Barnett.
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But I'm sure
We
Craig
do
would
know,
be happy.
don't forget we mentioned yesterday that Barnett car we just saw is sold.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So
I said he wouldn't have any trouble selling it.
yeah.
But, look who's right behind him.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's made up some time there.
Russell Harnett.
Well, he's picked up time. Did he take off behind?
Yes, he certainly did. Yeah, he started one place behind 30 seconds.
Well, he's picked up 10 or 15 because he's closer. He's closer for sure.
And of course, the next one along is our number 2 car, Simon Tucker, who had a few issues yesterday, but he'll be on it today.
No, we've got Brody Tickner.
Oh, so
1093.
has Bodie Tickner passed Simon Tucker, or Simon Tucker's gone missing?
I will tell you where we're at. I'm just going to refresh.
Car number 2 we're looking for.
So we had Kyle Tucker first, Aaron Habe, Mark Burrows. Clayton Chapman first, Kyle Tucker, Aaron Habe, Mark Burrows, Kaminsky in 5th, Bowie in 6th, Matt Burrows in 7th, the Hartnett 10-12 car in 8th, which has just been refreshed to Bodie Tickner in 8th.
Oh, he's going.
Hartnett in 9th now. Lockie Campbell's dropped down to 10th place. This is provisional, obviously.
Provisional times, not
this
track.
is just what I'm going. And you guys at home can see this on your Chris Sport app. Type in Big Desert 480. Craig Barnett's down in 11th position.
Right.
So
very good.
that was. I'm going to stand corrected there, and the only reason that was their lap times for this lap.
Yep.
There's Rod Visser in front of us, walking around. Morning, Rod. Not a good sign.
No.
Expensive sign.
Yesterday we saw Rod Visser come across the line and expire an engine, which wasn't good. So he's spectating today. So a lot of coffee involved there today, Rod. But no, things aren't good when you lose build a brand new motor and then lose it. So certainly, Rod stepped up in the comm box.
How we going, boys?
Good, Rod, good. Tell us what happened, mate.
Well, I think we're going really good. The track was great. Having a ball. Second lap was way better than the first lap. And it's just so funny that the thing just started dropping power coming up to this jump here on the straight. And it sort of expired, I think, as I hit the jump. And it's dropped number one cylinder. So poor engine's gone.
Not good at all. Not good.
No. And it was a pretty new engine too. It only done Fink last year, so we've just got to get another one ready for this year at Fink.
Oh, well, hopefully it's a cheap and an easy rebuild, Rod, because, you've got Fink coming up in the next 8-9 weeks, so, good luck with that. But, what a shame, but you were enjoying it. It was a good track.
Oh, loving it, having a ball. And my young son was navving with me, and first time he'd done an event, and he was enjoying it too. He's just complaining of the sore shoulders from this morning.
Oh, yeah, the old belts, they don't do, especially on a rough track like this, is not good, is it? But anyway, all the best, Rod. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Rod.
We just saw Stu Chapman over the finish line with a 45.20, 8th fastest for today.
That's great.
For today's lap.
Yeah, today's
for this lap.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
But of course, Stewie's in a Class 10 car, which is a lot more underpowered than all the rest. Same as Bowie Graham, and they do a great job out there for a 2.4 Honda engine, which, Bowie Graham's got. I know Chapo's got I believe a Mitsubishi 2-litre. I think he's got in the back of that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a K24, isn't it? One down.
No. Stuart Chapman's got they're Mitsubishi people, so I'm pretty sure it's got a Mitso in the back of it.
Just having a look at the times, and Brett Kaminsky's obviously up there on road, on the road. He's sitting around 6th or 7th, but actual time, because he didn't finish a lap yesterday, he didn't finish his second lap, he's actually way down the standings. He's actually on time, he's in 12th position currently.
Well, the ones on our sheet this morning which have an asterisk beside them, Brett Kaminsky started out of 11th. He was seeded into that area this morning.
And he's climbed up to about 6th.
Doing a great job. And you pointed out yesterday, Sandy, too, that the trucks are a far better unit out there in these...
out in the desert when they're getting rough.
In the sand and all that sort of stuff.
Well, over the years, a lot of trucks have won this race. Bo last year, Bo Robinson, and Greg Gartner's won it, don't quote me, at least three times. Yeah, so it's got a lot of history of
and of course, we missed Bo Robinson not being here this weekend, and also Greggy Gartner.
Two stars.
Fierce competitors.
Two stars.
There's obviously a reason why they're not here, but, they would have loved it here this weekend. The track conditions suit them down to the ground.
Greggy's won it here in dry and wet. Remember the year he won it in the wet, and the place was just drenched.
Peter Sebo on your
who would have
screen.
thought?
Peter Sebo about to round off this morning's first lap.
Here we are. Big
What a
jump from
shot.
Peter. Wow. Gee, that landed well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Handles quite well, that Simpson car.
He built that whole truck himself, and he's done a great job. A decent old wheelbase in it. New motor for this weekend, and we said yesterday they lost an engine at Portland there about 2 weeks ago. Put together a new engine, and of course him and his wife Dee put a lot of work into this event as well. So Dee's one of the...
Dee's on the committee out the back working hard.
Yeah. No, she's a tireless worker too, mate. She does a great job, as all the other committee members do.
And out around the field we've got recovery and
Yep.
All that's in checkpoints.
Well, we've got
That class 5 cars.
Michael Shipton.
505, yeah.
That's a fair way up.
He's made a bit of ground.
He
hasn't
has.
Look who's right behind him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ratcliffe.
Shawnee Ratcliffe.
And that's how they started
That's
this
how
morning.
they started. Yeah, they've closed the gap. One of them's closed the gap somewhere, but
Oh, this bloke's struggling in the dust.
Yeah, 137. Yeah,
Richard Andrews.
they're all close together. And that, imagine the dust coming out of the back of that 5 car. Oh, dear. Hey.
well, Craig Barnett came over with a 47.33 in 12th fastest for this lap. Only this is just lap times.
Yeah, well, his time's dropped right out, hasn't it, with a 47? I
Yeah.
think he was in about the 44s yesterday.
Well, they're kind of dropping. A lot of them are starting to drop away now.
Yep.
Andrews with a 49.53, Shipton with a 49.55. So that gives our overall Craig Barnett. Hartnett is in 8th. Craig Barnett's in 9th. Bodie Tickner in 10th. This is our overall current standings. Sibbo's in 11th. Shipton 12th. Stu Chapman will drop down to 13th. Andrews 14th. And Kaminsky. Andrews 15th now. That means Ratcliffe came up to 13th.
Look at the drive Stu Chapman's having. He's passed Richard Andrews, Sean Radcliffe, Michael Shipton.
Wow.
Where's Dale Standard? We haven't seen him, have we?
No.
Passing manoeuvre on the screen with the drone.
585 just got rounded up by Sean Ratcliffe right in front of us.
Gee, where's Sean to be pleased to get round him?
Yeah, especially now. So he's got the fast section on the way.
We can see that out right in front
stadium.
of us.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Sean and there's the 5 car.
Isn't it great, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at this close racing right out in front of us here? All the spectators on the hill here today. There's a lot of spectators here today, Sam.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
And that 137, the Andrews cars, looks like he's trying hard to get that 5 car before they get too much further out of the arena.
Yeah, well, they'll probably want to get in front before they hit those long, fast roads. But I think that 5 car seems to do reasonably well in the rough.
Doing well.
Better than what I expected anyway.
Yesterday you were saying how tall it was and how high it was. But it certainly surprised us. And look at this.
Little Adams.
Yeah.
He has to have made up. Well, I think he got seeded.
Richard Adams.
No,
he
he's
wasn't
staying.
seeded.
He's staying in the same spot too. So
Simon.
There are Kyle Tucker.
Oh, there's Pup Terrell coming through.
Tyrrell's come through. Good on him. He's still got plenty of punch.
And look, there's Tucker. So why is Tucker back there?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
I reckon he might have had a puncher or something, Glenn, because he's dropped back a bit, but now he's right on behind James Tyrrell. So it's good to see that James got his first lap for the morning in, that power steering issue repaired, and it's all about doing some laps now for him.
We're getting some good footage of Cole Tucker.
He's out on the desert, and I'm going to say that he's still in front of, because that's Clayton just coming through that. That's Clayton just rounding through those through that gate. So they've still got the same gap. Kyle Tucker's still in front of Clayton with the same gap.
Yep.
We're on board here with Clayton Chapman.
I tell you what, you've got to hand it to Clayton Chapman, because remember, Kyle's got a dust-free run.
Yeah.
Clayton's in constant dust, and he's holding his own. So, great drive.
Certainly is. You don't realise how much concentration goes into driving a dusty event like this and managing the bumps, keeping your car on the track and out of the trees.
Hard left into the... He's in the desert. He's in the desert there.
Yep.
Back on the lead now.
There's Tucker. Through the sandy sections of the desert.
That car seems to be handling that. He's sitting up on top there a bit, isn't he? Whereas a lot of the other cars
Tucker's into the pits.
The other Tucker car. We've got Tucker on. We've got Kyle Tucker on our screen, and then Simon's coming to the pits.
Place is full of Tuckers.
Well, I just saw him drop back, and now he's pulled in after lap 1 this morning. Obviously, minor issues. He's driving it still, but he's limping into the pits. So hopefully he can rectify it, Simon. and get back out on the circuit.
Well, it's still moving. That's a good
Aaron
sign.
Habe.
Aaron Habe, yep. As 666 goes through.
There's a fair gap between Clayton and Aaron, I believe, by the looks of what I'm seeing on the rally safe.
Tim
Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
And as well as, we just saw Kyle Tucker come up this section that is on your screen, folks, but Aaron Habe's still yet to come up and around that, over that rise. So...
How are the drone shots? That drone is just amazing. So the shots from the air, just
Shane Hutton, I think Lee's out there.
They've gone quiet on us out the back there too. We haven't heard anything from them.
Well, they've only just had the first 3 come past, so Aaron Habe's just come past them out there.
Yeah, I've got. I've just noticed I have got some messages on my phone. None from Lee though.
Well, we should be seeing a few more of these side-by-sides, etc., coming in any second by the looks of this. We've got 6116 on the way, which I think was the Sartori car.
Yep.
He should be
We had a lot of
just
sixes.
seconds off the finish line. We should have 697. Should have 666. Oh, we just saw Aaron Habe have a bit of
Oh, yeah. It's
a sidekick.
yeah, a bit of a side kick off one of those whoops in the sand.
The elements don't mind this rough stuff either, do
No,
they?
no, and they can wear a big hole, come out the other side. Not a problem.
They're a lighter car and they've got a lot of suspension and they handle the rough really well, as good as any buggy.
When you look at one of those cars going around, it's like it's on marshmallows. It's very floaty and soft, and you look at it going over the main straight, big jump here, and it just lands like it's landing on mattresses. It's just beautiful. It'd be nice and comfortable to ride in. Aaron told me this morning it's a little bit floaty when you're driving down the road, and his daughter's getting a bit motion sickness. But he said that she takes a few tablets and that for that to try and to stop that. But you can't help that. I thought it would have been out in the back stuff, in the real rough stuff where she got sick.
You'd expect that, wouldn't you? But the opposite.
Yeah, it was absolutely the opposite.
This is coming up behind the pit area, I think, there.
Yeah, there's dust out here
There
now
it
to
is.
our left.
Waiting to see who that is, but it looks like... I'm going to say 697. Yes, it is. There you go.
Big shout out from the Combox to all the people up in Queensland and Western Australia and Northern Territory that are listening to the commentary here today from the 480 here down at Rainbow. And of course, I just got a text then from Toby Cooper. He's one of the off-road commentators from up at Queensland, and he's sitting beside his TV watching the whole telecast. And of course, it's probably raining up there, Sandy, in Queensland.
Well, certainly no sign of rain here, and it hasn't been for a long time by the look of it. But yeah, good to hear that everyone's out there listening to us this weekend, because you know it's a great weekend here at Rainbow, and these front cars, or all the cars, are certainly putting on a great show.
And of course, Shane Hutt, what a job he's doing with his team, bringing us all the action, the on-board action in the cars.
Look at that. That's
Clayton
Chapman working hard.
How's your neck feel,
I was just
Sandy?
thinking, I was just looking, I was about to mention in the neck, you know, the neck muscles at the end of the weekend, and the harness, your shoulders and the bruising on from the harnesses, etc.
Yeah.
This thing,
Burrows.
these usually pop up a wheel about here somewhere.
Yeah, Mark Burrows shooting along out the back.
Well, he's certainly in a good spot, that's for sure, because he's got no one for about 5 minutes in front of him and no one for about 5 minutes behind him.
Yeah, he's got a massive gap between Habe and Mark Burrows. So those front three, Kyle Tucker, Clayton Chapman and Aaron Habe,
all quite close.
Are reasonably close.
They're holding
and then
that 30
there is
seconds.
a massive gap between them and Mark.
Because, of course, Tom, who didn't come through, Tom Owen. We haven't seen him since he went back out again.
I think Tom hasn't come back, unfortunately.
He left the gap open for Mark when he slipped into the pits early. Started lap 1 here this morning.
6:33. Matty Hummer. He's on his way back in to finish his first lap. There's Apostolis.
So I gave Matty Hummer some advice this morning, and I told him why those belts were tearing off the motor, Sandy, and he said, "What is it?" I said, "Look down at your right foot." So,
what a shot of Mark Burrows!
Yep,
through the gate. That's that deep. You can already see how deep that is. Corner's getting chewed out.
Well, it's so sandy, and you just come around there and just pushes all that sand out there. It must look at that. Look how rough it is there.
I can assure you that
that car is.
You compare that. You compare that to Kyle Tucker's run through there.
Yeah,
Kyle Tucker was sitting up on top of that a lot better than Mark's car.
Mark's car, yeah. He still admits it. He's still got a lot of tuning to do with that car.
Here's Matty Hummer through the finish line, and he's still got plenty of pace on the side by side.
I'm going to assure you, Mark's young son, who's 18 years old, sitting in that left-hand seat, will be doing it a lot easier than the bloke driving it. But
yeah, that's getting kicked about a lot, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker's car was well up on top of that stuff.
Yeah, and it was doing
totally different.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely
that's totally different.
Mark said to me this morning, he said he just can't get up on top.
Yeah.
He said, and it's just pig rooting and bucking through every hole, and we can see that on the footage. So he needs to just tune those king shocks in a bit finer. It's only a tune up it needs.
Here's the Forceman entry, 2:01 through the finish line.
Only got 2 Class 2s here this weekend. 1650 power cars.
But you know what? They're both still going too.
Well, one is, that's for sure. The Forceman entry just come through.
Bowie.
Yeah, there's some footage of Bowie out there.
Yeah, current quickest Class 10 car.
Yep.
Little 2.4 Honda motor.
And has been now for a couple of years.
From Griffith in New South Wales.
Won the championship in Class 10, hasn't he? A few years in a row.
He's also... So there's another big gap. You know, there's a big gap. There's Taylor Apostolis over the finish line. But there is a big gap back from Aaron to Mark.
Mark, that's right.
But then there's a big gap between Mark and Bowie as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mark's open about a minute on Bowie with the 30 seconds that he had on him originally. So, yeah,
I reckon there's probably 2 minutes or 3 minutes between Aaron and Mark, and then there's probably be the same gap between Mark and Stephen Bowie Graham.
So a couple of times, Peter Sebo was in 18th here, fastest on that lap. This is lap times.
Oh,
Tucker's about to go out.
Out again.
Peter Sebo did a 50 minutes and 56 seconds. Matty Hummer, who we just saw come through a couple of minutes ago, was a 51.56. The Horn 6:09 entry. There goes Tucker. 6:09 entry. Did a 51.57. Wilkinson did a 52.01. Satori, who we saw not too long ago, with a 53.51. Apostolis in car 607 was a 55.33. And Tucker's, who just left, was a 55.33 for some reason.
6:06 goes through.
You can tell
Brendan
the difference.
Ford was a 57 minutes.
That car of Simon Tucker's, when he took off, you can tell the difference between a torque converter car and a clutch car. He dabbed the clutch near that tree and lit up the rear tyres, where you don't do that with the converter.
He's followed that side-by-side out, but he's got him down the bottom straight down there in the infield. So, but he's got, now he's coming up to the Pink Lady. He's got a bit of work to do.
On board with Clayton Chapman, who, by the looks of it, is he's going to be...
There's the chopper again. It's out there,
well,
chasing
someone. I'm just having a look to see...
6:07 Taylor going through the centre. And she's doing very well, actually. Very well.
Clayton shouldn't be too far off coming out of the desert, out of the rough stuff. There's Kaminsky on your screen. This thing...
Yeah. Now,
we
let's
should
see how that handles through this area.
Yeah, look at the difference between that and Mark Burrows' car a couple of minutes ago, you know.
Yep.
This thing is... There we go. He's about to overtake Matty, which we should see on our live feed in-car.
Yeah.
We might get to an in-car there.
Who passed Matty then?
Kaminsky.
In
He's
the
on the desert.
Yep.
And that's what Kaminsky said. He goes, they're going to get me on the higher speed stuff.
But look
out
how
in
much
the desert,
faster he was there.
Good luck out in the desert, basically, you know.
These trucks are built for this sort of stuff, aren't they, in the States? Remember, Toby Price has won 2 Finks in that car. And there's nothing rougher than the Fink Desert Race, is there?
Yeah, Rainbow. Yeah, Rainbow.
We just missed. There you go. That's Matty Burrows, who we just saw get overtaken. That's following Kaminsky's dust.
Well, I spoke to a bloke this morning in the pits that's raced probably the Fink, nearly 30 times, and he said out the back here was rougher than the Fink. So
there you
just
go.
goes to show it's a true off-road track here, ladies and gentlemen, out the back. So it's a test of man and machine, that's for sure, or lady and machine that we've got here today.
And these people, these young'uns in these side-by-sides, wow, that's short wheelbase. That must be really
like
tough.
Driving a bowling ball. That looks like Mr. Gubbins on his way in. Oh, no, it's not. It is a side-by-side. Bit hard to tell.
More than likely at this stage of the event, ending the first lap here at Section 2 this morning. More drone footage on this big screen.
Here we go, Brian Bradford.
I was going to say that's our second
Class 2 cars. He's still travelling along.
He'd be wrapped. Come all the way down from Townsville and just keep doing laps. For sure, Brian Bradford, 264.
Should be.
For all these supporters up there in Townsville, Brian's still doing laps. Still going around.
I think over on our far left we can see Paul Renouf. There we go. We're back on screen. 629, 697. In, we can see down the bottom right-hand corner 264, which was we just saw come over the finish line.
Brian Bradford,
which means Satori is in over on our left somewhere. Oh, there on our screen, Greg, the Campbell entry.
Yep.
Still motoring quite nicely. What a shot. What a beautiful scenery.
Especially from the air. Probably not so much in a race car.
Oh, Lockie's doing really well steering this car. He said it's a totally different animal. He said to me last night, I'm not going back to the old one. Greg goes, yeah, want to bet?
Well, this one's for sale, apparently. He said that if somebody wants to buy it, well, you're buying a pretty quick sort of a car, aren't you?
Cameron Grayson just leaving the start-finishing line. He obviously had a visit to the pits. 697 in the Can-Am.
Where is Lockie Campbell?
Well, there's only one car gone around him this morning that we saw.
He's only just entered the desert. So he's back a little ways.
Here we go. We're going to But now...
That looks like
Hartnett.
Hartnett, yeah, it does look like Russell Hartnett.
And right behind him, Bodie.
Bodie Tickner, gee, he's having a crack, isn't he?
There'll be an overtake here.
Because Harnett's no slouch.
That's
Be
handling
interesting.
very
We should
well.
be able to get this in the...
They're both 10 cars, but Brody's obviously a single-seater, so it's a bit lighter.
They're right behind each other on the rally safe as well, so we might actually see a manoeuvre in the desert, I would imagine. They're right near where our cameras are, so they might be able to get a pass. Shane's out there on the drone.
No.
Yeah, we got a little bit of background noise here. We've got 2 or 3 drones out there today. We've got a couple of cameras out there. This is just our infield right in front of the start-finish line. Tell you what, well, we've got a little quiet minute in here before we get back out into the desert. Hopefully see that overtake if there happens. We've got a couple of amazing sponsors on board. Steal It Australia.
Oh, how good
They've
are
put
they?
a phenomenal amount of energy and dollars into keeping this race the best.
Well, they made their first sale yesterday, didn't they?
Danny Brown.
Yeah.
That wasn't a sale, mate.
No,
He hasn't paid for them.
4 cans, yeah.
But Steal It Australia, they're here this weekend. They've put a lot into the Big Desert 480. ARB, which we know have been on side for a long time in the
ARB series, of
the
course.
championship, as
4x4.
well as
Championship
some of the
series or
race.
whatever you want to call it. But
the Mickey Thompson tyres and Raceline wheels also. So thank you for those for their support.
Yep.
6:28 over the finish line, and I just saw on the screen a second ago there, Stu Chapman looks like he's on the start of the rough section in the desert as well. So back on board with Clayton and Adam.
Great footage, in-car footage, how hard they're working in that car.
Don't forget the helicopter rides, ladies and gentlemen, out the back. We just saw the Chapmans go on a ride. Thumbs up. They said it was fantastic. And look who we've got in the line now. Dale Stanton.
92.
Dale Stanton's obviously been in the pits for a little while. That's why we missed him out on the circuit, Sandy.
They waved him straight out.
All the way from Griffith, New South Wales. Of course, there's a big contingent of off-road races come from Griffith.
Always has been, hasn't it? There's always been a big off-road area.
Stephen Bowie Graham, another person from up that area.
Ron Milton years ago, Les Sivia, the famous Les Sivia, and just goes on. Doug Ryan, it just goes on and on and on that list.
Certainly does. We've produced some champions out of Griffith.
Matty Burrows.
So I don't know what happened to Dale Stanton, but he's been in the pits for a little while rectifying something. But it certainly looks like on the infield here, what we're viewing now, it's running very well.
So Matt Burrows, who we're on board with here, is doing 52 k's an hour. That's the speed out there in that sand.
Wow. It does look faster, doesn't it?
It does look faster. I don't know how your back would go too much faster, but as we all know, if the buggies can get there, or if these cars can get up enough speed, they'll skim across the top of the whoops. But there's not many cars we've seen do that. I think I've only really seen Kyle Tucker's is the only one, and maybe I believe they say Bowie, which we haven't really seen out there either. But
how do the people at home get onto their phones and look this up so they can watch?
I'm literally just on. I've got the Rally Safe app.
Get the Rally Safe app. Type in
ARB Big Desert 480.
And up it'll come.
That'll show you the track layout. You can zoom in and out. Show you where your competitor that you're following, or all of the competitors will be. It's a little bit patchy. What it does show me is Kyle Tucker at a standstill. So I'm hoping that's not true.
True, yeah.
Because he's stopped, which means Clayton Chapman, and there's a monstrous gap currently on my screen between Clayton Chapman and Aaron Habe.
Wow. It wasn't.
Is that Sibbo we're on screen? It looks like Sibbo, doesn't it? Yellow frame under the orange frame under. Yeah, that's Peter Simpson on the screen, folks.
Yep.
Little bit slower in the desert than Kaminsky's car, wasn't it?
Yes. Even though it's a great handling car.
It did look like it was
There's
going
our
quite slow.
only Class 8, Michael Hackney, literally about to come around the finish line.
And we're yet to know what happened to Heath Whedon yesterday in the Class 7 car. I mean, went around really well all day and then was on the trail last night. So we haven't seen Heath. Of course,
MTR, NJR, is it? Off-road. NJR off-road. Good on him. He's
Michael Hackney, 888.
still travelling around quite well. Hello, and we've got the 88 car.
Yeah, 88, Mark DeGrouchy.
Mark DeGrouchy, Mark Hardman, I believe they will be the last car on track.
Still.
Yep.
But sounded like it was running faultlessly. The Racer
Engineering
car, beautiful
Gee,
car.
I tell you what, Sean Ratcliffe's got a lot of pickup in that car too. These 10 cars are phenomenal. Especially the
Absolutely.
single seaters. Obviously, even if you've got a slim down Navigator, you're still saving probably 100 kilos, aren't you?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Well,
With
by
the
the time
seat.
you put some gear on them and
With the seat belt and,
all
and the
seat
person.
and all that sort of stuff. So
Yep.
and
The
it's the
average
same power and
Class 10 car goes to about 1,000 kgs on the track, on the line. And you look at a two-seater car, it's up around 1,600 to 1,800 kilos, and some are 2 tonne on the line. And then your trophy truck's, of course, heavier than that. So it depends how much fuel they're carrying.
for example, Michael Hackney's coming in.
Yeah, Michael
Here now,
Hackney
he's
coming
obviously
in.
got an issue.
888 into the pits.
But that car there, it's 2.5 tonne.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, that's a
Full
lot,
drive. Yeah.
Where, obviously in the sandy conditions like that, a car that's lighter and more nimble will do a lot better out there in those conditions. Less chance of puncturing a tyre.
As our GPS comes up now for the rally safe, showing where all the vehicles are around the track.
And of course, when we hope to see Kyle Tucker complete this lap, and he should have. They normally give them about 40 minutes to an hour service break, refueling, rectifying any issues that they have with the car, and then they'll be back out on circuit.
So the last few cars through have hit the hour mark. That car, Paul Renouf in 6:20, that was an hour. Oh, Clayton Chapman through on his second lap.
Oh, there you go.
He snuck in on us,
Yeah,
didn't he?
yeah, and you were right.
No.
No Kyle Tucker.
No Kyle Tucker, so he's at a standstill out there.
Yeah.
So those other cars were the standard 92, and Michael Hackney's just came through. Michael Hackney came in at 103. So
Well, he snuck through. We wouldn't have known he was there. He's been and gone.
So Clayton Chapman certainly put in some hard yards in that lap, and he's got around Kyle Tucker. But Kyle Tucker, we don't know, ladies and gentlemen. He might just have a puncher or something like that. You lose on the average of about 10 minutes changing a tyre. And I will say that some people are quite faster, but the average time's about 10 minutes. And there we go. Look at Clayton Chapman going in there.
for his
Not
1 hour service break, I believe there's 1 hour.
Yeah, not a mark on that car. So he's been driving extremely well. Extremely well. So we're waiting to see Aaron Havey in next, if Kyle Tucker's stopped out there somewhere. And then, of course, we've got Mark Burrows, who we've seen on the screen. Looks like he's out on his own there, Glenn. No dust in front of him, no dust behind him.
No, he must think he's just out there on his own.
Yep. So how quick does it change, Sandy?
Yep. Unfortunate for Kyle, because he was doing some crazy times.
Well, mate, I've always said you can drive to kill a car too.
Clayton Chapman in with a 40 minutes and 40 seconds, 0.9.
Wow.
So a little bit slower than his last stage. I think he was literally the only guy to bust into the 39-minute bracket last lap. So
He's done the fastest time of the weekend so far. You won't
I don't
break that
think you would.
39-minute lap.
I wouldn't think so.
No, not as the track's getting rougher. It's getting tougher. So
But he's
Pup
going
on
to
your
have no
screen.
dust. No dust when he goes out after in the second 2 laps. That's for sure. At this stage.
who we got on there now?
Pup.
Oh,
Pup Tyrrell.
James Pup Tyrrell. Here's a guy that loves off-road racing, eats and breathes it. He's always talking about it. He always rings me up and asks me for a little bit of advice. The only thing he didn't ask me about was the advice on what rubber hose to buy for his power steering, Sandy, which blew off yesterday. He had oil all over his feet, just hot oil just everywhere over his feet and pedals, so that he had to stop out there and then retrieve the car last night. And fortunately, Rainbow is full of very good-hearted people, and one of the locals had some good hydraulic hose.
On the screen,
made
Aaron
the hose up.
Habe coming in, fellas.
Aaron Habe, yep.
So, I'll tell you what. Yeah, the Habe entry car 57 with Kyle Tucker out is now our second car, and the gap is huge. They get like Clayton literally just needs to roll around now, doesn't he?
Yes.
Basically. No, he doesn't know what that means, mate. We saw him at the last round last year.
He doesn't have to, go to 110%. He considered his 100%.
100%, yeah, that's
right. And not try and keep the car together. Not forgetting there's another 2 laps.
We've still got another hour and a half running.
2/3 of the way through.
Yep.
So,
but he's in a good position. He's not going to see dust in the second 2 laps. That's for sure that he's seen this morning.
No, well, an hour. He won't make up that hour on those other cars. On the last car on track, which just went around in front of him as he finished. So.
It's easy for us to say up in the box here to back off a little bit, but sometimes it actually gets rougher when you back off in the car.
Especially,
yeah, and if he's set a good pace that he likes and drives around at that, well, he'll win by a mile today here, Clayton Chapman. But
he certainly opened up a gap on Aaron Habe, that's for sure, because he gapped him after the first lap, but he's gapped him again. But Aaron is still out there. He's not far away.
Be interesting to know what happened to Kyle Tucker out there.
Yeah, well, we haven't really had too many reports come through of any breakages. No. It's only what we sort of
pick up
around,
ourselves.
Yeah, around out in the pits before, but...
there's Mark Burrows there in the distance.
He is too, so he might have even closed the gap onto Aaron
Habe, yeah.
Where's the Habe car?
I don't know, but those two are...
There's Habe.
Yeah, and look behind him.
Yeah, Burrows is right in behind him.
Gee whiz.
Yep, look at this.
Yeah, there he is. right in the dust.
Right in his dust, yep.
So what's happened there? Is Habe Habe's dropped back.
Well, his daughter might have, he was saying earlier on that his daughter was getting a bit of motion sickness, so maybe he's backed off a little bit. But I
think it's a bit of both. I think he might have backed off a bit, and I think, because Mark, we know, has had a dust-free run, so he's stepped it up a bit, and of course, now he's right in behind Habe. Interesting.
Still with only one car. Look at the gap between Chappie and these next 2. That's phenomenal.
Well, it would have to be 3 or 4 minutes.
Easy.
Yep. There's a big gap, and for the people at home that aren't watching this online and only listening, we've got Clayton Chapman come in after his first 2 laps, and he's come in with a 40-minute 40.9, which is a very good lap. Anything around a 40 flat here is a good lap. He broke the lap record on the first lap this morning with a 39-minute lap.
That's Mark Burrows.
All right.
We might have seen Matt Burrows. Who did we see come in then? Or was that the tail end of their...
And of course...
Aaron Habe was definitely there.
And someone right behind him.
Yep. No,
we're going to see it in within seconds anyway, I'd imagine.
We saw Aaron Habe go across the edge of the airport there.
But I would have thought I would have thought he'd be through by now.
Aaron,
everyone's looking down. Yeah, they're pointing down the bottom corner.
And we do have a drone in the sky there, so
yeah, Aaron stopped, has he, down the bottom? Yeah. There's.
Righto, we've got.
Wow.
We do have a drone.
Aaron Habe stopped. The crowd is telling us
up there. There's us, fellas, on the screen. We're right in that little square box right there. But he's just coming in for a battery change. So
here's Mark Burrows.
Mark Burrows.
Wow.
Whoa.
Second car in.
Hey, gee, you would. Hey, how lucky's Mark Burrows
Wow.
there? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I could see the smile on Mark's face
Havey
on
stopped
the box.
He stopped literally 1 kilometre from the finish line down the bottom here. Somewhere.
Gee whiz.
Yeah,
That's unbelievable.
I can see all the crowd are looking
It
over
seems
the fence.
to have. Yeah, I might run down to the pits and start having a yap with the boys, but I believe Havey's hit a tree, fellas.
Oh,
so
is that right?
hopefully he's okay. But I'm sure once the drone heads skyward, then we'll see that again. But unfortunate for them, and it literally is only a kilometre from the finish line. We can't quite see it, I don't think, from here. But
And you know yourself as a racer, Sandy, you're chasing somebody all day, and you know the Havey's in front of you in that green car. Mark Burrows is saying, I just can't get on him, and all of a sudden there he is stopped.
yeah,
And that's
All
when
right.
that's
I'm
when
gonna
you
go
have
down
that
and-
big smile on your face.
I'm going to go down and get the gossip. So I'll chat to you boys in a minute.
Yeah, well, that's good. We're sending Sandy down the pits. He's going to get down there and get all the news, walk around with a mic and get a few interviews happening. So don't
the
go and
Bowie.
make a cup of coffee yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like the Bowie car is going to be the third car in.
Look at this car of Mark Burrows. It hasn't got any dirt on it. Looks like it hasn't even done the race, Glenn.
Yeah, Clayton Chapman's are very similar.
Golly, unbelievable. And on screen now, we're on with Matt Burrows. Matthew Burrows. He's been driving extremely well today. We've got the drone heading down to that bottom corner down there now where we've got Aaron Havey, who, on a report, Sandy said that Aaron had actually clipped a tree.
Jeez, he doesn't make many mistakes.
Oh, he has
Has
too.
too.
Gee whiz. That didn't move.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Oh, that big J-arm front end is bent right back.
He had no one in front of him either. He was
No.
dust free. He's
Well, that little Can-Am was in front of him, so he
Oh.
might have just come out of that corner, changed enough gears. He's
Oh,
getting
look
out
at
of the car now, but he's done a lot of damage there, ladies and gentlemen.
He's gone straight into that tree. There's the footage there as Bowie goes through in third position on the road.
Yep, and look who's right behind him, Kaminsky.
Oh, Kaminsky he's put in a blinder, 434.
He's caught up with Bowie Graham. Oh, and there's Aaron Havey backing off the tree, and certainly done a lot of damage to that.
He's hit it square on in front, straight into that tree. Didn't move.
Well, he hit it right on the wheel on the top arm on the right-hand side, and they're all pointing in the wrong direction. But
He's safely out of the car.
Aaron will be beating himself up over that. I know Aaron loves his cars. He loves everything to do with these cars. He's got his daughter in with him. He's always looking after her safety. And to make a mistake like that, and as you can see in the drone footage, that tree has not moved one bit, Glenn.
No, and literally in sight of the finish line for the end of, the second section, lap 4.
Yeah.
As we've got in-car footage now of car number 3.
Matthew Burrows,
Matthew Burrows.
He's coming up towards the start-finish line, just past the incident. Matthew slows down to walking pace. And, of course, he can accelerate up now, up to the top end of this straight, and then he turns right through the gate and then comes at us over the start-finishing line. So it's a nice little straight, that one. You get about 160 k's up this straight. And then you've got a right-hand turn, big slide, power on through here. And then coming up towards the start-finish line, this will be a nice big jump from Matthew Burrows. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Burrows...
And, of course, Matthew's got our onboard camera on today, and he's doing a fantastic job. So that's 2 Burrows cars home. So on the road, we've got Clayton Chapman. We did have Aaron Havey, but he's snotted a tree there. Wouldn't even be a kilometre from the finishing line. Tommy Burrows is out. Mark Burrows, so...
He's in second.
Mark Burrows is sneaking up into second place, Glenn.
Yep.
And then, of course, we've got Stephen Bowie Graham, Brett Kaminsky, Matthew Burrows. They're all in the mix. It's getting more interesting as the laps go on. And as we set up here in the box earlier, we will probably only have 15 of these cars over the finishing line at the end of the day, parked out here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a good day's racing again.
Yep, we'll get these cars in now for a 45-minute service. 45-minute to an hour. Not quite sure. It's either.
So while we've got a little break here today, Glenn, we've got 5 minutes. We mightn't find it later on the day. Glenn and I have been commentating now for over 25 years, and would it be 25?
Oh, it is for me.
yeah, probably 25 years, and we've been all over the countryside. We've been extremely fortunate to be up in the combox and bring all the news to everybody and all the reports and all the action. And we've decided to call it a day. So this is our last call for forever.
It's a sad day for us, but it's not like we've got the off-road dust in our veins, so it's not like we're going to walk away from the sport. That's for sure, Darren. But
you'll still see us at the tracks, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come along because off-road racing's in our blood, and we love to see all our friends. And Glenn's been in off-road racing and I for 47 years. So and we love it to bits. But I think it's time now that some new blood stepped up into the box, and we had some new people come up and do a bit of commentary. It's not a hard job. It's a job that once you start it, you just love it to bits, don't you, Glenn?
Oh, you do. It's hard to walk away from it, but unfortunately, Darren and I are both in our late 60s now, and it's time to hand the microphones over to some of the younger brigade up north, and there's some good, capable people in the industry that certainly do a good job of this in the future, and. We've had a ball. It's been a great ride, and in our off-road experience over the years, and it's been a fabulous thing. I just hope that everyone's enjoyed our crap that we've been kind of broadcasting through the microphones and through the waves over the years. But we only can do our best with what we've got available, and. This is as good a setup now these days. They've come a long way, haven't they, Darren?
They
standing in a
have.
paddock with a microphone in our hand.
Well, we've been fortunate enough to be all over Australia, down to Tasmania, Canberra. We've been everywhere with off-road racing. So it's certainly been our life.
And what about the friends we've met along the way? Well, we've got friends in every state and every capital city and every country town around Australia. I'm sure we can travel around and just ring anybody at any time. But
go and have a coffee with them or a cup of tea.
Oh, that's for sure.
We've certainly made a lot of friends in off-road racing. But anyway, I'd like to get those few words in while the action's not happening on the circuit here today, and we want to thank you all for listening to us. So we've been getting back to the action, Glenn.
And say hello to everyone out there, and it would be great to catch up at some stage. But it's a sad day for us, but every good thing comes to an end at some stage, and unfortunately today's our day, and this is our moment. And I hope you're enjoying what we're broadcasting through the waves to you today out there, and all the best. And we look forward to finishing the day off well here. But anyway, we see a bit of dust in the distance, so that means there's vehicles on the way, but it's certainly...
there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, it's certainly opened up. We've had the first, 5 or 6 vehicles through, and now we've got a bit of a gap.
All right, so now we're going to have Sandy down in the pits. He's going to talk to some of the competitors who've done 2 laps today.
Thank you, boys. We're down here. I'm going to sneak straight over to our car 15, our current fastest car on track. I know they're flat out working on this car. I did see there, I don't know what you're talking about up there because I can't hear much down here, but I did see the 2 Burrows cars currently sitting 2nd and 4th, which is our overall, that is. Where's our man of the hour? Let's just... He's behind us here, Clayton, Adam. I just let them do their thing. They have got a certain amount of time, obviously, to do all their service work. I see Rob's underneath the car. I know you've got plenty to do, mate. I don't know what happened to Kyle out there, but I'm sure you were a little relieved. You've got a massive lead.
Yeah.
You've got a massive lead.
Yeah, he was just pulled over, sitting in the car, still gave his thumbs up out the window, so we slowed down, just made sure it was all good. But it's a big relief. It's also a bummer too, you know. It's always it was a close competition, and man, there's nothing like being successful in an event with competition. So we feel for him, you know, breaking down like that with the speed he had on. It was awesome. We couldn't touch him in the rough out there, man. He was quick. So
your next closest is now Mark Burrows.
Oh, right.
Haby's had a little incident over the back here. The boys might have spoken about a minute ago. Just hit a tree on the way in.
Oh, you're kidding.
Literally in front of us here.
Oh, it's devastating.
Your car feeling good?
Yeah, I thought I had a bit of a steering issue, but you can't find anything wrong, so it must be all emotional.
You look very calm and collected on the camera, mate.
Yeah, we try to be in the car. So that's what the full faces are good for. You can't see the fear.
The next competitor now is Mark, and I'm going to say it was a massive difference in time.
Right,
massive difference. So,
right, okay. I haven't really looked at much
not really
yet,
breathing room. You can't really say there's much breathing room because, you know, it's only one flat tyre away from whatever. But obviously the car's going well. Dad's underneath.
Yeah, put some grease
doing
in the
his
CVs, and then hope we go do a couple more laps, hey, and also hope my little brother comes
and even
around the fast 10 car.
Stu was doing really well before as well, so it'd be good to see him come in as well.
Yeah, bring it home strong, hopefully, eh?
All right, well,
awesome.
Good luck, mate. We'll see you at the finish line. There you are, Clayton Chapman, your current leader, and we're going to wander over to the Burrows camp and have a quick yap with the two Burrows cars if we can. They'll be going flat out as well because we know there's a massive gap between Clayton and Mark's car, but in between those two, we had who do we have in between those two? Sorry, this is on the overalls, was Bowie in the Class 10 car. So I'm just going to sneak under here. It's a bit hard down here, but we'll sneak in here. We've got some people doing fueling over here, so we'll come over to see if we can sneak a word with Mark somewhere. Who I know they've got lots to do, but we do like to get some words, keep out of their way. Mark, can we have a second when you can?
Yeah.
Hey, mate. Unluckily for some, but luckily for you, we've had a couple dropouts there, and you're currently in second, and Matty in fourth.
Yeah, the cars.
This is overall,
well.
Obviously.
The cars are going well. Yeah, Matthew's going really well. He'd be first in his class, so that's the name of the game, mate. You've got to get him to the finish line, don't you? So we've got 2 laps to go, and it's going to be tough.
And there's a big gap between you and Clayton. Like, Clayton's actually got a fair gap still. And then we've had Kyle Tucker drop out in front of Clayton, unfortunately for him. Not sure why yet, but his car was sitting up on that rough stuff out in the desert quite well. This looked like it was taking a little bit more of a beating today.
Yep, no, that's right. No, it's just.
I know you wound some compression into it last night, but
no, I think we don't know what to do with it at this stage. So no, we're happy with it. It's all going well. So
no issues with the car.
No, she's going well. So we're ready to slip right back into it.
Okay, I'll let you go and do your thing because I haven't got much time. They are Mark Burrows, and I don't know where Matty is, but they're all fueling, so we kind of got to keep away from the cars a bit. They've got fire extinguishers. Everyone's got to have full length gear on. And the only one we really want to have a quick yap to at this minute is Bowie, who's right behind us over here. So we might just do a U-turn. We'll go over and see if we can snaffle him for a second, and then we might head back up to you guys if that's all right. We'll just go over and have a quick word to Bowie. But I tell you what, that's an interesting change just at the last minute there, wasn't it? And here's our second of our Chapman entries coming in. It's good to see Stu in that other 10 car. So Clayton was a little worried, but he was doing quite well. I'll come over and have a quick word with Bowie just because we can annoy him. When you got a second, Bowie? Just seeing the fuel cap go back on there, so as soon as that fuel cap goes back on, we're all good to come in. He loves it, chat. Tell you what, mate, Class 10 car right up the pointy end, and we know you can do it because we've seen you in action before, but the car obviously is doing really well. You guys are feeling good in the car. There's no communication errors, obviously.
No, communication's good. Car's a bit ordinary in the real big holes, but yeah, no, we're having fun. It's good. It's just keeping it on the track.
And out in that rough stuff, a couple of people said you came past them like they weren't even there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We didn't see anything.
This was yesterday, you know. They said this car came past like doing twice the speed as they were. Yeah. And the only other car I saw sitting up nicely in that rough stuff was Kyle Tucker's, who's now out. So sitting you in second currently. Yeah,
right. Well, that's good. Never been there before, so hopefully we might tone it down a little bit and make it to the finish now because, like I say, it's right on the edge of,
Oh, sorry, I'm sitting you third.
No,
sorry,
I'm happy wherever I am, as long as we're still going.
Yeah, so there's currently Clayton, Mark, you, Matt.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah.
So
hopefully it'll stay that way. We'll get better.
So the car's all good to go?
Yeah,
no
good.
Issues?
Bit of fuel and, we're good to go.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see you at the finish line,
Righto.
mate. Good luck. There you go. We'll go back up to you guys up the top. That's our top 4 cars at the moment, currently standing down in the pit area. We can't get too far down there, and there's a few cars out, so we'll head back up to you fellas, and we'll see you in a minute.
Thanks, Andy. Well, that's a good little insight of what's been going on during the race. And, of course, as Sandy was interviewing the drivers down there, we've had a few more cars come in over the line, and we've had, of course, Craig Barnett we saw go across the line. Brett Kaminsky came in, and Bodie Tickner, Glenn, wasn't he going today?
Yeah, he's driving really, really hard.
Anyway, we're going to have an ad break. And Glenn and I are going to have a drink, and we'll get back into it very shortly. Thank you very much.
Righto, folks, we're back after a little break. The Wellsies have been down and grabbed all of the food, so there might be some scraps left down there for you. But Clayton Chapman's rolling back around to the start line again for his last section of the weekend. 2 laps. He's currently leading by a phenomenal amount of a phenomenal gap. He's got 13 minutes on Mark Burrows, 13 minutes and 38 seconds. Then Steve Bowie Graham. This is overall time. This isn't what you probably or possibly are seeing. The cars placed out there today may be in a different time due to yesterday's section. So there he is, Clayton Chapman, who we were running on board with earlier on.
Yeah, and they looked very busy there in that break, fueling it up. I presume he'd be using lots of fuel. And
not much else. That was it.
That was it.
Fuel and a little bit of grease in the CVs.
Great. Yeah, Mark looked like he was working feverishly there.
He said Kyle Tucker was pulled over, just had a thumbs up out the window. They slowed down to see he was okay, and off they went again. So he's not too sure what went wrong there. But and I haven't seen Haby's car come back in from over the back there.
No, I just said to Glenn a minute ago they must have retrieved it by now. But when you were down in the pits, we had very good drone footage of him backing off the tree.
Yeah.
And he hit the tree really hard on the upper and lower arms on the right-hand side.
And as we see, Kyle Tucker literally just drove across the finish line in front of us.
Really?
Just then.
Wow.
So he's obviously gotten going, sorted out his issue, whatever it may have been, but that means he's lost an hour, a solid hour.
Gee whiz. But I'd still go out there and have a crack.
Yeah, I mean, we all know he was absolutely flying earlier on.
It's all about points. It's all about points, mate, as you know. You got to accumulate points.
So, yeah, currently Clayton Chapman with 2 hours 41, 39 seconds. Mark Burrows with a 2:55.18. Bowie in the 1065 car with a 2:57.11. Matty Burrows with a 2:59.51. The only 4 cars under the 3 hour running mark. Hartnett in 5th in a 10 car.
Very good.
Lockie Campbell in 6th in 6:51 side by side. That's crazy. Barnett's with a 3 hours and 8 minutes. This is our total run time, not today's fastest laps or anything. Bodie Tickner currently 8th with a 3 hours and 9 minutes 54 seconds. Stu Chapman in another 10 car. We've got 4, 5, 10 cars in the top 10. That's crazy. He's in 3 hours 15, and then Sean Ratcliffe rounding out our top 10 with 3 hours 18. And still Clayton Chapman with the only one out there to bust that 40-minute mark on a lap. So that's pretty good effort.
It'd certainly be nice if someone down in the pits could come up and tell us what happened to Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
And then we could let the whole world know.
Satorian, he'll be in on his service break. And Clayton must have a lot of fresh air in front of him now. A lot of fresh air. I'm just going to bring up the rally safe there.
Now,
because I'm seeing over a third of a lap in front of Clayton free.
Now tell me, Sandy, do they start in 30-second intervals again,
nope.
or in
they're on their
running time?
Running time. Yep.
Okay, so we'll know exactly. We'll set our watch and see what the gap is between him and Mark Burrows.
Well, Mark hasn't even come up to the start line yet or anywhere near it, and Chapo's on the start line, so you said 13 minutes, so...
Yeah, there's currently 13 minutes and 38 seconds. There's Taylor Apostoles.
It's going to seem like forever, isn't it?
Yep. Isn't Taylor doing a good job?
Yeah, fantastic.
There's Clayton Chapman away in car 15.
Current race leader with a monstrous gap after Kyle Tucker dropped out in that last lap, unfortunately. So,
well, good to see him get it home, though, an hour late, but at least he got it home. So whatever the issue was, they corrected it and got it back.
So we'll see in a minute what... sorry, the times... I'm just going down to try and see some of these times where Taylor was being the last one over the line there. Here, 3 hours and 49 minutes run time. Just ahead of Simon Tucker overall. Matt Hummer with 4 hours 31 because he had a big issue yesterday too, didn't he? 697.
And I was just talking to Chris Hummer in the pits, and I said, I noticed that Matt's doing a lot better today, no stoppages, and he said no, he's actually lifted the right foot and taking it easy, so that's good to see.
Taylor and Kristen in for their break in front of us. We're on board, following Chappie out there, and look at those shots of Chappie. You can see the dust hasn't eased off out there.
No, it certainly hasn't.
However, he has a dust-free run in front of him.
Good to see. Good to see he's taking it easy. Sandy.
Yeah. Well, the pressure's I did say to him down there, you know, the pressure's off a little bit in some ways, but once again, it's only a flat tyre. He's got 13 minutes up his sleeve, so that's plenty enough time to flip a belt back on or change a tyre and still maintain a solid lead.
Yes, correct. Yeah, he's certainly in a good position, but doesn't look like he's backing off too much. Certainly got heaps of pace with his infield. Wind's up, just changed direction slightly, but in a good way. It's still heavily from our left to right, so behind the cars as they leave the start line. Very clear.
And then we're just watching an overtake manoeuvre
on the finish
20
line.
metres for the finish line.
Wow.
And that's 666 car's got something going on in the back end there. No?
Yeah,
It looks a little bit low in the left rear.
Yeah, I reckon.
They also have no spare tyre.
Looks
on
like
the
a
back.
flat back left.
Maybe a broken arm or something. Possibly.
He's got to the finish. That's the main thing anyway.
Yeah.
They normally got a bunch of spares, these guys. As we've got
Clayton on
Chapman.
his way out down the chute on the way out to the road jump. Hopefully our drone can get him all the way out to the road jump at the top of the screen there. I don't think our drone's going to catch him though, is it?
No, I doubt
What
it.
a shot.
So still no sign of anyone to start the final two laps other
There he
than our
is.
first car. And there
Chappie
he goes.
over the road jump. It's a very fast, flat track on the way out.
Certainly is.
Very few hills. There's a few hills out in the desert, though. A few hills out in the desert. They get the soft, sandy, rough stuff up and down following the edge of the desert. But
I can remember last year there was a little short step up, about 30 feet in sand, and the cars were all getting stuck there. As we see Mark Burrows pulling out onto the grid now.
And Bowie is also on his way out to the grid behind him.
I've got the stopwatch running here, Sandy, to see. I pushed it a fraction late as Clayton Chapman left the line, but it'll give us a
indication of where they're running on today's race time rather than our overall times, like I was saying before.
Absolutely. I might even leave it running to try and see what sort of lap time we get on the first lap with him too. See whether he's backed off or what he's doing. But as I say that, we can see Brian Bradford on our left turning right down to the start-finishing line. Of course, Brian's finishing his second lap. The boys are all the way down from Townsville in the Class 2 car. So there we go. They've finished 2 laps for the day. 2 more to go. They're an hour service break. It is an hour, isn't it, Sandy?
Yeah.
And then they're back out on the circuit.
So by 1 o'clock today, we should know who's won.
Yes. Yep, it'll be all over by about 1 o'clock, I would think.
Or even earlier. Mark Burrows and Bowie, Class 10 car, sitting third outright in Australia's
one of the
toughest races.
In Australia. But that's not unusual. Bowie's always there, isn't he? He's always in the top 10. Every race that I've been to, and Glenn and I have done the commentary at, we always look and Bowie's there.
He is in a Burrows sandwich.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a Burrows sandwich, yeah. And I heard him say to you out there, when you told him where he was running, he said, you're third. And he said, oh, good, as long as I'm third at the end of the day. And winning class 10.
He's pretty chillaxed, actually.
Yeah, he's laid back, isn't he?
I don't like getting in their faces. Well, I don't mind it. They mind it.
Yeah,
getting in their faces, especially when they've only got an hour. If they've got any problem with the car, there's any,
And these guys, the drivers, they like doing all their own stuff. I mean, they've got a service crew helping them, but
they like knowing what's going on with the car.
Like knowing, well, we all do. There's the old full ball racing, 264 going past.
Clayton sitting in 4th gear. You can see on the screens, 5th gear.
I don't know how Adam just keeps looking at those course
and I'm just looking at Clayton's dash. It's just saying neutral. I'm thinking, so there might be an issue with his selector switch there, telling him what gear's what.
Yeah, it's certainly moving, so it's not in neutral.
And there's Brett Kaminsky coming out in the line, the big trophy truck. Of course, he's made some time up too, hasn't he?
Certainly has.
I think he came in.
He come in just behind Matthew Burrows, I think.
Yeah, he did.
So...
Well, Clayton's well on his way out. 220 kilometres an hour, folks. With that little onboard before with Clayton Chapman. It's currently sitting at. Right now, we're doing 220 k's an hour.
It's been 7.5 minutes, and Mark Burrows is away. So there we go. It's about a 7.5 minute gap between
road gap.
Yeah, between the two of them. That's on road.
That's even a big gap, isn't it?
That is a big... Well, 7.5 minutes. I mean, how quick do you change a tyre, though, Sandy? If you get a puncher, it soon evaporates quickly that time.
Especially
And this sport's a cruel sport.
Mark had a slow exit on that corner there, didn't he?
There is a couple of big trees in that corner. I know that because my son hit one of them one year.
He's probably trying to get to the lake.
Never shifted it either.
No. As we just saw, I said to Glenn that when Habe hit that tree down the bottom there, Aaron Habe, and he backed off it, it didn't even take the bark off it.
Yeah, right.
It's been there for a long time, that tree, and it'll be there a lot longer too. He must have, for him to make that mistake like that, Sandy, it's unlike him to do.
Yeah, very clean driver.
Yeah, I reckon he must have been in someone's dust or something went on there for him.
Might have been in his own dust because there's a U-turn down there.
That's exactly right.
So he could have well been in his own dust.
Yep. And here we have Mark Burrows coming around, do a lap of our infield. Very smooth driver, Mark. And he's a very mechanical driver. He can look after vehicles. He knows if he's got a little rattle or a squeak, and he knows how to massage them around. And when you go to every racetrack all over Australia, I've noticed that he's always there. He's always there. He mightn't be the fastest, but at the end of the day, he accumulates the points, and at the end of the year, he wears them down with points. And that's why he's 8-time Australian champion. But his preparation is second to none. I must say, every time I've spoken to Mark on the phone, he's always in the shed working on the cars. And now he's got two to look after him. Of course, Matthew helps him a bit, but Matthew lives away from the farm, so Matthew does what he can.
As the Bowie car is away. Probably a couple of minutes, I'd say, after Mark. Oh, and straight away.
This will be interesting because Kaminsky might even see an overtake in the arena, or I doubt it.
And he's in front of Matty Burrows, which is... Yeah.
Which that could... now, Kaminsky obviously is way down the order due to yesterday's gearbox issue.
Yes. Yeah.
For the outright standing this weekend.
Correct.
But the two Burrows cars and Bowie are fairly close together. So realistically, we could see two of the Burrows on the podium.
Well, it'd be nice to see, and I'm
Somehow?
sure Sharon down there in the bus would be hoping for that. Look at that phone just lit up, and I got a text here from Ronnie Schmidt. And it's good to see Ronnie up there in New South Wales. And he says, "Hi, Darren. Bowie's car is the first car in Class 10 to run a torque converter." So obviously Ron had a lot to do with the installation of that torque converter in Bowie Graham's car. And yes, Ron, it's going extremely well today, mate. So and our regards up to you and your wife up there in New South Wales. Ron's been an extremely good gearbox builder all his life, hasn't he, Glenn?
Yeah, he's certainly been around a long time. Of course, ex-competitor. Ronnie Schmidt was a competitor with us back in the 80s, and he's done a great job through
He's got more hair than you and I too, I think. Ron, last time I saw him.
Obviously, yes. Yeah.
We won't talk about hair jokes. We've got Sandy sitting between us.
Matty Burrows is off the line on your far right side of your screen, but
Dale Stanton just went across the line then, and that was the Andy's second lap because he came into the pits after lap 1, and Dale Stanton did a beautiful big jump at the finishing line here.
Is Kaminsky already closing that gap, you think, between him and Bowie?
It
looks like it, doesn't it?
Looks like it. And
a little bit.
He's going to really test him out when they get out to the desert.
Yeah.
Oh, I reckon he'd have to catch him, wouldn't
But, you know, Bowie's car, 3 or 4 people said Bowie's car sits up on top of the sand.
Yes.
Like Kyle's was earlier. And I even said to Mark, Mark Burrows' car seemed to be really...
It's wearing every hole,
It's bouncing through every hole instead of bouncing across the holes.
It's not nice. And Mark's, done a lot of shocker testing at home at Christmas time, and he still hasn't rectified the issues that he's got with that car. So
that gap here, look at that gap.
Yeah, not a lot in it.
No.
He's already closed that gap a massive amount.
Now, here's a guy coming up on the start line now, which...
Yep.
I'm trying to get the speed on Chappie who's on your screen there.
Clayton Chapman. Look at the dust trail behind him. In-car footage.
He's nearly at the edge of the desert. So...
No, he's at the 20k mark. They're live streaming that from the 20k mark. Lee's just sent me a text that they've got the drone up.
There you go. There you go. He's just dropped into the edge of the...
There you
the
go.
edge of the desert there.
Great footage.
Split screen, in-car footage and aerial footage. Is that correct?
Yep. Doesn't get flustered, does he, Chapo? He just sits up there.
Always smiling.
Yep, absolutely.
Always smiling.
But when you think about it, he's been around for a long time, Sandy. He started off in that four-wheel drive years ago. I remember he had that girl from Channel 7 used to ride with him, navigate with him. Remember there was a show on TV?
That's right.
Yeah, I can't think of her name. Kate somebody went in with him and navigated for him for years. And I think at the time he went up to the Institute up in Canberra and did a Sports Institute. We sent him up there as our representative for the off-road drivers. So he's done a lot for the sport, and he certainly now, since he's got into this Razorback that he's driving now. Geez, back in the day, I can remember, Glenn, we used to say, how big's that Razorback car?
Yeah. And now they're, I heard whisper, they're building
the Razorbacks. Yeah, that's right.
The Chapmans are. So
yeah, they bought the licence to build those Razorbacks up there in New South Wales. So
because they were built in South Australia, weren't they?
Yeah, they certainly were. But no, they're a nice car. They've got it all working. No one back in the day would ever think about putting a 6-cylinder Toyota inline 6-cylinder in the back. But he had one in the back of that, and I think back in the day,
Andy Ryan had one too.
He did indeed. Yes. In that big.
Andy Ryan won Griffith.
He won Griffith one year with it in.
Yeah,
blitzed everyone.
Here's Clayton. Looked Like he was going a little bit slow there for a second, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's just...
don't moz him now, Sandy. Come on.
Oh, it might have been our internet.
Who's that stopped there?
No, that's the
connection. Sorry.
Yeah.
As 201 comes through now, he's dropped back a bit.
Way back
to our first Class 2 competitor, and that was the other way round all weekend.
Yeah, well, Brendan Forsman's just come across the line to complete his second lap.
So he's had issues, but he's still going. It still looked like it was going okay, but he's had issues out there on the second lap. As we go to the in-car footage, Matt Burrows,
currently fourth outright for the weekend, and fourth on track.
Fourth on track, yeah, behind Kaminsky.
Fifth. Yeah, two Burrows. We've got Clayton, Mark, Bowie, Kaminsky, and Matson. Kaminsky. It'll be interesting to see what's happened between Kaminsky and Bowie. Hopefully, if there's an overtake there, it's nice and clean.
Just heading down earlier, down to the road jump, though, he wouldn't have been 50 metres behind Bowie.
Definitely closed the gap.
Brendan Forsman going past the box there. He's going in for his hour's break.
We've got a few lined up ready to go out, and Lockie and Greg Campbell next off the mark.
They're on the line. Certainly are.
Once again, fifth or sixth position.
Unbelievable. This place. Wow. Just to see a side by side there in amongst the gaggle of trucks and buggies is just astounding.
Well, when you look who's behind him,
Great.
Gee whiz. And that Bodie Tickner, he's doing extremely well in that single-seater Alumacraft.
There he goes, Lockie Campbell. Currently sitting sixth. Hartnett's currently sitting fifth.
Yeah, Hartnett's
outright time is what I'm getting at.
Going very well. Yesterday he had a little bit of an incident with Pup out in one of the dunes there. He came up behind Pup in the dust, and there was a heap of dust, and they couldn't see where they're going, and Russell gave him Pup a bit of a tap in the back. Nothing real serious, but it just goes to show you that in the dust out there, it's not all easy, ladies and gentlemen, passing people. There he
goes.
Russell Harnett off the line.
Long-time competitors all the way down too from Brisbane, Gold Coast. As 88 goes through, the Hardman and Gorchi car. DeGrucci.
Yeah, Mark DeGrucci, who's driving it this weekend, and Mark Hardman's in the left-hand seat, navigating. So we've got Craig Barnett on the line too. Of course, Craig would be glad that he worked all night to rectify those issues he had with a
flex plate,
loose torque converter on the drive plate. It certainly made a bit of a mess in there, but didn't lose any time with it. And Craig's out on his third lap for today.
Got some drone footage of who's that there?
There's Barnett.
Barnett, is it? Off the start line?
And not far behind him.
Bodie Tickner.
Yeah. Yeah, Bodie Tickner. Of course, I'm sure he's got the whole family here this weekend for his first drive for a long time. I don't even think, I know we used to race. My son Daniel used to race against Bodie at Millicent every year. He had a very successful little red car that him and his father had built, or his father and him had built.
Looks like Stu Chapman may have been late to his start time.
Yeah, they called him
straight through. So both Chapman cars still going. We haven't had word what happened to Kyle yet earlier on.
No, not a word. And I'm sure somebody will come over and let us know in the box what happened to Kyle Tucker.
Russell Hartnett. Only got a few more corners before he disappears too. We've got around the famous Lake Wells.
Well, doesn't that look great today, Sandy?
Could probably take your fishing boat down there, couldn't you? Throw a line in.
I bought my Speedos in. I might go for a swim later.
I'll watch.
We're swimming in it here, mate.
Yeah, there's plenty of it going on around here, that's for sure. But, yeah, we've got a nice sign down there for us. Lake Wells, named it, 3 or 4 years ago or something?
Yeah. It was good of the council put that up.
Didn't they really?
Apparently they're going to put a bronze statue just in front of it, Clint.
What, of you or me? Oh, dear.
There's a lot of... I think wasn't there a total of 6 or 7 single-seat Class 10s here this weekend?
Yes, there was 10 overall, and I think most of them were single-seaters.
Got Johnny Radcliffe on the line too, lined up.
I reckon on our screen this is going to be Mark Burrows, because there's been about a 5 or 6 minute gap, and Clayton, this was the shot out at the 20k marker here, so I'm going to say that that's Mark Burrows coming into the screen. He's on board with Chappie. Burrows is just out on the edge of the desert. Car 1054 is sitting out there, which is Simon Gubbins. We didn't see him come in again, did we? So Mark Burrows is not far off going around him right there. So that's Mark there, and Simon Gubbins is sitting on the sidelines somewhere around this shot as well.
Very clear day, isn't it? Very windy, which is great. Little bit chilly still. We've still got our jumpers on. Haven't needed to run the air conditioner in here yet today, which we had going most of yesterday.
All day yesterday.
Saying 27 and windy, and sounds about right.
Matt Burrows, you're on board with, who I reckon Matt must be getting close to getting out to the edge of the desert there as well. Travelling about just 160k an hour. There's Mark on the left, Matt on the right. 2 Burrows entries on the screen. Can you look at Mark's car getting thrown in and out of those holes? It's definitely can't get up on top, can it?
Can't get any rhythm.
Yeah, you'll get it right.
He's clearing a few.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But Mark won't give in on that. He'll sort it out. It's only a new car, so he's been sorting out a lot of other little issues with it, and I'm sure he'll get on top of that suspension and sort out all the shock absorber issues that he's got at the moment. That's what it is. Why the car's doing that. It's a very well built car when you look at it. That Monk car, extremely good. And once they get a few more of them out there too, they'll be able to share data on both of them, and or 2 or 3 of them, and then come together with a good package. A bit like Jimco's. When you go and buy a Jimco, they tell you exactly you'll need these shock absorbers, and this will make it work, and that's how it goes.
Just go by history. Alumacraft the same, I'd say.
And Monk Fab at the moment haven't got all that data to do that. So once they get it right, and then they'll pass it down to all their
future
customers. And of course, unless you don't like him, of course, Sandy doesn't get it. Yeah.
Clayton and Adam look very relaxed in there, really, for what they're going through.
Yeah, you wonder how their necks are. They must have really good, strong neck muscles. Those harness devices do a good job. As you can see, looking at Clayton Chapman's car there, you can just see the back of the harness device, which is clipped onto his helmet, and therefore mainly for a severe impact, that your head doesn't travel forward at a great rate of knots, and it keeps your head on your shoulders if you hit something hard, as Havey did over here before. And that, the Hans device is new technology in the last 10 or 12 years. I would have said you've used them.
Yeah.
Sandy?
Oh, yes. Yeah, a couple of... I had one big rollover without one prior to us needing them.
Of course, when I raced for years, we had none of that. We just had a helmet on our heads.
I tried telling somebody the other day, the first race I ever did, we didn't even wear helmets. We had a seatbelt in a car that was taped so it wouldn't retract.
You're not that old, Sandy. Come on.
I'm not kidding. Seriously.
Really?
Yeah. And then we bought in helmets. Then we bought in fire extinguishers. And then the rules started from there. That was prior. This is not off-road racing.
Yep.
But
I'm all for safety rules in motorsport, mate. Anything 100%. They can bring in that make it safer, as we've seen in F1.
Well, I saw in the Philippines, we got them to bring in a rule where you had to wear shoes.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yeah.
Good.
We were able
not thongs.
Yeah. No, your shoes.
Oh, your shoes.
It's just shoes in general.
Shawnee Radcliffe off the line.
Good. I know we saw just a minute ago Kaminsky and Bowie out in the desert, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah. When they left here, they were very close.
And they were right on the start of the rough section. So there we have. That's Kaminsky there, isn't it? That's Kaminsky. And I can't see Bowie, whether he's rounded him up or not, but that's clearing those whoops too, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace on his clearing the whoops. He's got a lot more suspension travel, obviously, than most of the others.
Peter Simpson away from the line.
Andy Andrews' car right behind him, 137.
Richard Andrews doing well too. Quiet Achiever, and then of course we've got Pup Tyrrell lining up. It's good to see today, Glenn, that Pup's car's been going all day.
Yep.
Just goes to show you how one little hose can just put you out. But anyway, you learn by your mistakes, they tell me. And in off-road racing, we've all made those.
No.
You do some things and you think it's right, and then all of a sudden it bites you. You can sit in the shed and work on an off-road car all your life and look at it and think, what could possibly go wrong with that?
Oh, Kaminsky, stationary.
Oh, no. Puncher.
Looking like a puncher. Navigator's out. Yeah. Be interesting. Hopefully we can get to sit and watch this, how long he's got for a spare tyre change. Now, knowing that Kaminsky isn't even really in the running because he missed that lap yesterday, so he's way down the field. It's not going to affect his place so much. He's probably really more just getting some seat time.
I reckon I might have pulled off the track a little bit further than that to change the tyre, though. But anyway.
Well, it's taken the pressure off Bowie, hasn't it?
The problem with all this is...
Bowie's sort of can go and do his own thing a bit now, maybe.
I can see a lot of problems there where the jack will be going into that soft sand and going nowhere and won't lift the car up. So
that's probably why they got their max tracks even to sit that on. He's fluffing about a little bit there, isn't he?
Yep.
I don't know where Bowie is. If Bowie will be long gone by now anyway, I would imagine.
For sure.
If he did overtake him, they were only at the start of the desert, remember? So
I said to you earlier on, we're only one puncher away from a change in the results. And
so currently means we have on road Clayton with a monstrous gap against Mark, Bowie, and then Matt. Yep. So Kaminsky's kind of out. He's probably not going to disturb that top four now.
No, he certainly won't. And it just goes to show you that on that Kaminsky truck, they've got the new development of the 40-inch BFG tyres on that truck, and we've had one of them go down. So
wouldn't get that with a Mickey Thompson, would you?
No, Mickey Thompson would be still up, you know. What a great tyre and a great sponsor. But, of course, what about Raceline wheels? You know, they're the best off-road wheel running at the moment. A lot of cars in the pits have them on. Go and see Chris Hummer. Buy yourself a set for your off-road car or even your street car. You'll grab a Raceline wheel.
And ARB 4x4 accessories, of course. ARB, all the good gear.
Been around a long time.
50 years, I noticed on Facebook this morning.
1975, yep. So, Andy...
Yep.
Yeah.
50 years.
And that's why Andrew Stott's not up here this weekend putting up the inflatable or putting the signs up, who normally does that job. He's off on a bit of a 4 or 5 day trek with a 50-year off-road special they're doing up in the high country. So Andrew's going up there with them.
Pup Tyrrell gets away.
Pup Tyrrell's looks like he gets away good, doesn't it?
Looks like Kaminsky's still going with his tyre out here.
Oh, at 40, it won't take 5 minutes to change it, that's for sure. There it is. Yep. Which tyre is it? Back left?
Front.
Left front, is it? You have to be careful in all those sandy conditions.
I know some of the drivers out there in like over in Baja and stuff. They've got times if their navigator's fluffing about on the tyre, they get quite cranky.
Oh yeah, especially when they're in contention, with the class win.
They can change a wheel in the Baja in under a minute with the air jacking systems that they run, and that little navigator picking up a 40-inch wheel and throwing it around. Certainly a lot fitter than me, but that wouldn't be hard, would it, Sandy?
Gee, they'll never get as quick as the F1s, though. I couldn't believe watching the F1 footage in Melbourne the other week, and as quick as they pull up, boop, boop, 4 new tyres, gone.
3 seconds.
Unbelievable.
We've got our single-seater on the right, Adams on the way out. Not long off the start line for his second last few rounds. Tyres back on. Kaminsky just sitting there having a little break.
Yep. No good, you're both undoing your belts. That's a navigator's worst nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah.
A puncher.
And this one here, getting that spare wheel back up into its... Oh, how's your back going? Oh, mate, yes.
40-inch. That's going to be about 80. That's
Look,
probably going to be 90.
He can't lift it, Sandy.
That's going to be 80 or 90 kilos he's trying to lift right there.
Yeah, he just can't lift it, unfortunately.
Pup Tyrrell there. Infield.
Clayton would have to be halfway around by now, I reckon.
Oh, at least.
I'm going to say he's
What time did he leave?
nearing in the end of the desert, so we've still got a bit to go by the looks of it. So.
Michael Shipton in 5:85 out there in the infield there.
Oh, look. Oh, I thought it was Campbell's going off into the trees there.
Yeah,
Don't get too excited, Sandy.
That front footage, it
did look like it, but it was around a corner.
Must have been a little kick.
Lockie and Greg Campbell, 6:51. Looks like they're still springing in and out of the holes quite well.
Shockers are working really hard.
Who's that? Is that Hartnett?
That's Hartnett. Yep.
He's not far behind Lockie.
Yeah,
there's Lockie. And at the very top of your screen might be Hartnett.
Yep.
They are. They're fairly close.
Well, they started only a minute apart this morning. And they're still very similar to that.
Yeah.
Gee, hasn't Lockie Campbell done well? Like
All
Class
weekend.
6, phenomenal effort, phenomenal.
Everything from his qualifying prologue through the
Sitting
heats yesterday
sixth.
and heats today.
Chappie, 52k an hour.
He's been gone a good 35 minutes.
Yeah, he had. Well,
I'd
he's
expect.
still a little ways out.
Yeah. I'm guessing. What was he pulling the first
2/3-ish?
2 laps? About 40s?
Yeah, well, he did his fastest one was 39.
I'm tipping he'll do about a 42 something.
He's been gone 35 minutes and 50 seconds. I've got him on the stopwatch here.
Shouldn't be too much longer. We'll see him in the distance over the far left in the tree line.
Kaminsky back on the track there.
So got
Dropped a few positions again today, hasn't he?
Has he got both spare wheels on the
He's
back
right
of that
behind
thing?
him.
Yeah, it looked like there was a car coming up behind him.
Poor old Brett Kaminsky. He must think he's run over a black cat.
That's Bodie Tickner there.
Yeah, certainly getting into it, isn't he?
Craig Barnett behind Bodie Tickner. How close did they leave the line?
Not far apart. There was only about 30 seconds between them at the time, and they're still at that. But I don't think that Brodie would have any trouble keeping Craig Barnett behind him, would he?
The race leader,
Lot of
Clayton
horsepower
Chapman.
difference. Yep, in-car footage. The Chapman car.
He's out of the rough stuff now. 52 kilometre mark.
20 Ks left. And then 1 lap after that.
Might be further along than that. My update isn't updating as it should. He might even catch Ross Newman, who's still motoring around, just going through that creek bed. So Ross Newman, I'm going to say, by the time they get into the arena, Clayton would have overtaken Ross Newman. It will be one of the last cars out on the track.
Look at Matthew Burrows going through that section there on the screen, Sandy.
Just wallowing.
Well, yeah.
Who are we watching there?
It was Matthew.
Those two. Was that Standen?
Landing.
Well, you could probably grab yourself a little helicopter flight while we're waiting for these last lot of cars.
Oh yeah. What about a hamburger or
hamburger?
A bucket of chips or a drink or something like that down at the shop? The girls are doing a great job down there. The food is first class. I had some lovely sandwiches for lunch and they're beautiful and fresh.
Yeah.
And Glenn had a big hamburger.
Yeah, that was okay too.
So nice bottle of water. So it was all good tucker down there. So
Speaking of tucker, mate.
There he is. Geez, when he's going, isn't he? But he's had some issues today. And, of course, we've got Simon Tucker on the line. Car number 2. He's been in and out of the pits today, but stopped out on the track at one stage. And he's made it back to the pits every time. When he's going, he's going.
And he's going now. Off the start line he goes. Car number 2, Stuart Tucker.
Simon Tucker.
Oh, Simon Tucker, sorry. Where did I get Stuart from? Well, there used to be a Stuart Tucker.
That was his dad.
Oh, was it?
I'm pretty sure it was.
Was he the same guy that raced back with us in the 70s?
Back, yeah. He'd have a haircut of a bit like yours now, Glenn, I reckon.
Oh, right. Oh, plenty of hair? I didn't mind it going grey. Just after it went grey, it fell out. Is that what happened to yours, Sandy?
I don't even know. Bit of both.
No, mine went wavy.
Did it?
Yeah, it waved goodbye.
Tucker's, he's got no one around him either. He's got fresh air in front of him and behind
Has
him.
he ever?
So that's probably
That's a good run when
take
you look
the
at
pressure
that.
off.
You got the track to yourself so you can drive it as you see it.
Especially if the car's good. It looks okay. It's making good time out there now.
I'm not sure what issues he had early on.
Well, he's had a few this weekend.
He has.
For the number of cars that Bob Strawbridge built in his career, and Bob built a lot of cars, and this was apparently the last car that Bob built. I believe it's the last car that Bob built. Simon Tucker's campaigning here today, and it's certainly I haven't seen another Southern Cross out in the track here today. Have you, Glenn?
No.
I think the and it's certainly a good vehicle, and Simon really knows how to wheel it round too. He's
just watching it in infield now. Yeah, it's quick. It's as quick as anyone.
Yep. And of course, as we found out earlier on today, his son Kyle Tucker, who used to navigate for him, who now is in a Jimco, he's been extremely fast.
He was a standout, wasn't he, the weekend up until
phenomenal.
He had an issue out there, but he's driven it home, but he hasn't gone back out.
Came in after 2 laps from 1 hour late. He's in the pits now. I don't know whether he's getting ready to go back out in the circuit again or what, but it'd be nice to know what actually happened to him.
More footage of in-car footage of the Burrows car, Matty Burrows, in car number 3 in the Jimco. It's just constant, isn't it? It's like consistent sand and rough out the back there in the desert.
I wonder whether Matthew ever actually says to his dad, "I can see you in my sight, Dad."
Bowie's in between them.
Oh, I'd still tell him I can see him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But,
how would you go riding a push bike out there?
Oh, you
not real good.
I've been out there on a dirt bike a few years ago.
Yeah.
Even that's tough going.
They tell me that sandy part out in the back there, you can drive that in your forward drive.
Yeah. So that desert there, where they're at now, where we're on board now,
yes,
that's on the edge of the desert. So you can go, if you go camping out there, you can go down that track.
Oh.
Not at this speed.
Yeah, well, I heard there, not last year, but the year before, there was a group of tourists out there all camping on the side of the track watching the race.
Yeah.
No, certainly.
So how do you get out there? You just keep going out the road out here?
Yeah, out the main road.
Yep.
It's about
Till it turns to
20 k's as the crow flies.
Look at that. It's just wall. It's just constant, consistent whoops.
Be interesting to see how many cars. I said at the start of the day we'll be lucky to get 15 to do all the laps, and I think it's getting down to that amount. We've had a lot drop out today, yes, and we're trying to work out how many we've got on the circuit at the moment, but certainly
we're going to see Clayton any second, I reckon.
Oh yeah,
because that's Ross Newman just come into the arena over in our far left corner there, Warwick Bet.
Well, we will, because he's...
And I reckon we'll see his dust. Oh, he's 43 minutes in.
Yeah,
Clayton is
43 minutes in.
I was just having a look at, there we are on the screen. You see Clayton down the bottom corner of your screen, coming down that long straight with the man-made chicane, and the rally safe's usually a little bit behind, so I don't see why we couldn't see his dust now-ish.
He's certainly backed off a little bit, Sandy. He might have taken notice, and
yeah, well, I give him I thought he'd do about a 42, a couple of minutes slower, but
well, he's into 44 now. And
there's no sign of him.
And then you look at the gap. So the bottom of your screen, folks, you've got Clayton Chapman. You look at the gap between Clayton Chapman and car 21, which is Mark Burrows on the left there.
And this is interesting too, Sandy. We've got Kyle Tucker just coming up to the start line now in the big black Jimco. So
certainly is.
He's obviously fixed his issue. Peter Sivo on your screens.
Geez, you reckon Kyle Tucker will go out in front of Chapo for his last lap and dust him in?
Well, they wouldn't want to.
Yeah,
because he finished just seconds before Clayton took off.
Yep. So I reckon what's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, which we haven't banked on, that
Kyle Tucker
will take off, and as
Clayton
Chapman comes over the line, and he'll be eating dust
again
for the whole lap. Yep. Again. Where if he actually got
There's
going.
Clayton's dust. Speaking of that, Clayton's dust's over in the background. See?
Well, hang on, hang on. We're a long way away. We're at 45 minutes.
Clayton's had a slow lap.
Real slow lap.
Yeah. Yep. His dust coming into the arena.
Chapo's, he's going to be about 7 minutes slower on this lap.
Yep. Well, there you go.
Gee whiz.
Kyle's just left the finish.
Has he got an issue? Has he got an issue?
Oh,
thing.
don't moz him.
I'm not saying anything,
No,
but has he
but
got
you
his...
You know, when you say that, the gap between him and Mark is massive.
Yep.
Clayton's in the arena.
Look, we've got Tom
Just turned the
Owen.
corner into the arena.
Tommy Owen going out.
Tom Owen's erupted again. He's been in and out of the pits, and
He's probably just going to get some seat time now, I'd say, hey?
yeah, I'd say so.
There's Clayton Chapman, your current ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, I'm going to say leader.
Leader. Yep.
Out here at the Steelet ARB Big Desert 480, Rainbow, Victoria.
We also want to thank Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels. And, of course, we've got so many other sponsors here, which is fantastic for this weekend. Grain Corp would certainly...
Just looking, Millie's Media. Millie's done all the media for...
Is that Brad
Brad's
Chasemore's
yes.
daughter? Yeah.
Millie Chasemore, she's been doing all the media
I
this
told her
weekend.
she's doing a great job of that
Yeah,
media
fantastic.
too, Millie. You know,
Well done.
congratulations, Millie. You're doing a fantastic job. And, of course, IGA in town here, Gold Acres. But Grain Corp, we've got to thank them. We park all our cars in the Grain Corp yard there. They're always good enough to let us park the spectators' cars there.
Gee, Kyle Tucker's cranky. Man,
Yeah.
has he got the whip turned up on that thing? Look at the
It's
pace
crazy,
across
huh?
the back here. Man, it is just top dress in the infield.
Yep, he's
It's
going.
got a strong motor in that Jimco. That's 7 litre?
Well, maybe not.
No, 6 litre.
6, is it? Right.
Well, it
Toddy
doesn't
Lee-
really
Toddy
matter.
Lee's
You
a-
can,
yeah.
you can have up to 7 litre in there now.
Righto,
But it-
Chappie, on his last couple of little sections here, we're going down to that little dip.
Yeah, but I'm
We've had a few
looking at him.
incidents.
He's 47.35 at the moment, so we're a long way off his first lap this morning. He might have got caught up behind somebody.
Tom Roll.
I don't think so. Oh,
There's
this is interesting.
Taylor.
Taylor's going, and
Chappie's going to have to round up Taylor.
Yeah. This is unfortunate. This is the problem that we have with the cars all doing their hour stop, and now they're starting again, and there are a few back markers out there. And coming out is Brian Bradford from Townsville in the Class 2 car.
There's Clayton. Rounding the last corner. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, car 15.
You can hear
Onto their last lap
still
of
playing
the...
big jump.
Wow.
that. That's a 48.5 minute lap.
What's
So,
today?
yeah,
I'll get an official time.
he certainly backed off. Well, 48.5's mine, but, it'd probably be about a 48 minute. You got 42 minutes.
42.48.
How could that be when I started my stopwatch?
Lap 3. All provisional, of course.
Wow.
So Clayton Chapman currently 3 hours and 24 minutes in the seat for the weekend.
So my stopwatch must be wrong.
Yep, must be.
You're running off Melbourne time, maybe.
Yeah, I've got no idea. How
Slower than the rest.
What was it, a 43?
42.48, was
Yep.
that right?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, I suggested if he's sensible, he'll pull about 42s if he was capable of 40, so that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, good on him.
He's got a few side by sides to round up now, doesn't
has
he?
ever? Yeah, he's got a bit of dust in front of him. He's not going to have a clear lap like he just had.
Well,
That's the Darren Wells stopwatch there. It's very, very fast.
so he's got also got car 30 out there. Yeah, there's a few class 6s. And then he's got to get round Kyle Tucker. If he rounds up these few class 6s, which looks like he's already gone past one. He's got, I think, Taylor's the next car in front of him. She's just headed to the left, and he's rounded the corner. So
I hope she has a
hope
good.
she knows that he's coming up.
Yeah, and he's coming up at Mach 1 too. He's
Yeah.
got heaps of pace on.
The suspension's really dialed on that car too now, isn't it, chappies?
Yeah. Dialed in. Yeah, certainly a good package. They've got it set up really well.
And I reckon he'll be around Taylor within seconds. Definitely before the road jump, you'd think, wouldn't you? I think they've got one last corner before they turn around and head out the road jump. Car 585 on our screen still circulating really well too. It just, the suspension in that's handling that rough stuff really well. Yeah, if we want to get around Taylor before the real dusty stuff.
Oh, do you expect they're down this straight over the road jump?
Look, we're going to see it. Our drone, hopefully our drone can catch that manoeuvre. He's had to pull up there. He's had to pull up there for the dust look. There you are, folks. You're going to see him.
There it is there. He's right on her now. She's pulled right over, which is good.
Perfect. Well done.
Look at this speed
She'll be on the brakes too.
Over the road jump. Big
fantastic.
Jump.
And he got that just before our drone runs out of distance, I think.
Oh, hello.
Class 5, 585. Yeah. He's still doing reasonably well. I think it's one of the smoother rides out there, to be honest.
It's a high ride, I know that.
I know.
Sits up, doesn't it? It's like a praying mantis, the way it sits up.
Just trying to get a speed on Chappie on the way out there, but it's only showing me 88 k's an hour. Over on our left, I think that will be the Burrows. Yeah, Mark's car. Little short nose on it.
As Brian Bradford leads them.
Yeah.
Line from Class 2 from Townsville. We've got Dale Stanton.
That's Matty Hummer on screen there. After his treacherous, this is the car we were talking about earlier that broke 62,000 belts yesterday, and the tool for the belt change into the...
Wore that out and left that part.
I don't even know what they call it, the clutch, the bell, whatever. Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's come good today.
Backed by Raceline Wheels, one of our major sponsors here in the commentary box for the weekend. And supplying the Wells with their oysters and salmon for lunch.
Ah, yeah. Beautiful.
It's not exactly crayfish, but that he promised us.
I reckon we're going to see...
I think we're a long way away from a crayfish and rainbow.
I think there's something down local, like freshwater crays down there.
Yeah, Lake Wells.
Yeah.
I reckon it'd be some freshwater stuff, but I don't know about crays.
They are. So that's how far back Bowie is. Bowie's down, coming through that creek crossing and about to head that big long straight on the way back in down the bottom of your screen. And Mark is only just going around that last hairpin down behind the commentary box. So Mark's only a minute or so off the finish line. And then Matt looks like he's about to go through the creek. That's about where he is, I think.
There's Mark just going past the airport now.
Yeah, and then Matty's just dropping down through the creek there now. That's the creek we're talking about. On your rally safe. Which is...
Gee, it's tight in there. Look at the trees. You wouldn't want to make
at about the 60k marker.
Very good. How tight is that in there?
I remember going that year that it rained really heavy. You couldn't even drive out there in full drive. We came out that way in full drive. We were doing a recovery out there, and that was just...
Yeah, impossible.
Yeah. Anyway, Mark Burrows will be rounding this last corner in about 3 seconds, I'd imagine. Yep. 1, 2.
Yep.
How's my timing?
Right hand. There he is. Better than my timing. My phone's timing terrible.
I reckon you get back to Apple and get that sorted out.
Yep. Oh, why is Mark slowing up here?
Oh. This is not good. This is not good.
Why did he do that?
I reckon his shockers are gone off or something like that. I don't reckon. I don't.
Is he coming in, maybe? Simon Tucker.
Did he turn left or
around
right?
the desert?
He turned right, I think. I think Mark Burrows is coming into the pit.
Yeah,
No
he
way.
is. He is. So Mark Burrows' team, you better start running.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I
Mark
see him
Burrows
walking
is heading for the
walking
pits.
down to the pits there. His crew.
Mark Burrows' crew, head to your truck.
Yeah, another change.
Absolutely, I told you it's never over until the checkered
Guess what
flag.
that does? Currently, that might put. Well, we don't know because there's probably a bit of time for him anyway. But you know what that's going to do? That's going to put a Class 10 second outright.
Yep. It is.
Why is Mark coming? Oh, he's got a shredded rear tyre.
Oh, it's
Hasn't he?
delaminated.
Yeah, delaminated left-hand rear by the look of it.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Probably not a
left-hand rear
Mickey Thompson. I
tyre.
would
Something's
think.
going on with that.
Probably not a Mickey Thompson.
No, it's a BFG. Maybe he's got a couple of Mickey
Yeah.
Thompsons there. Maybe you should whack them on.
He's probably come in thinking
It's
that he's
quicker.
got a vibration.
Oh, right. Yeah, you could be
Maybe
right,
you know,
Sandy.
vibration on that big fast section on the way in.
Yeah, I'll be looking at
So-
the back left-hand tyre. It's definitely got an issue.
Yeah, delaminated left-hand
We'll be
rear.
able to, might be able to
Righto,
watch that.
crew,
The
jump
crew will
onto
be
that.
in there. They probably won't even need to get out of the car
No.
if they were smart, which we know they are.
Yeah.
But they may be able to.
Just
Someone
jump
will be
onto
up
it,
there.
change
What's
it.
going on?
Yeah, Mick's down there, and Mick's part of
Yep,
the picture.
Jack's out there. Look how fast that is.
Yeah,
Back to our race leader, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire.
maybe we
Currently-
might be able to get the drone in the front door of the Mark Burrows team down there and see how quick they change that tyre.
Chappie must have rounded up all these Class 6s. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 Class 6s and a Class 2 out there he's already rounded up. So
Gee whiz.
now he's chasing in on car 30.
Good part about that is it keeps your
Tommy Owen.
mind on the job, doesn't it,
So
Sandy?
his next two cars are going to be a fair battle to catch because that's Tom Owen in front of him.
Yep.
And then Kyle Tucker.
Well, we know we probably won't catch
Kyle Tucker.
No. So, and Tommy Owen. when
Tommy
he's
Owen,
going,
if
he'd
he's
be tough
going,
to
yeah.
catch.
Yeah, that's what I'm
He's
saying.
gonna
Tommy
catch
Owen
him
will be struggled to catch as well.
But he's certainly a really good driver.
Now,
Yeah,
Matt
Clayton
Burrows. He's on the big long stretch over on our left, so we should see Matt's dust coming in. There's Bowie on the infield over on our left, about to drop through that sharp little ditch that we've seen a few offs over the last few years. They've now put a chicane there to slow people down.
Certainly have, but what we might see, if it's only a wheel with Mark Burrows,
We might see him come back out
next
to Bowie.
But absolutely, yeah. If it's only a wheel. But as he went past the com box, we did pick the left-hand rear tyre delaminated.
Yeah,
So-
but you'd reckon he'd have that another one on by now.
We can probably nearly see that. Oh no, we can't. They're just behind our food stall there.
Food vendor down there.
Plenty of good Tucker in there.
There's Bowie. Bowie is about to overtake Mark Burrows, folks.
Ooh.
Class 10, sitting second outright
Well,
for the Big Desert 480.
Ronnie Schmidt up there in New South Wales would love to be hearing this.
There
Jesus, Ronnie, there goes
you
your boy.
go.
Yeah.
Second place. And Darren, guess what? He doesn't know that.
No, that's right.
I
He
can
doesn't
guarantee
know that.
he doesn't know that. Unless
somebody tells him.
radioed him.
Yeah,
Yeah, his
Oh.
crew might have radioed him, but
Oh, Ron might jump on the phone and give him
Yeah.
a ring. Yeah.
then we've got another.
He
Then
was
there's
just
another
lucky
problem.
enough. Yeah, lucky enough too.
Dale
that,
Stanton.
Dale Stanton just left the start.
And guess who else might round him up?
Yeah.
Son of Mark.
Yeah, Matthew
Matt's
Burrows.
on his way in the stadium as well. So
Gee whiz.
gee,
It's on there.
things have really changed.
Yeah.
I'm concerned because I reckon if
Mark
it was
should
a
be
top,
out by now.
If it was a wheel, they'd have that off and changed by now because they've got a good setup down there. They would have had it done.
And the jack was going under it. The last drone shot we saw of it, the jack was going underneath it. So
Don't know.
what I do know is, gee, Bowie's quick, isn't he?
Very fast and smooth. And since that converter's gone in, it's made it a bit better car too.
Well, even smoother. Who are we out there? I was going to say this is Chappie, but I can't see his lights. That looks like Simon Tucker. That's not Chappie's lights, so unless his lights are out, but it definitely looks like. No, that's I was going to say Standen.
Yep.
Is that who that is?
Yep. Yeah.
Is
Dale Stanton.
Oh, that's Tommy Owen.
Tommy Owen, isn't it? Oh, right.
Here's Matt.
Okay.
Here's Burrows going out
Mark
now.
Burrows back out. Look at that.
Guess who's in his dust?
Yeah.
I reckon it was just a tyre.
Yeah.
Yep, 100% tyre.
Yep. Just a tyre. Mark Burrows is back onto it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
He's got some work to do.
He's got
He's got a bit of work to do
There's
because
Bowie
there's
there.
Bowie.
Yeah, but how's
So
her
what we're
overall
gonna do,
times
We're
up?
going to do this.
How's her overall times up to now? Because he'd only be 2 minutes behind him, thereabouts.
I've just bung the stopwatch on Bowie as he went behind this big screen.
But not my stopwatch.
Screenshot big
No,
screens.
not your stopwatch.
No, I've got proper time, mate.
Yours is too fast. Well, Mark's got to go up there and back there, so it's going to be... But the trouble is he's got Standen to
Round up in the meantime.
So he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to get back up on the podium.
He'll be a minute or two behind him.
Yeah, yep.
And then Matt should nearly be coming over the finish line as well. So we've now got Burrows currently going third and fourth.
Yep, third and fourth, that's right. But it's not over until it's over, mate.
Well, here comes Matt through the top gate. Hopefully he can just get through there before they let Forceman go in the 2:01.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Yep, he's right. Yep.
Clean run for Matt
Yep.
to catch the old boy.
You know what I said to you before when I said Matt would say, I can see you, Dad, right
He
in front of
can
me.
now.
He can now, yeah. He's right in front of me.
Because guess what? They're about to turn corners and look at each other.
Yep.
Watch this. Both Burrows cars are about to be...
Matt's going to
Look,
go.
Matt's going to go, what are you doing there?
Yeah, is that Dad?
There's Dad.
There's
Look,
Dad.
right now. There's a crossover.
Oh, look at that. Oh,
There's the old boy.
Yeah,
Gee,
well,
he's getting slow, isn't he?
geez, we're better than we thought.
Yeah, we'll have him by the 20k mark.
They are Mark Burrows on your screen. We saw come in with his flat tyre. And I'm going to say he is, as he goes behind the screenshot big screen, bang, a minute 40 behind Bowie.
Ooh.
That just cost him a minute 40 plus the time that he had up front
Now, what was
earlier
the
on.
overall time after lap 5?
Let's go back to that.
Because you
Refresh.
can't go by track positions. It's
So this is our overall. Clayton Chapman. There he is,
There's
Clayton
Chapo.
Chapman, as I'm speaking of him. 3 hours and 24 minutes and 28 seconds in the seat. Mark Burrows, 3 hours 38. 14 minutes behind.
yeah, and then
Bowie, 3 hours 41, 53. 17 minutes behind. Clayton, that is. So...
That's 4 minutes, 3 minutes from.
So that just cost him 4 or 5 minutes, that tyre change.
Yep.
Don't you beat yourself up over that.
Look at there's
Yep.
Chappie. That's
Yeah,
not,
one
no,
more.
that's not Chappie. That's Tommy Owen again, I think, on the left screen.
Chappie on the right.
Chappie
Chappie
on the right.
Got
Because
the-
Chappie's that roof's got white on it, which is an Owen signature. Oh, that is the Starlink. That is the 15 car. There you go. Clayton Chapman. Sitting in second gear too. Doing about...
Not
find
much.
him.
Have a
He's
look
doing
at it.
39 kilometres an hour there, folks. And getting beaten up. Look at it.
Look at that.
Gee whiz.
So he's doing 39 kilometres an hour as the fastest car on track. Can you imagine what the slower cars have got to do through there?
Look at it.
Gee whiz.
How's the drivetrain feeling? Oh, dear.
Oh, Ronnie Schmidt be rubbing his hands together up there in New South Wales because I know he builds a lot of transmissions, Glenn.
Yeah. Yeah, well, touch wood, he won't have to rebuild this yet.
That's fantastic footage.
That is tough. Tough day in the office.
That's crazy, eh? $40k an hour out of the fastest pro ultimate car out there.
Yeah. Incredible.
It is a true off-road track, really, isn't it? It's got a bit of everything.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
As we've got our car 88 on the start line.
It tests all these drivers.
These guys are only just going out on their after their break too, by the way.
Yep.
That's right. So you've got 2 to go.
They've still got 2 laps to go.
Mark DeGucci. He would have been the last one in, so he...
I think Ross Newman was behind him, but...
Yeah, so car number 88, Mark DeGucci.
5 hours currently. They've been in the car. 5 hours and 2 minutes.
Yep.
They are...
Here we go. Oh. Look at this.
Yeah. You got that spare wheel back up on the back?
Yeah.
The flat one?
Brett Kaminsky.
I would have left the thing there.
Brett Kaminsky's just gone through to do his last lap. And, of course, we saw, ladies and gentlemen, that he had a puncher there. And the poor old Navigator had a lot of trouble there changing that 40-inch tyre in the sand.
Like I said, it was probably about 80 to 90 kilos maybe. Most of those are about 70 or 80 kilos on a 35 with a beadlock and a strong alloy wheel. So
I know when I go to the races now and I've got to pick up a 37-inch wheel, I struggle badly to get that thing up. But a 40, no chance.
Apparently in the States they're going to 41s or something now.
42s.
42s, are they? That's ridiculous.
Matt Burrows. It's a smooth ride here for Matt.
Yeah.
Matt on the screen.
It's nice flat running wherever he is.
Yes,
I'd say he'd be heading out to those sand hills. Ooh, look at Kaminsky past Hardman car out there. Gee whiz, like it was stopped.
You won't see too much for the next few minutes.
No, dusted right in because the wind is blowing that way, so it's blowing the dust straight back in their faces. Going left to right still, the wind, the breeze. It's really picked up too. I've noticed the steelhead flags are really flying there at the moment.
Taylor Apostoli's out on the edge of the desert. And her side-by-side looks to be... Her suspension looked fairly nice there, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked okay.
That looks like it might be her. Oh, no. That's...
If any of the Burrows crew are hearing us at the moment, can you come up and just tell us exactly what happened to Mark's car and why he came into the pits? And also, any of Kyle Tucker's crew are around, they could come up to the pits and just let us know what happened to Kyle earlier on today because he had been leading the event.
Tom Stevens just passed us on the screen out there. About a third of the way around. With the 20k marker, or thereabouts.
Oh,
Lockie
Campbell through.
Onto his last lap.
Oh, how quick's he driving that thing?
Tell you when it updates. Let's go to lap 3. Lap 3 times were
Closely
Clayton
followed
Chapman
by Harnett, and I think that's how they left it. the start of the previous lap.
So Lockie Campbell got a 47.16. So Clayton Chapman on that last lap, obviously it's getting rougher because Clayton Chapman got a 42.48. Mark Burrows with a 43.17. Bowie in the 10.65 with a 44.42. Matty Burrows with a 45.39. Lockie Campbell with a 47.16. And Brett Kaminsky in that truck we saw change a tyre earlier with a 51.39. So, and I'm sure we'll have an update. Just see Stu Chapman go over the finish line. Look at that Class 2 out in the desert.
I just spoke to Sharon Burrows on the phone, and she said that the left-hand rear tyre had delaminated. We were right as it went past the box.
Yeah.
Saw that the tyre delaminated. They pulled the wheel off, checked out everything, got another wheel, put it on, and sent Mark out in the track. It's a bit of a shame that he's lost so much time. But anyway, as we know, that's off-road racing. And now Matthew will be able to go home tonight with the probably the trophy for third outright and show it to him.
Oh, I don't think so.
Awkward dinner.
Didn't get past him.
Righto. Brett Kaminsky, 51 minutes due to that flat tyre. Stu Chapman got a 6th fastest with a 46, so his halfway marker in that top left corner over near the Big Desert 480 sign on your screen, folks. Car 15, that's our current race leader, and I'm going to say ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Champion.
At the moment, that's a big statement, mate. Ooh,
well,
from a commentator, he's halfway around.
I'm sure the Chapman crew down there would be cringing with you saying that.
Well,
yeah. That wasn't a well statement. That was a Sandy Bowman statement.
Well,
yeah,
it's currently,
absolutely.
that's what I'm seeing. I'm only telling you what I see. Overall, Bowie in the Class 10 is behind Chappie, but I don't think he is anywhere going to make up 17 minutes on Chappie. No. That's a phenomenal lead. Remembering once again, we'll have a quick look at the rally safe again here, because below Chappie's halfway, he's got in front of him. He's closed the gap a little bit on Tom Owen, but he's still got Kyle Tucker to get around, but I don't think he even needs to do that. No. I think by the time he comes in,
he won't
even be overtaking Tom by the looks of that, you know.
Won't need to.
I don't think he'll need to. He's sitting there on the far left, and you'll see.
Oh, he's got plenty of time up his sleeve.
I think he's got plenty of time.
He just get the thing home. All he needs to do is get it home. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
The Technicar.
Yeah, Bodie's doing a great job this weekend.
There's car 3 on board with car 3, Matt Burrows.
Oh, I can feel that air conditioner, Sandy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
might have to take my jumper off.
Just started the heat up a little, so I thought we'd starting to get a bit hot in the box here. Whack the air conditioner on. That's a bit better.
Matt Burrows just coming up to our 20k mark where the cameras are, I believe. These roads are quite fast on the way up without chicanes on. You do drop on and off the roads here though, so there'll be some sections here you'll be going along a road like this, and then they'll chuck you onto the footpath basically.
Yeah.
Up through the trees, and you run along the trees along the fence line and then drop back onto the road again, depending.
Pretty flat going, isn't it? Look at the
front wheels. That's just
moving. Yeah.
Which some of the engines don't like, you know. They don't like sitting at full tilt for too long. They start running out into oil issues, don't they?
That's right.
Overheating and lack of...
Well, as we saw that yesterday with Aaron Havey's car, boiled the oil in the converter.
Yeah, off the road in amongst the trees again.
Yep.
And then they'll probably drop back onto the road in a minute. I guess it's quite tight in there, doesn't it? There's no overtaking going on in there.
No.
I think these top 5 cars just need to get home, and I think they're going to be in their order they're in now, aren't they? There's Bowie, currently second on road.
Wow.
And he doesn't know where he is because he wouldn't have saw
unless he's had radio contact, then he wouldn't know. 104 k an hour I just last clocked him at.
Because Mark came over the finishing line jump, turned right and came into the pits and changed the wheel. But when you think about it, Sandy, you know, smart move because...
Why get out of the car? You're wasting 10 minutes out there. You're wasting 5 minutes in here.
That's right. You might as well do it in the pits here.
It must have happened quite not far out.
I would imagine on the road back in. You know, it's delaminated, and he's felt a shake and gone, "Oh, we've done a CV. Let's pull in."
Yep.
You know, would have 100%. Known something was not right. Oh, Bowie! Oh, did you see that kick?
Wow,
that was huge. He's just pulled over. No, he's gotten going again. Yeah. That kick in Bowie's car then was monstrous.
Yep.
Hopefully that didn't do any damage.
Well, would have rung his bell, I reckon.
There he is, Mark Burrows. Fresh tyre on the left rear. That hit from Bowie's car was phenomenal. Mark's actually... Looks like Mark might have even closed a little bit of distance, possibly on Bowie, because what did I say before? 1:45?
Yep.
Well, maybe not. Here's Mark. He's got to hit the same hole that Bowie just hit too.
Exactly.
Some stage.
So he goes through it.
It's going through there quite well in that section, isn't it?
Now it's chopped up a bit. Look at that.
5 minutes in the pits might have let his shocks give a bit of a breather.
Yeah. Those King shocks have got big vented coolers on them, though.
Look at that. There's the big hole.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that. He's nearly stopped.
Don't forget, folks, these are the ultimate car. This is an ultimate car still getting kicked around like that.
Look at that. That is just...
brutal.
Oh.
Hopefully Mark can watch some of that back. He might be able to give him an insight to what his car's doing.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think you'd get anybody to go through that at any decent pace. That's just horrendous.
Yeah, well, don't forget on Friday night people were telling me that it's as rough as that they finished last year. It's the roughest they've seen the track at the start of a race. So that means we're calling it the roughest track in Australia, I would imagine, because a lot of people have always said it finishes out as one of the roughest tracks in Australia, and
hasn't been graded other than the prologue track. So and starts off, from the last lap last year. So doesn't get any better. It gets a lot worse.
Oh, just out the back there then, and I saw the grey helicopter taking off out the back there. So if you haven't had a ride on the helicopter, there's not long to go, and you need to get over there and see the boys at the ultimate helicopter rides, and you can do a 6-minute or 10-minute or 15-minute run around the track. Looks like a lot of fun out there in that helicopter.
Tell you what doesn't look fun, Mark. I know every car's doing the same as what he's doing, but that's hard work out there.
Yep.
That's a rough piece of desert.
What's it doing to your car, and what's it doing to you? Oh.
Look at that.
Look,
this is our current third car, an ultimate class car.
Gee whiz.
Just brutal.
Do you miss off-road racing, boys?
Oh, not at all when you look at that. It makes me want to get another one, get back into it.
Yeah, right.
No, certainly. But at the end of the day, and if you finish and you get a result, you'd feel good about it, wouldn't you?
You would struggle to break a CV out there in that desert with the amount of that top 8 or 10 inches of sand would be absolute powder every time you're landing. So you got a fair cushion going on.
Yeah,
but
it's a lot
still.
of load going on and off the throttle.
Righto, Chappie, 2/3 the way around over there on the left-hand side of your screens, car 15. So there's still a few to come in. Sibbo's on his way in, still got a lap to go. Ratcliffe's on his way in, still got a lap to go. 1:37, 10:36, that's the pup, isn't it? 10:36, 5:85, that big white Ranger. They've still got a lap to go. They still haven't hit the creek bed yet, so Barnett's has still got a lap to go.
Nice, we've got a lot of spectators here today, Sandy.
I know.
All along the bank, all the way along there, looking at all those Aussie flags flying high. The ARB and Mickey Thompson flags. Gee, you've got winds up, isn't it? And all the tents are all up.
As long as they stay up, mate.
Yeah, but you know, it's good to see the people from the surrounding areas get out and come over for a day of off-road racing. Yesterday was very good too. But certainly the Rainbow surrounding community do put in, don't they? It's a day's outing for all the farmers, isn't it?
Yeah. Half of them are working here, I think.
That's right, yeah. Well, they've all been putting in hard.
Massive amount of energy.
The amount of fencing and stuff that's gone on here, and the people from all over Australia that's looked at the pit area from our drone shots, you'll see that it would have to be the best pits in Australia.
This is Bowie's.
Ooh,
Bowie
nearly went over.
Lammy just sent me the video of Bowie out there that we just watched before.
He nearly went over. Oh,
that was so close to a rollover. That's not funny.
Gee whiz. Yeah, I'm just looking at the footage on Sandy's phone there of Bowie.
Oh.
Gee whiz. It was so close to going over. Not funny.
Through the back end, about 10 feet in the air and hard left.
I noticed that Richo's sitting a little bit higher in that left-hand seat, Sandy.
Have a look here. We've got Matty Burrows is going to go around. Looks like a Class 10 car, does it? Oh, no, I can't focus.
Wow.
He's certainly right in behind
92, is that standard?
Red standard.
Red standard,
the
yeah.
V8.
Kaminsky. Looks like they've just rounded up somebody as well. That might have been Tickner. Did he just overtake Tickner in the single seat?
Yeah, I think he did. He started behind Tickner. So he would have caught him.
We might see Tickner come into that shot.
No, Matty hasn't.
Matty hasn't. He might be just sitting there safe until it's time. Or he might not be able to catch him either, you know. Bert might have a bit more horsepower.
Well, it's a V8. Yeah.
So only just in front of him.
Standing, yeah. It's
Dale. I don't know why I call him Rhett. Dale Standard. Sorry, everybody. I've called him Rhett 10 times.
That might be brother or something.
Brother, father, uncle.
My bad. Kaminsky, look at Kaminsky. That truck's getting beaten to hell too. Oh. Look at that. This is a car with 40-inch tyres and 30 inches of wheel travel. Or maybe close to 30 inches. Surely it's 26, 28 inches.
Oh, yeah.
And it's doing it tough, mate.
And it's doing it tough, you know.
It's just
so
pig rooting through.
Wow.
Look at that.
Oh. Gee whiz.
This truck won Fink twice.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And have a look at getting beaten up at Rainbow.
Yeah, well, it won't be winning Rainbow today, mate, that's for sure. But it's certainly getting thrown around out there.
Just shows you how rough it is. Unbelievable.
Matty Burrows still hasn't been around. Dale Standard.
Standard, yeah.
If that truck's leaving those whoops full down travel on the wheels and it's 4 wheels out of the holes, that means those whoops are probably 3 or 4 foot deep.
Have to be.
Is that a car I can see just up in front of him?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Dale
He's
Standard.
not far off him, is he?
No, he has been for a little while.
You're going to drive up on him now, I would have thought, Matthew.
Oh, it's hard. Dale Standard, he's got a V8 in the back of that thing, 92. 72, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And he will move over, I presume, if they're pushing the rally safe button, which he's close enough to now.
Just had Adams over the finish line onto his last lap. Still got a fair few circulating out there.
One thing about it, he's not dusting Matty in, is he?
No, Matty's surely he's on the push to pass.
You'd have to.
He's close enough. Caution. This is that big drop-off where we saw a few years ago. Mick Maher ended up over in those trees on the left in that
As he came over the big jump.
That's huge.
Yeah, turned left in the air and took out all those trees on the left-hand side.
Which have grown back nicely.
Yep. No damage there.
Lockie Campbell. Peter Sibbo just crosses the finish line too. He's onto his last lap for those that are listening. That looks like, is that Tom Owen? Yeah, I think that's Tom Owen, isn't it? No, that's
Harnett, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Russell Harnett.
Gee, there's some good footage out there.
Yep, there's somebody there just in behind this car that it's
That looks
showing.
like Lockie Campbell in front there. Bit of yellow on that. Ah, there you go. Matty Burrows has gone around Dale Standard. So now Matty Burrows, by the looks of it, should have a fairly clean run in front of him now. He's only got Bowie between him. They've still got the rough part of the desert. That's where this here is where they turn into the desert. So
Still got his
Bowie's in the rough section of the desert.
Yep.
And Matt's about not far off, doing a bit of a left-hander.
So
And
Mark has got to be there too somewhere.
Mark's
21.
a fair way back.
Oh, is he? I thought Mark still got through in front of Matt, or he's behind Matt.
No, pulled out behind him.
Behind him, okay.
And he's a fair way back. As a matter of fact, and don't quote me, but I can't see Mark anywhere. Yeah, I reckon if you have a look on the very bottom of your screen on the left, there's Clayton Chapman, car 15, current race leader.
Not far
So
from the
he's
finish.
probably 15 minutes
Yep.
off the finish line. He's still got that tight treed area through the creek bed and all that sort of stuff.
Probably
So
about, 10 or
before he
11
hits
minutes,
those long straights on the way back in, but we won't be too far off running out and seeing, hopefully, our race winner here at the Steelett ARB Big Desert 480.
Certainly is, and what a great weekend.
Rainbow Victoria. It's all slowed down a little bit for us up here. Everything is going on out in front of us. The cars have sort of thinned out how they're coming through now, haven't they? We're spread right out.
Yeah.
Sibbo's on his way out. Can't see who that is coming in over in the distance, little white. That might be Tucker. That looks like it's Tucker coming in on the left over in the distance.
It does, doesn't it?
And
Well, he was back out there again.
Tom Owen. Oh, that might be, you know who that might be coming in? That might be Kyle to both the Tuckers. That'll be Tucker, and I think I just saw coming in the big back straight was Kyle Tucker in that black.
Well, it would be because Kyle's got
Someone
to be there.
just rounding that bottom corner now. It's
Yep.
dark car. Might be Kyle, and they went out not too far away from each other, the Tuckers, didn't they?
That's right, yep.
I'm going to say that's Kyle coming in behind Simon. I'll see him over out in the behind here.
Yeah, because we thought he was going to get tied up with Clayton Chapman, but in the end he pulled out early, so Clayton's not too far behind him. I think we worked out he was only about a minute or 2 minutes behind him.
Yeah, that's correct.
Still haven't heard yet what happened to Kyle.
No, we may never know, mate. One of the mysteries of off-road.
Well, when you go down to the finishing line there at the end and you interview a few, you might have to ask that question.
This is our current race leader, Clayton Chapman, with Adam Maguire in the passenger seat. And these guys, just trying to find where they are again. Disappeared off my screen, but they're telling me they're at about the 58 kilometre mark. So not too far off race completion.
But that's right, yep. And here we go. Kyle. Now, who's that going around past the... That's Simon Tucker, was it? Just going past the airport.
Yeah, Simon Tucker's over behind us.
Yeah, looked like Simon going past the airport there.
Sounds like Simon Tucker too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does.
Clayton looks like he's in that creek bed now, dropping down through the trees.
Just like a Sunday afternoon drive, isn't it?
They look very relaxed. I know they're not. I know. Well, they're very composed. Those two, aren't they, Adam and Clayton?
Ooh.
Yeah, Simon Tucker rounds the corner here in the finish.
It's all
in the arena. He's got one lap to go after his little issue earlier on.
The big Southern Cross.
Got a lot of motor in the back of this thing. Look for the big jump, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, jump.
Simon Tucker. Great drive. He's had a few issues today and yesterday. You only need a couple of little things to set you back.
Well, look at Mark Burrows. You know, one delaminated. Didn't even go flat, just delaminated.
And we've got
blew 5 minutes on him.
Is that Kyle Tucker?
That'll be Kyle coming around.
Oh,
he'd
love to catch his dad, wouldn't he?
They are. Burrows rounding up our little Class 2 car, 264 out in the desert.
Yep.
Just as we see at the finish line here. Both Tucker cars, one after the other.
I don't reckon we'll see Kyle pass his dad, would we, in this lap?
I reckon.
No.
Yeah.
We wouldn't.
Oh, well, let's just see. We'll know in about 40 minutes.
If I could see my dad in front of me, I'd be pushing the push to pass button anyway.
Just
Sandy.
anyway, yeah.
Just
even
to
if you're
annoy
near him.
Yeah, just to annoy him a little bit and rattle his cage, you know.
So, lap 3.
Not far off seeing Clayton Chapman, hopefully.
We've still got the good in-car footage of Matty Burrows.
And, of course, when Clayton Chapman goes over the line, he will be the provisional winner of the two-day event here at the Big Desert 480. 480 Ks around here is a big day at the office. So, of course, the Steel being one of our major sponsors, as well as Raceline Wheels and Mickey Thompson Tyres.
Just for a little bit of random info, Simon Tucker did a 47.25.
Oh.
Slightly slower than Lockie Campbell on that lap.
What did Kyle Tucker do?
I'm just waiting for that to load. We did have trouble with Kyle Tucker's times early on, so.
There's Kyle. Look, they're passing each other and looking over at each other.
Which we saw before with the Burrows.
No, it certainly was in a very similar place.
So, Tucker on the screen.
Yeah. And of course we saw Kyle Tucker, which is the son.
I reckon we're going to see Clayton rolling in the dust in the distance any time.
Not far away,
very
Sandy.
Close, very close.
Not far away now. Of course, we see the Chapmans down in the pits with their fingers all crossed, everything crossed.
Yeah, he's got to go. He's either just gone around. A bit hard to see the sun coming in on that screen of his, but
Tom Owen, I think.
Looks a bit like Tommy Owen.
Coming through.
Oh
no.
No.
There's a side by side. Everybody should get him. If he comes, he's slowed up. I think Tom Owen. Or he went out wide. I'm not sure.
There's our race leader, folks. That's how close he is to the finish line. Clayton Chapman Adam Maguire, car 15. They're rounding this left-hander. A big wheel stand on around that corner. And we'll go down and have a chat to him as soon as he rolls in. They're back in the stadium. He finished here last year in 3rd place.
Wow.
Well, he's done two better this year.
Yep.
And he did do well all year round last year in the championship and had a little disaster at the end, unfortunately. But
there's our 5 truck come through.
Had some great results last year, really, when you think about it, Clayton Chapman.
Yeah.
He won gun to Windy and...
Tommy Owen back into the pits. God, he's had a few excursions back to the pits today, hasn't he?
Where's the spare wheel off the back of that?
Yeah.
No spare on there.
No.
It's interesting.
Well, I might go for a wander, and we'll try and catch Clayton in there when he comes in. So
Sandy down there and get all the goss. Get all the goss from the winner, mate.
Well, obviously everyone started this last lap because see the start line thing has come down.
What was the toughest part about the last 2 days? The whole track. He's certainly thrown everything at us this weekend, Glenn.
Oh, certainly, yeah, for our last hurrah.
When you look at those big cars going through that sandy area out the back there, golly.
They were just pig rooting and walloping, and it was just disastrous.
But
see, the start banner has come down.
Well, it certainly has. Yep. But that's one of those tracks, I can say it's one of the toughest tracks in Australia, and it certainly is.
Wouldn't it be tough in a beam car? Oh.
Oh, yeah, look at that. We've had one of those boys from... we've had Brian Bradford in the Class 2 car 264. He came all the way down from Townsville for this. And he must say, gee, where's those...
Do it hard down here.
Those Victorian races are hard, but and that's how it is.
The Forceman car is still out there, I'd say, 201. That's a beam car too, isn't it?
Yeah, they're both beam cars. And the beam cars are probably doing it a bit harder, but I've seen some...
Wow,
look out, ladies and gentlemen. Clayton Chapman.
Provisionally through the top gate.
Our winner for today. For the Steel at ARB 480. Big hand.
Oh, straight through. Plenty
Look
big
at that
jump.
Beautiful big jump. We're going to have Sandy down there, and he's going to have a few words with the winner. You need a microphone, Sandy. Yeah. We can't hear you from up here without that. What a great drive from Clayton Chapman. They've just done an excellent job. So we've got Sandy going down there, going to have a few words with Clayton Chapman. Ask about the last 2 days, what it's been like. And I'm sure the track got rougher that last lap that we were looking at here with the drone footage of Mark Burrows we watched. My God, it was so rough there. The holes looked deeper than the car. And none of them were even. They were just big holes. It was just pounding his body and the navigator's body. Luckily, Mark's got his young son in there, young Tommy in with him. And I'm sure when they finish today, they'll be quite sore. And there's the Razorback, which is the name of the car. I believe the Chapmans bought the rights to building these Razorback cars now. They're going to start producing them this year. And, of course, they've been a very successful car last year won a few races, and he was going very close to winning the Australian Championship last year, but unfortunately lost an engine in the last round at the Pines, which cost him the championship. But that's how it goes. This year he started off really well with a provisional win here today, and it's certainly not through the lack of trying. The Chapman family have travelled all over Australia for the last 10 years campaigning. There we are, the boys up on the roof, and I'm surprised they got any energy left, really, after looking at what they've been through. But Sandy will be down there somewhere. I can't see Sandy, but we'll have a camera down there shortly. And boys look a bit hot. There we go now. We've got Sandy over. Going to have a few words with the winners and grinners. Over to you, Sandy.
Righto. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, welcome home, mate.
Thank you.
Well done.
Appreciate it.
You're not even sweating, you boy. What the heck?
It's not. We're not running, so that's why we choose motorsport. You know, we don't sweat too much. Yeah.
Mate, what a flawless run.
Yeah, mate. It's come across the line there again. It's just that. It's that feeling of having a car without a fault all weekend. It's just like nothing else. You know, it's massive shout out to all the crew prepping the weekend. Everybody back home building motors and doing our gearboxes. It's just been phenomenal. Car felt flawless. Mate.
Third
awesome.
last year, first this year.
Yeah, second last year it was, but close
second,
enough.
sorry.
But no, it's good. Yeah, mate, it's just awesome weekend. Awesome weekend. The car just did nothing wrong, and we just kept pedaling. The track got rougher and rougher out there, but we just pushed through.
We saw you did the quickest time, and the only time under 40 minutes was a 39.54 on, I think, your second lap today.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was definitely
our first lap today. Was.
Yeah, that's when we were definitely chasing hard. We wanted that 20 seconds back on Tucker. So, very cool.
And Adam, mate, I saw you just sitting there casually reading notes. It must be very easy now.
Oh, it's comfy in there, hey. We've got this thing dialed. Clayton's doing a phenomenal job out there. Out the back, it's so rough. Knowing that we had the lead we had and what's going on behind us, we just cruised that last lap. So hence why we look nice and refreshed now.
But you look like you're ready to get back in the car, I tell you.
Mate, got to get us out of it some days. But really good weekend. Thanks to all the organisers. Clayton's done a phenomenal job. Awesome effort by the Chapman team. All the guys that help us, like Clayton said, the guys that do our motor and engine. Car ran flawlessly, and here we are. It's paid off.
Well done, guys. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, car 15, provisionally. Your winners here at the still at ARB Big Desert 480, and we'll be back. I'll go back to you guys, and we'll wait probably another 10 or 15 minutes until the next car comes in.
Yeah.
Hey,
there you go.
That's a big lead.
Bit of breathing room.
We did have a bit of a change out there. Sorry, before I cut back up to you guys, we did have a bit of a change out there that you may not have known. That guess who's behind you?
Burrows, is it now?
Bowie.
Oh, Bowie. Hey.
Mark came in with a delaminated tyre.
Oh, you're kidding.
So there's got Bowie and then the two Burrows boys. So we'll cut back up.
And we still don't know who that's going to be, because, as you know, it could change up the pointy end. We're just going to have a little break, ladies and gentlemen, until the second car comes across the line. Here's our second place getter, Stephen Bowie Graham across the line, provisionally second overall for the weekend. What a great effort. As we heard earlier, it's a... oh, and look right behind him. Mark Burrows. He made up some time too, didn't he? So we've got Mark Burrows pulled out a fair bit behind Stephen Bowie Graham after he got the puncher.
We've got a minute 40.
A minute 40. Well, he's made up that time. So he's made up at least a minute 30 on Stephen Bowie Graham to come across the line. But we saw earlier on in that real whoopy sandy stuff out the back, we saw from the drone footage that Stephen Bowie Graham had a huge off and the car nearly went over. It was that close to going over, you could have blown and it would have went over. Pup Tyrrell going over the line.
Quite slow.
Yep.
I think he's coming in.
Yep, looks like he's going to come in. I noticed the Tyrrell clan are packing up all their tents.
A bit windy, I think. Hold on to him.
Certainly is.
Be a Mary Poppins job if you let him go.
But it's great to see that we've got Stephen Bowie Graham provisionally second at the moment on road, and Mark Burrows third. And Matthew Burrows, he wasn't far behind Mark, was he?
No, he should be.
So we should be seeing Matthew very shortly. But I think Mark, when he got that puncher, I think he's got the bit between his teeth and gone, nah, I'm not copping that. Okay. And we're going to have Sandy down there. Sandy's going to talk to Stephen Bowie Graham and also Mark Burrows. To you, Sandy.
But we'll just let these guys get out of the car for quickly.
How's the amount of gap that Mark Burrows has made up to Bowie Graham? Pup Tyrrell going into the pits. Oh. Yep. See, he's had a flat tyre on the back. Pup Tyrrell, he's got the remains of the wheel left on the back. Down to you.
Bowie, I know, there we go, shut down out there. I don't know if we're on up there. No, we're not. It's obviously just cooling down, but might run around here. I know I'm not the first person you probably want to see when you get to the finish line, mate, but
Yeah, but anyway, it's all
I
good.
tell you what a stellar effort,
Yeah.
second across the line.
Yeah, right, really? Like, yeah, okay.
1, 2,
Mate, I'm
3,
stoked- I'm
and I
stoked with
still think Mark was a little bit behind you in time.
Okay.
So
Yep.
I don't know provisionally.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to
Oh,
do.
it
While I've
doesn't
got you
matter
right
anyway.
here, what I'm going to tell you right now,
I'm happy with wherever we are, as long as we're finished.
we'll refresh it while you're standing here,
Yeah,
but
that's all right.
mate, it flawless.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, car, we cracked an exhaust yesterday, changed it, and other than that, it's a bit of grease in the CVs and fuel, and that's it. It ran good.
You want to see it?
Yeah, right.
I just want to show, I don't know if we can get that at home, but there you have it. Clayton Chapman 408. Steve Bowie in a Class 10 second outright here at the Big Desert 480. 4 hours and 26 minutes in the seat. Only a minute 48 ahead of Mark Burrows.
Well, even if it was a second, it's still
Dude,
good.
on the podium.
Yeah, I'm stoked with that, mate.
And I'm just going to show you, I just want to see your reaction to this video. Looking there. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, no, we felt that one. Yeah. Was that the last lap?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So,
we looked at
that
each
was
other
massive.
and gone, are you all right? Yeah, like I say, it was
No
nearly...
pain?
Yeah, it was nearly knocked out, I think. It was pretty
Yeah.
close. Yeah. But yeah.
I mean, the car, hey, you made it, the car made it.
Yeah.
You're looking quite well. I think
Yeah.
everyone seems to have come in looking more refreshed than I would expected this weekend.
Yeah, look, it's busy, but like you get a break on the
roads.
on the road on the way back in. But yeah, in that out there, you're glad to see the end of it and get a break and recover and then wait for it again out the other side.
All right,
Yeah.
well done, Bowie.
Righto.
Good to
Thank
see
you.
you home safe on another one, mate.
thanks.
Cheers. They are. Steve Graham, Bowie, and we might wander around and see if we can get the Burrows. Mark, he hates talking to me, and normally he's busy. I try not to interrupt him, but now, mate, delaminated tyre.
Delaminated tyre. I've never seen that happen before, have we?
No, well, we saw it when it came in. I'm like, you would have felt the vibration, thinking maybe you've got a CV letting go or something.
No, we knew it was a tyre because it let go on that last rate. So we're about 215 kilometres an hour when she let go. So it was pretty exciting. She made a lot of noise, a lot of rumbling. So.
And unfortunately, that put you, I think I timed as you left, you were about a minute 45 behind Bowie, leaving onto your last lap, which couldn't just claw back, unfortunately.
No, that's right. No, we got the bit
you obviously
dusty
made a bit of time back, but but it looks like I think you're about a minute 40-something after in total running time.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what it is. So, no, all good. Yeah.
Well, third place, and good to see you home again safe and on the podium, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. Good to get back.
Mark Burrows, car 21, the third of our finishers here today at the still at ARB Big Desert 480. Sorry, there's sand in my eyes. It's quite breezy out here. We've got about another 4 or 5 minute gap, I think, until the next Burrows car.
No, Sandy, we've just got word up in the box that the other Burrows car has stopped out on the circuit.
Matty Burrows has stopped, unfortunately. Well, we're not too sure, but we'll cut back up to you for a while, fellas, and we'll wait for the next one to come in.
We just got confirmation from Lee Wells out on the circuit that Matthew Burrows has pulled up out on the circuit. We don't know yet what's going on, but of course we've got he's parked in the bushes, as you can see on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen, because he's been carrying our onboard camera all day, and unfortunately that is soul destroying for Matthew Burrows to be parked there.
Yeah, he's parked it in the trees out of the way, so it's not a good sign.
No, he's well off the track, so unfortunately, he might have, there he is, he's going again. Yep,
he's going to take all the back. Matt Burrows is back on the track and he's running again.
So we don't know what happened. He might have got a puncture, we don't know. But we've got the on-car footage with Matthew Burrows again. So we did have footage of him stopped in the trees, but look at that, Glenn. Never give up.
No, he's rolling again, so that's the main thing.
What we want to say is a bit about Bowie's car, 1065 Racing, Stephen Bowie Graham, Lumacraft. He's navigated by Jason Richards, second outright for the day. Of course, he's sponsored by Lumacraft, Neil Automotive, Roach Mobile Welding, R&N McNabb Race Trans, also a sponsor, and Graham Farming. Great drive today by Bowie. He's always there. He's always in our top 5 or 6. And today we heard that he was the first car with a torque converter in a Class 10 car. And he's reaped the benefits of it. Third outright, Mark Burrows. He's in the new Monk car down there. Of course, navigated by Tommy Burrows. Went well all day, just cruised around for the last 2 days. Unfortunately, a delaminated tyre, left-hand rear, has cost him 1 spot. But I still believe he's got third outright. Here we go. Brett Kaminsky just came in the big trophy truck, Glenn.
Yep.
So that's just pulled up, and Sandy will have a few words with Brett when he gets out. But he's had a few issues today as well, and yesterday. I'm not sure where he would have got outright because he's changed the gearbox overnight.
Well, Matty Burrows is still running. He's still running, so he shouldn't be far away.
So, Kaminsky's down to you, Sandy.
Well, we'll wait for Mr. Kaminsky to get out of the car.
I think Sandy just realised the Kaminsky truck is a left-hand drive. And going around there, the boys are taking the helmets off. Matthew Burrows we should see very shortly. I think Matthew will still go a good fourth out, right? Isn't that...
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. That was a good race. Sorry, it's a shame about yesterday with the transmission.
Yeah. The car looked fast. I mean, we saw it even taking a big beating. Those whoops out there looked like a lot of people couldn't get up on top of them. It was just in and out of every hole, you know, clearing one but in and out of most.
Yeah. Look, with the first lap this morning we got around about 4 cars real quick. So we got some clean air. We just picked our points where we could. Unfortunately, that lap we just had a flat tyre on the front here. So that was a bit of a bummer. Other than that, yeah, look, shame about yesterday, because yesterday sort of has not helped us for the overall or something like that, a podium. That would have been good. Awesome track, love the track. It's got a bit of everything in it. The wind was good, you know, some roads you copped a mouthful, other roads was nice and clear. So no, overall, I'm stoked in the car. Boys stayed here till 9 o'clock last night and did the transmission, so couldn't wish for a better team. Dan and Wayno and me having Corey here, awesome job.
No worries. Welcome back, and good to see you back safe.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll let you get out and have a drink. Well done, boys. Kaminsky's fourth on road this afternoon. They were in fourth on road, but unfortunately, I think with yesterday's transmission issue over the finish line of their first main lap, will put them out of contention for, I think it'll put them way down the field, maybe even down near 20th currently. So you're rolling, Brett. So yeah, they had a flat, and as you can see, this was the tyre we saw on the live feed earlier. Them trying to lift, that's monstrous. You know, 40 inches and heavy as hell. We've got the next couple of cars rolling in. Can't even see who that was. I was too busy yapping to Brett, but we can probably swing around here. I'm going to say that looks like. Does that look like Lockie Campbell? Lockie Campbell currently coming in fifth on road, but I'm going to say, and I'll do a quick refresh on the times while they're rolling up.
No spare. Flat tyre by Matthew Burrows by the look of it. I could not see a spare on the back of that vehicle. Of course, the Can-Am, Lachlan Campbell, Greg Campbell. Great.
Lockie, what an amazing drive, man.
Thanks for that, Sandy. Yeah, that was a lot of fun on that last lap. We had, I think it was Hartnett there behind us, and we were seeing him. He was catching us a bit in the rough, so we just decided to hammer on a bit harder. And this car is awesome to drive, man. I am so spoiled this weekend. These SDG shocks, the Tensor tyres were amazing. We hit a tree root out there, and copped it just fine, so puncture free. These shocks were, like, can't fault it. And the geometry of this new Maverick R is just next level, so unbelievable.
Well done, mate. I think that Hartnett might have you just by about nearly a minute, 58 seconds, which might put you in 5th place outright for the weekend.
Oh, that's all right. I said at the start of the weekend, if I can finish top 10, I'll be happy, and if I'm top 5, I'll be ecstatic. So,
it's a phenomenal drive. You and how was it, Greg?
Yeah, no, he's driving really well. Like, a lot of common sense still. Like, there's a bit left in it if we need to push a bit harder, but you know, car's got to do Pooncarie next weekend, so had to make sure he looked after it.
All right, welcome. We'll let you get out of the car. Welcome back. Another team safely over the finish line. We'll go and have a quick yap to hearten it. I think you're the first person that comes in, looks like they've been sweating. Actually working hard that lap.
That last lap, yeah. Yeah, that was a bit ordinary. But anyway,
on time, it looks like you might have beaten Lockie coming in 4th outright.
Oh, that's good.
On time. And that's provisional, but that's what I'm seeing on the stopwatch, on the clock so far. I know you rolled over the finish line just behind him, but 58 seconds in front on overall time.
Oh, right, that's good.
What do you mean that's good? That's a top 4.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad for an old fella. Yeah.
Was it fun? It looked brutal out there for a lot of cars.
Yeah, it's still fun. Good fun track. Yeah, just have the fast bits to give you a bit of a break here and there, but yeah, it's good.
All right, I'll let you get out and have a water and stretch your legs. They've been wrapped up in those cars for 4 and 5 hours, some of these people. And second of our Class 10s. Now, that's an interesting finish, isn't it? We've got an Ultimate, a Class 10, an Ultimate, and a 6 car, and another Class 10, all of our top 5. So what a phenomenal ending. Now, I see the second of the Burrows over the line. I don't know what happened at the end, Matty, but you were having a pretty staunch run as well.
Yeah, last 2 laps were pretty good. We're pushing pretty hard, and then, I got a flat tyre on the last lap, so that's what you get for pushing hard, I suppose.
You enjoyed it?
It was good fun, yeah. No, we had a ball. It was good. So good to see both the cars get to the end, and, we're happy.
And I think this should put you maybe in 5th or 6th outright.
Yeah, cool, yeah. And, I think we've got the class that we too, which would be good. So.
Which will also put you in a good standing for points in the championship.
Definitely. So a good start.
For those that don't know, sorry, mate. For those that don't know, Matty's finished 3rd last year in the overall in the championship. So
yeah, so a good start again here at Rainbow. It's good to come in nice and close to home, and we have a good track, and we got used to it in the end, and car felt good. So if it wasn't for that flat tyre, it would have been a bit more, but it's all right. We're happy and all good.
And mate, just tell us, how brutal was it out there in that desert section?
Yeah, there was bits and pieces that you could get on top of, but then there was stuff you just couldn't, and it was throwing you around to everywhere, So, but no, the car set up really well, so we're pretty happy, really.
All right, I'll go and let you do your thing, but well done. Welcome home. We'll go back to you boys for a minute. We've got a little bit of a breather, I think, until the next couple of cars come over. So,
of course, as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the GRC Motorsports, Lachlan Campbell and Greg Campbell in the Can-Am Maverick R, sponsored by Andrew Race Cars, Method Wheels, Tenza Tyres and Rugged Radios. Great job. Boys have done extremely well to get a Can-Am or any of those sorts of cars in the top 10 or 5 is a fantastic effort, and we looked at that all day. The car, apparently, we were talking to Greg earlier, is absolutely standard out of the box, but he has done a lot of suspension changes on the shock absorbers. Next along, the Harnett family, well, what can I say about them? They've been all over the country racing over a lot of years, and anyway, of course, the Harnett's, it's got a Ford, I believe, in it. I'm just looking at a little bit of information on the Harnett's, but there's nothing on my... It's a Ford motor, is it, in the back of it? And it runs a AGB 6-speed gearbox, I believe. But Russell drives extremely well. Had the daughter, Kelsey, in with him today, and he'd be wrapped. He doesn't show much emotion, Russell, when he places, but over the years I've always seen him. He's a hard driver. He's certainly a hard driver, and he tries hard in that car. He came out of Class 2. He was always at the top end of Class 2. He moved into Class 10, and now he's at the pointy end of that. Of course, he's got Bowie to deal with up there. And then we move along there to Matthew Burrows. Well, what can we say about Matthew? Matthew's the son of Mark Burrows, and he's been navigating for Mark, so he's learned his trade over the years from Mark, and he's driving Mark's old Australian Championship winning Jimco. It's got a Commodore motor in the back of it, V6 Commodore engine, which I can assure you is not standard. It's got a 5-speed AGB gearbox. Sponsored by Max Burrows Haulage. MBR Racing's been around for a lot of years, and of course, in with him, he had Jay Mitchell riding with him today. Jay's been with him for the last couple of years, and they've done an extremely good job. And Glenn and I picked it when he went missing on that very last lap. We were disappointed up in the booth here because he's done a good job. We've sat in the booth all day with him with the camera on the bonnet. Now, everybody all over the world seen how well Matthew's been driving, and did extremely well. And it only takes one puncher, just that one puncher, to put you back in the field. As Dad, would you believe that both the Burrows cars had a puncher? Left rear for Mark, he had a delaminated tyre. He felt it, he said, coming down the last road, coming home on the second last lap, and he felt the vibration, had his left rear delaminating. He went over the finishing line there, and we saw as he drove past the combox, he was heading into the pits. The tyre, the whole tread of the tyre had come off. It hadn't gone down, it just lost the whole tread. And that's what happens with these tyres. When they get hot, the vulcanising of the tread actually comes off the case. And I've seen that happen here before. It happened to Danny Brown possibly about 2 or 3 years ago. He delaminated a whole tread off a rear tyre on his car at 230 k's an hour. So that was a bit scary. And Mark was probably up the top end of that too when that happened to his car. But yeah, it just seems funny that both the Burrows cars, you couldn't kill them with an axe today, but they both had a tyre issue, which is very disappointing. Put them both back, I think, one place each in the field. So they didn't lose a lot of time. But just to finish this race is an achievement, ladies and gentlemen. The track out there is honestly one of Australia's toughest circuits, and extremely hard. If you go around here and have a drive around this particular track in your own four-wheel drive, you'll know what it's like. You can see all the boys on the finishing line there, boys and girls, sharing a few stories about the day, what happened, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more tonight. We're going to have a presentation here a little bit later on. We've got the dais all set up there, and Sandy will certainly be handing out the champagne and the trophies to the winners. And when you've got a first place, second or third, or any trophy from the Big Desert 480, you've earned it. It's a hard day in the office. And possibly a lot of people don't come here because it is a hard day in the office, but it certainly sorts out the men from the boys. It's a good event to start the year with. If you leave here with a few points, we have this race, and then we have, I believe, Waikerie would be the next one over in South Australia, which is the second round of the Australian Championship for us for the ARB series. And then we have Gundawindi up there in Queensland. And then we head down to Millicent in South Australia for the last round. And then we have a big presentation evening down there where all the Australian champion is crowned, and we hand out all the trophies. And there's some big trophies and big awards handed out here. I mean, ARB hand out about $10,000 or $12,000 worth of stuff, or even more, I think it is. And also Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson hand out $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 worth of tyres. So it's worthwhile entering this event, and certainly it's all about points accumulation. So if you finish today and you get some points, and then you finish the next one, and you finish the next one, that's what we see, and then we crown the Australian champion. That's how it works. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a good day so far, and I've always said we're going to get probably 15 finish all the laps. At the moment, We've got 3, 6, 7 out there. So we need a few more, but we've got a few Can-Ams out there, Glenn. The 6 cars.
It's gone quiet, but there's still a few more cars out there. We've got the map now on screen to see who's still out there.
Yep, certainly have. So we've got a few out on circuit now. That's providing all these guys get back.
And whether they're travelling or not, because a lot of them could be parked. Who knows? But here's another one over the start line. It's 663. He's out to complete his last lap. Yep. Side by side.
Justin Mitchell gone through the finishing line. So is he turning right or left? He turned left, which means he's going out for his last lap. So we've got about another hour before we see him again. A few guys out there. We don't call them stragglers because these guys in the smaller class cars are a little bit slower. That's why it's amazing to see that yellow and black Can-Am there. Lachlan Campbell, gee whiz, what a great effort.
Great drive.
Just goes to show you it's all about the person in behind the wheel and how good it is. Car number 88, the racer of Mark Hardman and De Grouchy just across the line. They've still got one more lap to go.
Oh, and here's Stewart.
Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
He's lost a wheel, or he's lost a tyre, back right and no tyre at all.
Stuart Chapman coming in. Is the rim there? I don't think there's even a rim there. He's just driven in on what's left of the rim.
Oh dear! It must have happened not far out, so he decided, because he has got a spare on the back, but he's decided to run with it. And
well, I think the Chapmans will be over there buying a couple of those race line wheels, Glenn, tonight.
Yeah, it looks like
There's not much left of that one. Might be able to get Sandy over there and get a photo of that rear wheel and see when that happened and how long he's been driving on it. I know those single-seater drivers don't like changing tyres, mate.
No, it's not ideal when you're there in on your own. It's something that you've got to do on your own. Everything you do is on your own, so it's...
I think he's about to meet another one that doesn't like changing tyres.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, not much of that wheel left. So it's interesting. We're getting a lot of punches here this afternoon. We saw Pup go in here just before. He had a puncher on, and we've seen all these cars.
Scotty Ratcliffe is going out for his last lap.
Looked like before that he'd actually had a rollover. I saw the number on the roof was bent down. Stuart Chapman, car number 1014. The gearbox wouldn't have liked that, Glenn.
No, there's a spider gears, the back right end tyre or wheel or the hole, it's just not there.
Okay, Sandy, down to you, mate.
Thank you, boys. Stu.
Oh, how are we?
Well, how are you? How are you?
Oh, been better. We've got a double flat tyre out in the rough there, and a bit rough.
Oh, this has been changed. Yeah. This one's flat too, and you've changed one.
Oh man, I got 2 flat.
2 flat.
So, just luckily the race lines are strong enough to get me home. So.
And I'll let you get your helmet off. Stu's obviously does it tough out there. First of our single-seaters home. Yeah, we only need 1 bottle of water. Or possibly 2.
Oh,
so you changed both tyres? Oh, well, changed one tyre and then just went, let's go.
Yeah, I just nursed it home from there, basically.
When did that happen?
Probably 20, 30 k's from home. There was a big old rock in the tree or stump in the middle, and I launched over this crest, landed on it. I went, oh, that's not good. And I nursed it through the sand and got it out. So, no, not too bad.
Welcome home, mate. 3rd class 10.
Oh, happy days. So good.
And it was obviously brutal out in that back section.
Oh, it's pretty wild. No, it's getting pretty gnarly out there, but no, it's heaps of fun. So
I'll let you go and have a drink and relax.
Thank you.
How
Stu
good's that
Chapman,
race
second
line
of
wheel,
Chapman
Sandy?
cars. Now, I better just tell you, Stu. Hey, Clayton come over first.
Oh, happy days. How good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, well done, Stu. Good to see both cars home. Everyone's safe. So,
Well, Chris
yeah.
Hummer from Raceline
Look
Wheels will
at
want
that.
to get over and take a
There's a
photo of that
promo if
wheel.
ever I saw one, fellas.
Yeah, it's certainly a great-looking wheel. You can still reuse that wheel by the look of it. And just the tyre won't hold air. But I believe the Chapmans do use Mickey Thompson tyres, so it must have been something big and hard that went through that tyre. So anyway, I'm sure they'll front up to the next event with some new wheels and tyres on that vehicle. As we know, Stewart's a hard and fast driver, but he was just saying there to Sandy that it was the second puncher. You can see the other wheel up on the back with a hole in it as well. So that's not good. You don't stop and change them when you haven't got any left, Glenn.
No, you run out of options real quick, that's for sure. As we've got another one in, 137, the Andrews entry. He's had a good weekend. Circulated quite well all weekend.
Stayed under the radar, hasn't he? Of course, we've got Richard Andrews driving and obviously Lauren Andrews or Jamie Andrews navigating. They're sponsored by S&S Frames and Ronco Engineering. This has been circulating nicely all day, and I reckon they're top 10. So we'll get Sandy over there and he can have a few words with him, have a few words with Richard. And I'm sure all these people, you just can't wipe the smiles off their faces because they've finished probably one of the hardest races in Australia today.
We've got the hard-charging Tucker entry.
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker come through the finish line.
Yeah,
He's had a big weekend.
That's what we want to find out, Glenn. What stopped him this morning?
We've certainly got plenty of momentum coming home, so he's cleaned up his act, but that car's been super quick all weekend. But he had an issue and lost about an hour earlier, which has cost him the race.
Sandy, you might be able to go down there and see Kyle when he comes in and let us know what happened. He's behind you. Oh.
Looking for the camera.
There we go. Yep. There he is. Not shaking the champagne yet, but there's our winner for today, Clayton Chapman, telling everybody how hard it was. Look at the hand movements. Yep. As you do. I mean, Sandy had this guy winning this after lap 2 today, and we said, don't say those things. Anything could happen. Look what happened to the Burrows clan. But Clayton...
We all tipped him, though, for the weekend.
Drove well. Drove extremely well. And he's always got a smile on his face, Glenn.
He's pretty well calculated.
Right, here he goes. Going to go down to Tucker and also go down to Richard Andrews. Don't walk past Richard, Sandy.
Yeah, we'll have a quick chat with Rich.
G'day, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
How'd you both go?
Lauren, yeah, not too bad, mate. It seems like we come through and finished anyway. That's what we came here for. Yeah. We're not the quickest, but we're the turtle and the what's it? Hare and the tortoise. So if someone mucks up, we're thereabouts anyway. So
Welcome back anyway.
No worries, mate. It's been good.
A lot of dust.
Yeah, a little bit of dust, but cleared out in the second half because the guys in front of us pulled off what we caught them, so had a pretty clear run with dust. Just the 25 k's of the whoops doesn't suit the car well.
No, that was rough.
Yeah, so maybe a bit more shocker. Look at a bit more shockers. No.
All right, welcome home. We'll let you get out. We'll go and have a yap to Kyle. Kyle, quick word.
Yep.
I know you're trying to get out and get refreshed, mate.
Yeah.
After such a blistering start, what actually did happen out there?
I just ran low on some trans fluid and just didn't have any drive. Had to pull up for about, 40 minutes or so, wait for it to cool down and get going again.
Yeah, now the same thing I believe happened to Aaron Habe yesterday. Yeah, so it was obviously the sand puts a lot of load on the torque converter out there, raising temps pretty quick.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's obviously long straights, and then you don't really get time to look after your motor and your drive line, so you're just going in the heavy sand. Doesn't like it that much.
Well, I must commend you on your drive. We know you got it in you, and well done on your run yesterday and even this morning. So, and it's just a bit of a shame that you had a little bit of car issues because I know you could have done it.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm just happy to finish, and I'll have a beer and celebrate now, I reckon.
We'll let you get out, mate. Welcome home. Kyle Tucker, who was leading the race this morning, unfortunately a little bit of mechanical issue, as we know. It doesn't take much. We've had a big change in placings today, haven't we? And like I said, to have Bowie's 10 car second outright, what a phenomenal change in what we used to see back in the day of ultimate cars on the start line. And
we've got David Adams there right next to you in the green car, Sandy. Just pulled up.
We might flick back up to you boys up there. Let these people get rested and
Okay,
get
so
some
we've
water
got,
into them.
as I said, David Adams came across the line in 10.74, which I believe should be about third in Class 10. And, of course, he's sponsored by Desert Rat, Thrive Mobility, SBH Engineering, Proud Race Engines. So he's done well today. He's about 10th or 11th in or something. Got Peter Simpson just went across the line there, Sandy. Peter will be coming down your way. But I was just listening to the story there from Kyle Tucker, and he had the same problem as Aaron Habe. In the deep sand out the back, they run converters in these cars, and they boiled the converter oil. So the fluid in the converter boiled, and what that happens is when you're in sand, you tend to go up a higher gear than you need to be, so you're not working the engine too hard. Tends to slip the oil through the converter a lot quicker. It doesn't get time to cool. So what it does is it brings the temperature up. He would have had an oil pressure temperature of about 150. Anything over 145, 150, that's it. She won't move. She's boiling. So that would have pulled him up. He would have had to wait for it to cool down, as Aaron Habe did this morning, and then proceed on his way. That's why he was an hour late coming at the lunch break, Glenn. But certainly he showed everybody the way, Kyle Tucker, this morning. Gee whiz, car was on it. And yesterday, yep, threw the stuff out the back. Gee whiz, it was the fastest car out there. And now we've just seen Peter Simpson pull up. And, of course, that's car number 412. And he's got Greg Barker in with him. He's sponsored by Warrigal Machining, which Peter actually owns that company. And also Donaldson Filtrator Systems, Druin Tree Services, and Smith Tech Motorsport. So Peter's done a good job, Class 4. And I'm looking at the classes there. I reckon he would have won that class because the truck that's come in there is definitely lost time, hasn't it? Lost time yesterday, lost a lap yesterday. So I reckon Peter's probably provisionally won the class. Great drive. And, of course, Peter's wife, Dee Simpson, she's one of the committee and the organising of the event, does a fantastic job, and as do all the other tireless workers that we have at this event. And put on a fantastic event. Put on a fantastic event over the weekend. And as everybody's sitting at home and watching this event, there's the Chapman's car in the picture. Just a beautiful car, that Razorback. And he's going to start producing those cars, so they'll be selling them a lot because American-built cars now are getting too expensive. And that Razorback's a proven car. It does everything well. We saw it go through the rough. Well, it's won the event. What can it do? It can't do anything better. And it's won the event. And then look who's pulled up now. Simon Tucker's pulled up next to Peter Simpson. Car number 2. They've had an eventful couple of days. Of course, when he's got number 2 on the roof means that he run second in the championship last year and deserved it. Last 2 days, from what I've seen from the combox, when that car's going, it's going. It's making time. But he's had a couple of little issues that stopped him, and he's pulled up to do, and we don't know up here what it's been, but he's been in and out of the pits quickly, back out again, and then he makes up time again. He's like beating his head against the wall, but he's finished the event. His son's just a couple of places up on him, which Kyle, this is Kyle's first actually outright drive, isn't it?
I might have an interrupt, fellas.
He navigated for Dad last year.
Just have a quick chat.
Okay, Sandy, to you.
Fresh before, but how was it?
It was very, very tough. It's a hard day's work out there. I think definitely
one of a few single-seaters out there.
Yeah, well, definitely not suited to my type of car. I don't think a bit shorter, a bit smaller. I think it was hard work. Yeah, but we got there. It was shame we had a problem yesterday, but
it was alternator.
Just an alternator. Yeah, just stopped working. So brand new alternator just stopped working.
Yeah, so that happens.
Put the old one on and it worked fine.
Of course. All right, good to see you back.
Thanks, mate.
We'll go wander down. We'll have a yap to a couple of others. I don't know where Sibbo disappeared to, but we might interrupt Mr. Tucker and have a quick yap. Second last year in the championship, you had a little bit of a rocky start this weekend.
Yeah, we did. I don't know what the go was. We just sort of couldn't do anything right. And
tell us the woes with the car. There was obviously some car dramas.
Yeah, we got a flat tyre there yesterday and then another one today on the first lap of that first section. And then we sort of had a pretty good run for the second and third lap. And then that last lap, big time oil temp issues. So, yeah, we got to do something. It seems like whenever we've got to run our spare tyre on a long straight, yeah, she just doesn't like it. Yeah, doesn't like it. But nah, we got there. It was we knew we'd sort of lost a fair bit of time there yesterday. We had a bit of a mishap and a whoopsie, and yeah, just a slight little lack of concentration, and it catches you out. So, nah, it's all good. We made it. Yeah, got here.
All right, well done. And I know Kyle's got it in him too after his run this morning and yesterday. So, well done. Good to see you all both home safe and sound.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, a bit of a proud dad moment. You always worry about the young fella. He's pretty keen and pretty fast, but yeah, full credit to MBR Racing. You know, they run 2 cars as well, and that's a big effort.
Yeah. All right, mate. Congratulations for getting you home. I think it's part of the battle out here at the Big Desert 480. Sibbo, turn around. Sibbo, car 412. How was it for you, mate?
It hurts.
It hurts. A couple of Voltaren I had there at lunchtime, but it still hurts. But the trenches are deeper than the ones they had at Gallipoli. It's unbelievable.
Cars in one piece, no real major dramas?
No, we had got a vibrating tail shaft, so we had to sort of stay under 5,000 revs on the straights, but we got it home, and all we had to do was get it home to secure our position.
All right, we'll see you at the next one, eh?
Yeah, we will.
Peter Simpson, car 412 from down Warrigal Machining. They've been a contender out here for a long time as well. We were saying earlier, Sibbo used to race a Baja bug. Probably back against you fellas, I would imagine.
Back in the day when Peter had the Baja, and he certainly was a fierce competitor back in those days in Class 4 in the Baja class, and used to bring the trophies home all the time, and I think he's still got that Baja in the shed at home. And, of course, he's been campaigning this truck now that he's built, and he's been doing extremely well with that, and you can't do any better than cleaning up Class 4 today. Great effort, Peter. And he's a silent achiever. He'll go home tonight and he'll have a few beers and reminisce on how hard his back aches and hurts, and just take 6 more Voltaren, mate. You'll be right. But yeah, it's one of those places when you sit up here in the box, Glenn and I look at the track and think we've got the best seat in the house. Running around that circuit, gee whiz. That big accident that Bowie nearly had, golly, we saw the footage of it. And that's a full-blown Illumicraft with, 20-something inches of travel on each corner, and it had a big off, didn't it, Glenn?
Oh, yeah, certainly launched it into the space and threw it left into the trees, but he saved it. It was pretty rugged, the area where we come unstuck, but doesn't matter. Every lap, if you remember, there's always something goes on. There's always a scary moment, and that's off-road racing. But some you survive with, some you don't, and just carry on regardless.
Well, we've got a few cars home now, and there's a few out on the circuit still.
So how many we got out here? Let's count them. We've got 2, 4, 6, 13 cars.
13 cars home. There's a lot of 2-car teams here. I mean, the Chapmans run 2 cars. They got 2 cars home. The Burrows, they run a 2-car team. They got 2 cars home. The Tuckers, 2-car team. They got 2 cars home. When you think about it, Glenn, that's a great effort.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in these conditions, like with this track, it's just brutal. As we just had our first Class 5 car come through the finish line. He's done real good.
Michael Shipton.
Yep. In the SPH Ranger. Princess Racing Team. Michael Shipton and Paul Shorten.
They've done a great job too. We've been commenting on that car all day, how well it's been handling in the rough. So,
hasn't missed a beat all weekend.
No, you're certainly right there. No, it's I tell you what, it's a place that's hanging out for a bit of rain around here. Gee whiz, we can see on the footage that she's dry and dusty. But what saved us this weekend over the past 2 days has been the wind gods, and it's blown a lot of the dust away from us. It certainly had none coming at us today, and it just and I bet all the drivers would say it was just I've heard all these guys say what a great racetrack, Glenn. I mean, we looked at it and thought, how rough's that? But everybody that's parked down there loved it because it's a real off-road track. And if you're a real off-road racer and you're serious about this sport, that's what you build the car for, to go over all different types of terrain.
Come here and try to beat this place.
Yeah, wow,
it's a brutal track, but...
So the people that didn't come, Queensland, Northern Territory, Western Australia, South Australia, or even in Victoria, next year, the Big Desert 480. Certainly one to have on the board. One of the trophies in your cupboard. Come and do it. I mean, we had 50 entries this year, and certainly 50 of the best in the country that could make it, that had cars prepped and ready. There was a lot of people that didn't come, but they couldn't get their cars here for some reason. But it's a good one to start the season off. So anyway, the flags are flying still. The drones are up. And I must say, Glenn, what a great job Shane Hutt's done with his team of guys this weekend, broadcasting this all over the world through YouTube. It's just been a great effort. If you could only see the van that's next door to our commentary position here, there's a van, it has 9 million wires hanging out of the back of it. I've got no idea where any of it goes, but it's run faultlessly all weekend. We've just had Lee Wells come back into the box. He's been out the back. He's been shooting us some texts all day. And afternoon, Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone.
How'd you go out the back? You went out there with Huddy today, did you?
Yeah, I went out with the film crew with Shane, and what an experience. It's something I've never done before. Never really got a chance to sit out the back, and just what a landscape out there. And we're about the 40k mark this morning, and then about the 20k mark this afternoon, and just the way I learned a lot about modern technology, I can tell you that.
Yeah, what about the race cars themselves? Who was the quickest through the areas that you were at?
This morning they were pushing very hard. The 14, the Tucker car and the Chapman car were pretty much close to each other, and they were having a really good ding-dong battle, and they were going for it. And Aaron Havey was sitting in there right behind him, and then obviously once we saw Aaron having his issue and the Tucker car dropped out for a while, it really the field spread right out.
Well, we saw Aaron Havey, he smacked the tree down here on the second last corner, left right-hand front, quite hard actually, and bent all the corner back on the Element car. But and I think what actually happened in that area there's not too many places where you're actually running your own dust, but you come down a straight to a left past the airport to a left-hand corner. Left-hand corner, and then you turn and you're actually driving in your own dust, and I think he just misjudged it and caught the tree with the right-hand front wheel.
Yeah, I don't know what actually happened there, but it's very rare. Can't recall Aaron ever crashing or having any sort of
doesn't really make mistakes, mate.
No.
So that's one for the books for him. But anyway, it was sad to see that he was out of the race, but and then of course, I'm looking at the cars starting, obviously the Chapmans, they deserve where they got, Clayton Chapman drove extremely well all day, put it up the pointy end there. Second along, Bowie, well, what can you say about him? First class 10 car home. Second outright, Mark Burrows. Third, but delaminated tyre. You could say but and if all you like, but that's what happened, You wouldn't think you delaminate. I think Mark uses the BFGs on that too, and they're always a pretty good tyre. I've never seen a BFG delaminate. I've seen a Toyo delaminate. I've seen a few other brands delaminate, but never a BFG. So, and then what about Lachlan in the Can-Am?
Yeah, that was handling the rough stuff really well out the back. It's very quiet, the car. It goes past, you can barely even hear it running.
Standard.
Yeah.
They tell me it's a dead standard car.
So, they were doing a great job, actually. They were hanging in there and holding their own. And, went to a lot of... It's very rough out the back. There was a few... I think I sent you a video of me standing in the... They're going up to my knees. The wheel ruts are up to my knees.
Yeah, I know. There was a couple of nearly big accidents out there too. But that's what it is. They threw the roughest part of the track at all these cars and they got through it. But the new drone footage is fantastic, isn't it?
Well, just the drones, and so where we're sitting out, like in the back of the paddocks, you can hear the front-running cars coming for 5-10 minutes even before you see them. Just the way they echo across the valley and the fields, and they're really pushing up there with speed. So it was just it was a good experience to go out, and normally I'm either in a car or on the hill here or something like that. So I've never actually experienced all that before. So it was really good. It's very hot out there, and but they do a great job. The boys, they never stop, the filming guys, so they do a great job.
Well, we had, and it's unusual that we had 3 cameras in cars over the weekend there, and the one in Matthew Burrows went all weekend, and we also had the one in the Chapman car. Gave us great footage. It's like sitting there in there with them. You felt a bit motion sickness actually sitting in there, and you saw their heads bouncing and bobbing along there, but it's certainly they were good camera shots. Yeah,
we went to a couple of different locations, and then you got Shames flying the drone, and then the other guy flicking the cameras over, and then Aaron was on the tripod camera giving you all the great shots on the live stream. So it's really come a long way, and it's great for everyone here and then everyone watching at home.
Well, it's not an easy job too, and a lot of people that sit at home don't know, but I'm counting the heads around me here that's working with us over the weekend to put all this on, and there's possibly about 8 people involved in the van with Huddy, I believe, is there?
They'll be here well into the night tonight packing all that up. So huge shout out to them and what they put on and what you see on the screens and at home. As I've seen today, there's a lot that goes into it.
It's good when you can sit at home and put your telly on YouTube and sit down all day with a beer and watch an off-road race.
Well, they got a million cables and plugs. All I was looking for was my phone charger at one point, and even that was hard to get going. But the amount of stuff they had going on, like I said, learn a lot about modern technology, that's for sure.
Look at this aerial shot, ladies and gentlemen, of the start-finishing area. That's the big screen there that we're looking at, the big screen for all the spectators on the spectator hill there. Most of them are gone home now, but the spectator hill here is amazing. We also have a tractor pull facility here as well, so they use this particular motorsport complex for tractor pulls, and they also use it for hare and hound motorbike races, I believe. So the facility is second to none. The pit area is amazing. The food vendor area, the new toilet block they built, the spectator hill, it's great. All the commentary position, fantastic. And the speakers, you can walk around anywhere on this circuit and hear the commentary at any time, in the pits or on the hill, if you want to hear it. If not, put earplugs in.
Well, it's getting towards that time of the day where you guys I'm going to hear you for the last time. So
we signed off earlier, Lee, when you weren't around, mate. So
good. I must have missed that.
Yeah, you certainly did. Yeah.
I hope you didn't hand it over to me, did you?
No, we had a bit of a sad moment.
Did you?
It was the last time we're going to be on. So your dad and I, we actually signed off earlier in the day when we were waiting for a few cars, and we've left it up to some young people like you, which will be coming up next year, and certainly doing the commentary here. But
is that where Sandy is? He's off consoling himself somewhere, is he? Or?
Yeah, Sandy will be coming up here, that's for sure. But Sandy's done a great job, and of course Sandy's the man that does the whole series. So he goes to every race, as Glenn and I do anyway. We go to every race, but and I enjoy actually just flipping around the pits and meeting all the competitors that I've known for 47 years and talking to them about off-road racing. But I noticed Pup came in with a puncher.
Yeah, I gave him a couple of special waves out in the track just to make sure he knew it was me.
Oh, I'm sure he would have known it was
you. So
he
definitely knew from the reaction I got in the car. But was it just a flat, was it? Or?
Yeah.
He had a flat, but he dropped the lap. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think he's packed it up and gone home. But we're still waiting. We've got a few cars out on the circuit. We've got a lot of Can-Ams out on the circuit finishing off the lap. Not too many buggies, I don't believe.
There looks to be a few coming in to our left, but it's one thing I noticed out the back today. They were all together, those Can-Ams, and they're reliable. There's not many of them fall out, and they're all about, they're having I'll tell you what, the Class 10s were having a good ding-dong battle out there too. Stuart Chapman and I don't know if Sean Ratcliffe finished in the
Class 10. Class 10, I think, is the new Class 2 of Australian off-road racing. And
the Technicar, is that had an issue as well?
You can go and buy an engine for a Class 10 car, a Honda, 2.5 litre Honda motor, and put it in the back of your car, not for a lot of money. So, they don't have to do too much work on them. We've got the drone hovering outside straight in front of us, giving us a good shot. Where that screen is, this is the tractor pull area that you're looking at now. We've got a car coming around the last right-hand corner down the main straight.
He's still got a lap to go, I think. There's no checkered flag there, so that's 6681. Ross Newman, so he's still got a lap to go.
Wow. That's a big day.
Sure is.
And there's all our cars that are left out on the circuit. So, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's probably about a dozen cars there. 1093 is in the middle of nowhere. I don't know where that is.
That's the Technicar. That was going very well out there. It's handling the rough really well.
Well, I don't know what's happened. We didn't come home.
No, they were all together. The Class 10s having a good race out there.
That's disappointing because that was his first race back, and of course, as we saw, it handling extremely well. We got Shipton. Don't know what happened to Sandy. He's down there somewhere.
He's not a runner, right?
No, I think he's doing his hair and his makeup for the presentation.
Is that what's happening?
Mm-hmm. So all the people that are left on the hill don't go home. There's going to be a presentation very shortly for first, second and third up on the big bales of hay there on the Steelet, where the Steelet flags are flying, and the Raceline wheels, and of course the Mickey Thompson flags. Because we'd like to thank ARB, one of our biggest sponsors for the whole series.
I'm going to finish up.
Yep. A few of the boys are just starting to pack up a bit of the wiring that goes with our whole setup here over the weekend. Don't forget, you can still go down and get a hamburger or a bucket of chips or a drink from the ladies down there. And there's plenty of food left there. They do a great job over the 2 days. Beautiful coffee. Got Sandy back up in the box.
So we are going to do presentations around 2 o'clock.
Very good.
Down the front here. And then we might cut to a short bit of an ad break or so. And then
15 minutes away.
We'll do that short presentation, the champagne showers down the front there.
Yep.
And then we'll do the main presentation once everybody's finished.
Very good.
So, tell you what, it is hot down there. I still got my jumper on, but I'm not pulling off now. I'm done. I can't actually hear anything you guys are saying down the front there. All I can hear is a little bit of an echo of the speakers. So forgive me for ignoring you.
The speakers aren't working that well, I noticed yesterday.
Yeah.
You get more of a sound down there.
And I think our last car out on track was the vet, Ross Newman, wasn't it?
Yep.
6681, a
Yep.
little white side by side.
Yeah, he
Yeah, so
Just going over the road jump or something.
they'll do the main presentations once he's finished. Now, from what I know, I think the car in front of him might be that 666 up in that top left corner of the screen.
Yep.
So, big gap.
Certainly is.
Matty Hummer. Raceline wheels entry. We might just run through some times, eh? I've got them here somewhere. Might start at the start with provisionally. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in first with a 4:08 and 11 minutes. Now that's 4 hours and 8 minutes in the car.
Yeah.
For
Long
the weekend,
day.
For the weekend, and I think our slowest car over the line so far. It does have the pup in at 5 hours 26, so I don't know what's happening there. But Ross Newman, who we just saw not long ago go around on his last lap, has already been in the car for 4 hours 46. Oh no, he's still got a lap to go.
Ooh.
Nah. Who have we got come in? We had 697 and 633 somewhere.
Yep.
Where are they? Matty Hummer, a total of 6 hours 32 in the car.
Oh, God. Gee whiz. Isn't it amazing how we had all that trouble yesterday and today, nothing? Nothing.
Yeah. Obviously learned how to manage it.
Yep.
Maybe.
Well, I told him this morning the problem was his right foot, so...
And that's mainly, that usually is the case with those side-by-sides. You know, they get out in the
Yep.
high speed, the belts
Get too hot. Yep.
Shred belts. I know a lot of people have worked on that over the years, getting them right.
Yeah, well, apparently there's a bit of a technique to keep the belts cool. And Greg Campbell, I was talking to this morning there, and he was saying that what they do is they get it up to speed, and then they back the throttle on and off. They take the throttle on and off, which actually takes the tension out of the belt, because the belt gets hot when it's on full expansion, the whole long periods of time, and it melts the belt and it shreds. So it makes sense. Greg said that what you do is when you get up to speed, you take your foot on and off, and it doesn't lose much top end speed, but it's taking the tension off the belt. Yeah, which is always a technique, isn't there? And I think that maybe today, Matty Hummer might have been doing something like that, you know, to take the heat out of the belt.
Just an interesting one, fellas. I just having a look at the last lap times. Who do you reckon got the quickest last lap?
Oh, everybody had trouble.
The last lap.
Kyle Tucker.
With a 42.58 over Clayton Chapman with a 43.44. 44 seconds faster than Clayton. So...
But it just goes to show you...
Like Simon said, proud dad moment. We know he's got it.
Absolutely, yeah, real proud dad moment. And good to see, and as I said here before, I don't know whether you could hear me, but the two-car teams, the Chapman team, the Burrows team, and the Tucker team, you know, when you look at there's 3 two-car teams on the line there in the top 10. And, that's a
with
great
all their
effort.
cars finished.
Yep.
Because...
Well, the 2 Burrows cars had a tyre issue, one on
Stu
each.
Chapman obviously had 2 tyres.
That's right, yeah. And, it's a great effort.
92.
Yep. Dean Stanton. Dale Stanton.
Dale. Yes. Stanton. And Craig Ball.
No, a really, really good job to manage all those. And I think they might be the only 2-car teams in the pits.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's no other ones, and the whole 6 of them are home. We're looking at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, great job. And what about the Shipton car? That white 585.
Oh, that did phenomenal, didn't it?
Oh,
And,
amazing.
Soaked up the bumps really well. Maybe just lacking in a bit of horsepower and
just amazing
like that, you know. But for a Class 5,
doesn't it look a big car sitting on the
it
line
next
too?
to everybody else, it does, doesn't it?
It looks even a big car against Peter Simpson's car.
Yeah.
You know, it's just it is a big car, but it was handling well out there in the big whoops out the back. You know, it's certainly great. But the drive from Stuart Chapman on that raceline wheel, because I actually said he needs to get a raceline wheel, and then you photographed it. I'm looking at the screen, I'm thinking it is a raceline wheel, but
it doesn't look like it's got any damage. And he said 20 k's out that happened.
Really, it just shows you that
he changed the front. He had a flat front and a flat rear, and he changed the front and kept driving.
I've got some rims at home that wouldn't look like that after you've driven 20k on them.
No.
Yeah, no, he's done really well. So the one up on the back's flat as well, Sandy.
Yeah, the one that was left front, I think that came off.
Golly. Yeah.
Dale idling in. Like I said, about 10 minutes we'll do our champagne presentation for the top 3 place getters.
Very good.
Still currently provisional.
Oh, yeah, well, why not? Don't go home, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the presentation for the first 3 outright coming up.
And then the main presentation will commence after a short break.
Certainly. What a weekend.
Been a cracker for the first round.
Oh, hadn't it? What?
And where are we off to next?
Oh,
Waikerie.
Waikerie in South Australia. It's a new event for our Australian Championship Series. Hasn't been on
Championship?
Championship, sorry, mate. Yeah, I keep saying that word series, don't I? But it doesn't matter. I won't be here again. I can get away with it.
That's the 11th to the 13th of July, so we've got a little bit of a hiatus between now and then.
Yeah, no, it'll be good. It'll be a good weekend over there. I love Waikerie track. It's really good, but Sandy will be commentating. I won't be, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going over there with another race team helping out. So, you know, I like to get around to all the championship rounds.
Well done.
And, yeah, I finally got it right. And of course, from there we go up to Gundy.
Gundy
if it's not
8th
underwater.
to the 10th of August.
Do you reckon the water level
well,
had
last
gone
year
down by
was
then?
last year was the wet year, and the year before that was
dry. And
we had a little bit of a 5. I think the year before that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the year before that it was a slop heap too. So we've had a couple of years wet, and but I'm sure the new pits up there at Gundy is nice. They've done a great job up there with that track.
Yeah.
And I always like going up to Gundy. Great people up there too.
And then our round out the Pines down in Millicent, South Australia.
Yeah, that's where all the prizes are handed out, mate. How's the prizes for this championship?
Put up by ARB.
Oh, yeah, and
Mickey
of course,
Thompson.
and Raceline Wheels, and the checks that get handed out, and you know, we hand out a lot of goods up there. The guys go home with some big prizes, so it's worthwhile entering, isn't it?
Most definitely.
Yep.
Get your sheds out of the cars out of the sheds.
That's right. Get them out and get
Or
here.
your sheds off your cars.
Yeah. Here he is. Drink.
Over
Oh,
now.
yeah, drink. That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Looks like we've got the 201 car. Little Forsman entry in the far distance coming back into the arena.
Yeah, I actually saw the boys from
629 in Glenn Hoff.
Brian Bradford 264. He pulled in with only one to go, but he pulled into the pit, so I think he'd had enough.
I could understand that.
I think he was waving the white flag. Yeah.
Car 6681 still got a fair way to go around out there.
Have it on your own.
Yeah, well, when you come all the way down from Townsville, I thought he might have gone out there for the last lap, but some of those holes out there, Lee was in here before, and he said he was standing in, they were waist deep. And, you know, I think Peter Simpson said to you they were deeper than the holes at Gallipoli.
The trenches
Yeah.
Our bended elbow entry just getting out of the car. Car 629. I've run out of coconut water. I'm on my normal water now.
I noticed Lee Wells is on the Diet Coke and the Diet Donuts down there.
Not working.
No. Anyway, the pits are thinning out. A lot of people have got a lot of miles to drive home. Some people have to go back to Queensland, try and get a few miles up tonight. So that's the thing with off-road racing. We travel all over the countryside, so we do a lot of miles, don't we, Sandy?
Indeed.
And so, we all have to be back at work at some stage, pay the bills. But,
606. Another one. Tom Stevens, Toby Stevens, Hayley Stevens. All the Stevens.
Yep. All the Stevens family are down there in the pits.
And I'm going to say, I nearly think we've got Taylor and Brendan coming in. Brendan Forsman, Taylor Apostolis.
Well, Brendan Forsman will be a happy man because...
he's next over the line in a few minutes, mate. Within the minute, I think.
I think he won the championship last year, didn't he,
yep,
in Class
201.
2? Yep, that's why the 201 on the roof. Hence, the class is Class 2, and 01 means that he's the champion in the class. So he's a proud man to carry around that number, and, of course, he's shown today that he still is the champion, and he's going to win Class 2.
He'll be wrapped.
Yep. Big sponsor on the side, NGK. And, of course, he's got the new tyre sponsor as well. Bear tyres or something, wasn't it?
They've got a few sponsors. Our next one will be Taylor. Another Can-Am aimed at the finish line.
Black Bear tyres it was, Sandy. I couldn't think of the name. Racer Imports.
I can only
Signs
presume.
on the
Yep,
move.
Taylor's got the checkered flag.
Look at
Taylor
that.
and Kristen Apostoles.
We would have liked
607. Well done.
We would have liked to have interviewed her, wouldn't we?
Yeah, well, we still haven't finished. We've got
Yep.
and
I mean,
the problem is our cameraman.
She's done a great job, mate. Gee
Yeah,
whiz.
well, I think they all have. There's
Maybe we could invite her up to the commentary box and interview her.
yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, what a great job. Taylor.
Father in the passenger seat.
Yeah, and a dad. What a great effort.
I think he's done a better job.
Yes.
Outstanding.
What are you trying to say, Glenn?
Oh, can you imagine out there in the side-by-side in these brutal conditions and you're sitting next door to your daughter in a side-by-side?
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, 6681's our last car out there. They haven't even hit the desert yet. Then you've got 1054, which is Simon Govern's stationary. I don't know if 666 is still moving. It's telling me that Mr. Tim Wilkinson's still moving. Not too sure what truth there is to that. 1025 is in the middle of a paddock, so I'm going to say John Weiss. Oh, that's from yesterday. They're long gone. They were on the trailer. So Craig Barnett, haven't seen him. 0 kilometres an hour. He might have had similar dramas to yesterday. We're yet to find that out. Car 88 still travelling from what I can tell. Car 666 still is travelling. 663, which is Mr. Mitchell, Justin Mitchell.
Well,
still travelling.
I wonder
Sean
whether
Ratcliffe Sean Ratcliffe left in a hurry, didn't he? I don't know what happened to him in here.
Glenn and I thought that he'd rolled over. When the car went through, it looked like the roof number was bent over.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so, you
Maybe.
know.
He went into the pits for a bit and then he come out and he's back out where he was
Yeah, well, he's still moving out there.
Yep.
He's not far off doing that little creek crossing.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
He was travelling okay.
Yeah. So, anyway, he took off like a jet, so he's out there now, but he's sort of very well. I was just looking down there at Taylor getting out of the car down there. And, of course, what a great effort to bring that car home. We don't know what
I think that's the
position
first time we've seen her at an ARB championship race.
Certainly is. I've never seen it before, so that's great to see that.
Hopefully she enjoyed it.
Ladies in the sport, and of course we've had ladies in the sport before, but not really so much driving.
We've had a few navigators this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And Dee Simpson, of course, used to ride for Pete in that truck of his, and we've had other ladies navigating, but yeah, it's good to see a lady having a go driving.
So, yeah, Sean Ratcliffe still moving.
They're getting the champagne down there. If there's a spare bottle down there, D, for the commentators, it'll be good.
I'm going to wander down there and do the presentation, boys.
Yep, that'll be great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have the presentation for first, second and third. We've got Sandy going down there. Of course, we'll if you want to come walk down towards the to the stage, Sandy's going to present first, second and third trophies. Going to shake some champagne. Hopefully Sandy remembered the microphone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we head down towards where the big steellet flags are, please? And we need the crews from the Chapman car, the Bowie car and the Burrows car, please. So can we have the crews from the Chapman car, the Bowie car and the Burrows car, please? Mark's rolling up the banners. What a day it's been. Got Sandy down there now. He's about to go on live. Over to you, Sandy.
Yeah, we're just waiting for some of these competitors. We have the two Burrows boys over here, please. Mark and Tom. And Bowie And I forget, Richo was in with Bowie, wasn't he? We can have them up here so we can get this underway. Tell you what an absolute cracker event. There's still cars competing out there. I know Ross Newman's our last car on track, about a third of the way through. I think he's just about to enter the desert. And what we're going to do, we're going to have our champagne celebration with our top 3, and then we're going to go for a quick intermission, and once the last car's finished, as per the subregs, we'll cut back to a full presentation, so of all the trophies and classes that are out there. We've got people wandering up now, so it won't be too long.
As I've asked, we need the Chapman crew, the Bowie team and the Burrows team. I can see Mark Burrows down there. We need Tommy down there as well. Mark Burrows, stop talking and get down there. Well, okay, we're not far away now.
Let's righto, folks, here we are. We've got a few finishes. We've still got a few cars out on track. Like I said before, once the last car's finished, then we'll do the main presentation. But for now, we're going to show you first, second and third of this year's Steal It ARB Big Desert 480 out here at Rainbow. And I've got a little bit of paper in my back pocket that tells me who's who and where they stand. And I just want to run through. We mostly know who finished where, as we ran through before, but with a total run time of 4 hours 28 and 41.7 seconds in the car out there, and we've got guys that have been out there for 6 hours. In third place, Mark Burrows with his son Tom Burrows in the passenger seat. Well done, Mark.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. And well done to you too, Tom. You want to have a couple of words?
Oh, yeah. Once again, I'd like to thank Vora and all the team that put this race together. The race sponsors, Race Wheels, ARB, Steal It, all the people that get involved to make this happen, because it's not easy to run a big race like this, and we really enjoy it. And what a venue! The locals have done a fantastic job again, and we've had a great weekend. It's been good fun.
No worries. Thank you, mate. Well done. Well done, Tom.
Thank you.
There you go. Our third place getters, they'll wander around, stand on the up there. In second place, and a 10 car, second outright on the podium, Bowie in the 1065 car with Richo in the passenger seat. And they had a total run time of 4 hours 26:53.7, 18 minutes away from the leader, and only a minute 48 ahead of Mark in car 21. So Bowie and Richo wander on up here, second outright this year for the first round of the Australian ARB Off-Road Racing Championship. Bowie, well done, mate. What an effort.
Yeah, no, we had fun. It was good. I'd just like to thank all the volunteers, the property owners, what else? Oh, my pit crew. Can't forget my pit crew. Thanks for all your help. And everyone that's backed the car, engine builder, gearbox. Yeah, you've all done an awesome job. And thanks to Richo for jumping in. Did a good job. And, yeah, we had a ball.
Richo, how was it in Class 10 out there? Because I saw that last lap of the big whoop.
Yeah, we had a few of them over the weekend, but no, it was all good. Yeah, and he drove perfect. So.
Well, congratulations, mate. Well done. Second place for this year's Steel at ARB Big Desert 480, 1065, Richo and Bowie in the steering. Well done. Which obviously leads us to our first place getters. Total run time of 4 hours and 8 minutes and 11 seconds. 18-minute lead. Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire in car 15. Phenomenal effort. Absolutely phenomenal. We're just going to let this... Mate, well done again. Well done, Adam. I know we had a quick chat before, but here's the mic.
Yeah, hey. Start off with a huge thanks to my amazing family. My mum, my dad, my beautiful wife, my little boy Blake, cousin Cameron for coming along. Thanks, mate. You do everything for us. That's awesome. So huge thanks to my man Adam here. We've just been together for ages in the car, and he even steers for me sometimes. Yeah, and we share tubes. That was fun. So, it was a great event, tough as. But that's what's awesome. So the car went flawlessly. Huge thanks to our major sponsors, Link, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Penrite Oils, and then everybody else who helps us out. Michael Marson, MR Race Trans. Gearbox this start of the year, flawless. Every year he does it for us. Keith Hussey from Speedline Race Engines, the 2J, was just cranking the boost all weekend and just loving it. And Neil and Murray from MCA Suspension, they always help us out, and through the years they've been by our side. So huge thanks to all them. We just had a great weekend. To all the people who turn up and support us, the other competitors who make the weekend just awesome. It's just... such a great sport to be a part of, and everybody's happy for you when you're happy, which is such an amazing feeling. So, thanks everybody. Commiserations to those who struggled through the weekend. It was looked like a good fight there. We got to walk away with a bit there at the end, but that's racing, I suppose. We've been on the other end of that a few times. So, we're just over the moon. Thank you.
No worries. There you are, folks. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, car 15. That rounds out your top three for this year's Steel at ARB Big Desert 480. We're going to go... I'm going to go out of the way here so I don't get drowned, but we're going to have a quick hiatus and then come back soon with the main presentation of all the classes and all the trophies once the last car has finished the race. So...
Everybody put their hands together for our winners of the ARB Steel It 480.
There you are. First, second, third. We'll cut back up to you guys for a little while, and then we'll, like I said, we'll go to a short break. Maybe play some advertising, and then we'll come back and when everybody's in and settled, and come back and give you a full
Sandy
presentation.
got out of the way there pretty quick, Glenn. Didn't want any of that champagne on his top, but certainly great to have a hard 2 days in the driver's seat and the navigator's seat, and then to shake the champagne at the end of the day. It's certainly one of those things that I like doing back in the day. And it's good to see they're going to have another presentation a little bit later on, apparently, for all the class winners. We've still got a few people out on the circuit now.
You wouldn't think so, would you? Look out into the distance, which we can see a long way from our vantage point here, Darren, and there's no sign of any dust or any activity whatsoever. There's a heap of 20-odd cars parked in front of us that have completed the course. We still know that there's some cars running out there, but very quiet on the front here at the moment. On a nice sunny afternoon, but very windy, which is very helpful.
How many kilometres do you think that we can see out into the distance here? Be 20, wouldn't it?
Oh, thereabouts. It's a long way in the distance.
And we can see a lot of the track. They go up a long way out further than that, but we can see them coming from a long way away as well. And as I said earlier, with the drone system that we had and all the filming this weekend, it's just been second to none. I've never seen a race with
the technology is just sensational. You know, Hardy and all his crew, what they do here is just
fantastic.
Unbelievable. You know, like it's well over my head. I just sit here and put some headphones on and talk on a microphone, but boy, if something went wrong in here, I wouldn't even know where to start. It's just it's come a long way, and we've seen it all in the last 25 years, haven't we, Darren? Like, you know, we've just stood in a paddock with one microphone and just traded blows all weekend.
Well, that was 25 years ago. We had one mic, we stand in the middle of the paddock, leaned over a fence. So, yeah, we have come a long way. But,
and now we get these flashy air-conditioned vantage points, you know, nice big windows and awnings and speakers everywhere. And
car number 88, the racer, the Grouchy. And Mark de Grouchy and Mark Hardiman, they've finished the race. And, of course, Persistence.
They've just cruised along all weekend and got to the finish line.
And that's what they've got to do. Just keep moseying along, and they get there in the end. So, great effort by Mark Hardiman and Mark de Grouchy. That's certainly a good effort.
Oh, I'm not as fit as I used to be, hey?
You smell the champagne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to do a runner as quick as I could, fellas, so...
Get a bit on your sleeve so you can suck that on the way home?
We're not too far off. I think we'll have a quick look at where the vet's at. But we're a little ways away. He's out in the middle of the desert, so he's only halfway around our last car.
Oh, right,
yeah. So we've still got a few cars to go. I think there's only half a dozen cars, if that, left.
Yep.
Him and a couple in close, that 88 car, as you said, coming in over on the left. But
certainly a great job. I noticed nobody's eaten our oysters or our tin
were
tin
yours,
John.
mate.
Oh, was that my lunch, was it? What's going on? Come on, guys. That was the sponsorship.
I see Wellsy's cleaning up his mess. Now he sees the camera in here.
Camera. I just saw a camera come in. I thought, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, for those of you well, we've been... Well, I must say it's been a phenomenal journey for you two fellas, and I believe this is your last year, so we thought we'd just say a massive thank you. You've been doing it forever, and we appreciate it. And I've had...
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
I've enjoyed the privilege of working with you. So.
We're not going anywhere, mate. But
yeah, I know. But
we love working with you. It's just great. Glenn and I have done this for so many years because we love off-road racing, and we enjoy just...
Yeah, I mean, it's been a phenomenal... I've only done it probably... this is my 4th year. I jumped in the box here for a little while ago with you, I think about 4 or 5 years ago for a short time, and then we did a couple of little event finishes together, but I know you guys have done it for a long time. You started in off-road in the 30s, was it?
78.
78, there you go. So I know it's a bit of an emotional finish off for you guys.
We're just passionate about the sport,
and
mate.
I know you'll be around at races and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you
but
haven't
it's
seen
been
the end of us yet.
But it's been fantastic working with you up here. So.
No, I love working with you, Sandy. It's always been great. Love working with Glenn too. You know, we've been a good team, the three of us together. over the weekend and over the period of years that we've been doing this together. And I want to thank all the Rainbow people. They've really looked after us.
Yeah.
You know, what they've done for us.
We don't get aircon anywhere else, so you must be special.
No.
They named the lake after us down there, Lake Wells, a big sign down there.
Even before you came on the scene, they built this box around me, really, because I complained about not having air. Next minute I come in, it's got air, you know. So, and they put wipers on the front window for me when it rained, and you know we've had a fantastic few years while we've been doing the commentary here, and I'm glad we've taken the sport out to all the people all over the world.
Yeah,
you know, we've made a lot of friends here, haven't we? You know the local copper pretty well.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, he's
Tony's
Tony's a great bloke too, and the mayor of the town, and you know, it feels really good to come back here every year. And when Glenn said to me, we'll go back and we're going to do it one more year, and this is it.
Yep.
You know, and I'm glad we did come back and do it this year because it's been a great weekend.
Yeah. Well, once again, mate, thank you.
No, thanks.
Thank you,
Andy.
Darren. Thank you, Glenn.
Thanks.
And on behalf of the club, I know they're very, very appreciative for the time.
And thanks
and
to
even Lee for stepping
too.
up as well. Thank you, mate.
Yeah. Thanks, Lee, for all your help. It's been terrific.
So we'll probably cut to a little bit of a short break. They'll probably play some ads out there, and we'll probably come back and then finish off once Ross is over the finish line. So there you go, folks. Thank you very much to the Wells brothers.
Good to see you.
Well, the
all.
Wells
Thanks
team,
very
really.
much.
I suppose.
Thank you.
All
Thank
the
you
best to
very much.
everyone out there.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Right, just a bit of a sign off there. Thank you once again, and we will hang around. We've got, I'm going to say, about half an hour, 40 minutes until that car comes in. So if you need to go back and pack up a little bit of gear, we'll call you up. I haven't been given a time because we obviously don't know the time. I think we've got one car coming in now, and we have Ross Newman, which I'll do another check. He's literally halfway, and I'm going to check his time so we know how far halfway is for Ross.
Be a good half an hour.
Yeah. Ross. Yeah, we'll cut to some sponsors, and Ross is doing laps of about an hour 10-ish, so we should see him back in about 30 minutes to 35 minutes. Righto, folks, as you can see on your screens, in about half an hour, the last car's just finished, by the way, and that was Ross Newman, our Warwick vet. He has had a monstrous weekend in the driver's seat, and I think I've got a time up for him. I'm just going to let you know that first, but we're going to go, while this is loading, he had a total run time of 7 hours and 5 minutes. So 7 hours out there, that's not fun. But everybody, if you can let all competitors and teams know, anybody down there? It's not coming out up here? I don't know if they can hear me down in the pits, but anybody that's down there, if you can let everybody know that presentations will be in about half an hour. So at 3:30. Let's call it 3:30 for presentations. Anybody that's down there on the live feed anywhere, can you go and tell everybody, tell your crew, tell the crew next to you, tap someone in front of you on the shoulder and ask them to tell the next person in front of them. 3:30 for presentations. Thank you. Righto, folks. If you're down in the pits or you know somebody that's down in the pits, 15 minutes time, 3:30, we're going to get it underway. The presentations for this year's Steel at ARB Big Desert 480, bang on 3:30. I know a lot of people have got a lot of kilometres to do. Some people are staying in town, but we want to get it underway as quick as we can. So if anyone's down in the pits or you see somebody working away, tap them on the shoulder and tell them 15 minutes, be up here for presentations. Thank you. Righto. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully this isn't ear-piercing up there. It sounds pretty loud from down here, by the way. Rog. We'll dial it down a little bit just so we don't blow eardrums. Well, what an amazing event, everybody. And I know you've been holding out for a little while now. Ross was the last car across the line, 6681, with a total run time of just over 7 hours in the seat. So well done. Well done to all competitors, by the way. I've just got a few notes I'm going to read off because it's going to be easier so that way I don't miss everybody that I need to get. So on behalf of the Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, who put on this amazing event, alongside many others, we'd like to thank you all for attending the Steal It ARB Big Desert 480 out here at Rainbow. It's the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, and we have 3 more amazing rounds to come, the next one at Waikerie in July. So, special mention to the following groups. Rainbow Risers. They do so much work behind the scenes, getting the facilities up and running and many other things like shutting roads and all that sort of stuff. It all comes down to keeping an event going. The catering, all the work at the track, the Eckerman family. Sorry, I got wind blowing my notes away. A massive thank you once again to the local community for welcoming everybody here in Rainbow. I don't think we had any dramas that I know of. I think it all went off pretty well as far as the town's concerned. Once again, the Eckerman family, and also the Honourable Mayor, Ron Ismay, Honourable Mayor of Rainbow, wherever he's disappeared to. Thank you very much. I know how much they do behind the scenes as well. Righto. Thank you, Dee. The volunteers and officials from Rainbow, Vora, all the other off-road clubs. I know people, they come up here to do pit crews and they get handed a vest and get told to go out and man a corner somewhere. So that's a phenomenal amount of energy as well. Sea Lake and Millicent, a massive thanks to our clerk, of course, Mark Heemskirk, who's over the end here. If you haven't spoken to him, you're probably lucky. It means you haven't been in trouble. George Bailey, our steward of the meeting, Marg Crowley down there in recovery manning the radios, all the recovery teams and all the competitors, the support for all the competitors on the weekend. Rusty, our safety officer from and the CFA team, thank you. I don't even know where these folks are, if they're still here or not. Julie, our local medical support, paramedics from Colmed, Ed and the team. Radio Rob, who's had a handful of people helping him out as well. The Wellsies on the commentary, I know that was their final time in the commentary box. They've done a phenomenal amount of work in off-road racing, and they still will be at events, but I think they're kind of worn out from it now, so they're quite happy to step back and let some others take over. They've been here for many, many years. I think we'd like to... I don't need to thank me, I'm on the microphone now. So thank the following racers for their support for all the volunteers over the weekend. There was 8 anonymous donations. So thank you, all those people I think in the crowd and at home maybe know who they are. There's a few here we have names of, we're happy to mention. Justin Mitchell, Roland Polchow, Craig Bennett, John Weiss, Jeremy Horn, Rod Visser, Mark Burrows, Matt Burrows, Glenn Ho, Jake Williams, Darren Franklin, Sibbo, Peter Simpson, Brian Bradford, Tim Wilkinson and Paul Renouf. I tell you what, bear with us. I'm going to do it as quick as I can. This is another... I'm just going to read out some names. We might get them to quickly come up and have a quick photo on the left here if they're all still here. All these people helped out for the weekend. Gee whiz. Adrian J. I don't even know how to say his name. Arden Ray, Casey Stonewowski. Stanowski. Oh, man. You've thrown some at me at the end of the day. Corey Smith, Craig William, Drundell, Dave Engeldeau, Dwayne Andrews, Elizabeth Staples, Elle Marie Hawkins, Greg Fox, Greg Roberts. If you can all run down, walk down, waddle down, whatever you got to do. Heather Davidson, Jamie Sherman, Julie McLean, Keegan Duff, Lockie Crowley, Lockie Staples, Larry Goldsworthy, Matthew Staples, Peter Bolton, Sabrina Collins. If you hear your name, I'd love to. They want to get you down here for a quick pick. Trevor Paul Drendell, Wendy Gunduff, Nicholas Roll, Bailey Clark, Lisa Jung. I can't even say that. Lisa J. Let's call her Lisa J. Catherine Durant, Renee Clugston, Christopher Zatto, Tammy Bingham, Shelby Appledore, Michelle Hackney, Lynn Franklin, Graham Nusk, Adrian Bennett, Ian McLean, and Andrew Clugston. And no one seems to be here, but that's fine. We'll make sure they get what they are. They'll get a little something in the mail, I'm sure. So. Just some trophies from the Martin Motorsports team. They've put, they always seem to be putting him back into the sport. They always give out some prizes, usually to somebody that's done something extraordinary for the weekend, whether it's helped out a competitor, maybe an official that's had to go through something extra. So this weekend, it's been a camaraderie award is to Car 92, Dale Standen, who assisted with the fire out there yesterday with that Porter, the Car 70 car. So Dale's there, wandered down. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. The Bright Spark Award, which was donated by the Martin Motorsports family, goes to Sean Ratcliffe in 1107, in 1007. There's a 10 car, I was going to say, hang on.
Yeah, sorry, 10:06. That's my typo.
The last battler, clearly we did wait around for Ross. So we've got a little prize down here for Ross as well. Ross Newman, 6681. The last car on the track. The best presented car. Now I saw so many phenomenally presented cars, it was kind of hard to pick, but it's been voted on by this crew up here as Pup, James Terrell. Hey. Well done, mate. I don't know how well presented it was after the power steering issue, but well done, mate.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I can just
Oh,
read
have
it
we?
from here. How about
Oh,
that?
yeah.
Yep.
Let's just
They're not in order. We're starting at 10 and they need to... Oh, not 10, not 10. Sorry.
Okay, straight on to classes. We're going to start at Class 10 apparently. 11 starters for Class 10. Our third place for Class 10 this year, car 1014, Stu Chapman. Well done, Stu. In second place, car 1012, Russell Hartnett, Kelsey Hartnett. And first in Class 10, Jason Richards in the passenger seat with in the 1065 car with Steve Graham Bowie in the driver's seat. Sorry. Third for Stu. You want to say a couple of words? Stu, our third place getter in Class 10.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank all the club and all the people that put on this amazing event. It was absolutely a blast. I thought it was going to be a bit rough, but I enjoyed it heaps. Just like to thank all our sponsors, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Link ECU, Penrite Oil, Speedline Race Engines and Chapman's Performance Dyno Tuning. They couldn't do it without them. And a big shout out to Raceline for having a really strong rim to get me home. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stu. Well done. Russ, going to have a couple of words or not? You don't have to. It's up to you. You do. You don't have to. It's up to you.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good event, good off-road event. So I'd like to just thank Tens of Tyres and the Chapmans for helping us out, and Method Wheels and Kels for sitting in the silly seat for us and bouncing up and down. And yeah, great. Thanks.
No worries, Heartless. Bowie, first in Class 10, mate. Well done.
Thank you. I like landowners, officials, all the sponsors, Cooper, Maddie and Ella. Thanks for all the work you put in. And all my pit crew, can't do it without you. Appreciate everything. And thanks for Richo for jumping in.
No worries. Well done. Class 10.
That's all I did, mate. Pretty much it.
That's right. We'll step over the side and we'll get a couple of picks. And on to our next class, Class 8. We had a few classes this weekend that only had one entry, but Class 8, Michael Hackney in 888. Forget who was in with Michael Hackney, now that I say that. Sorry, I did forget Shane in the passenger seat. So sorry, Shane. I'm like, I remember part of his name. Yeah, I know you were there, mate. Well done, mate. Rough?
Very rough out there.
All right, you want to say any words?
No, just thanks to everyone involved. Great time and just a bit rough for the old Class 8. Yeah. Be back next year, maybe.
All right, enjoy it. Thank you, guys. Our only Class 8 entry. Michael Hackney, 888. So Class 7, which I believe have gone home, our only Class 7, which was 779, Heath and Michelle Whedon. And I don't know that they're here, but we'll get their trophies off to them as well. So thank you and well done to those guys.
Is there anyone that can take them for them? Yeah, Ma.
If there's someone here, they can... Oh, yeah. We know a guy. Car 6681 for Class 66. We know Ross Newman was last over the line. He may be down there packing up. I don't know. We didn't see him come up before. Oh, no, he's here. Oh, yeah. There. Head on down. Paul Charlton, Cameron Crowe in the passenger seat. Their total run time in the end ended up being 5 hours 56. That's hard work. Well done, Ross. You don't have to say words if you don't want, but well done.
Thanks to the Vic Vora. Fantastic event. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Ross Newman. Oh. All right. What are you on, 6? Class 6? Righto. Class 6. 6116, the Satoris. Third in Class 6. They did a fairly good job this weekend, I believe. And also in second place, 609, Jeremy Horn, Adam Reichen. And then obviously first in Class 6, Lockie and Greg Campbell. They belted it out of the park this weekend. Anyone want to say some words? Well done, mate. Stellar effort.
No worries. Thanks to all the volunteers that come out and make the event possible. And thanks to the pit team and keeping the car together. Cheers.
Thanks very much to the organisers, volunteers, landowners. Thanks to Adam, my brother-in-law, flying down from Sunshine Coast to jump in. I think he only swore at me once all day today. Congrats to Lockie on his red hot run. And thanks very much to Franklin Off-Road for their help and advice. And Greg Campbell for short notice parts this week. Thank you.
No worries. And our winner, Lockie Campbell.
First up, I just want to say a big thanks to the club, the landowners, the sponsors who make this event possible. Dad for letting me have his car for the weekend. It was definitely a weapon out there today. It was just awesome car, took everything we threw at it. Thanks to Method and Tensor for making sure we didn't have any punctures today. We hit a fair few tree roots out there that we shouldn't have, thanks to my errors. And they held together great. SDG Shocks took everything as well. They were out of this world, how well they handled the rough. And Andrew's Race Cars for supplying all the good materials that we build our cars with and making sure they make it to the end of the races. So, thanks.
Well done, Lockie and Greg Campbell. Right, on to Class 5, another class that we only had one car enter. Car 585, Michael Shipton and Paul Charlton, if they're still here. The tallest car on the field, but was quite impressive out there in those big whoops. So, Class 5. While we've got a second, we may as well say a little bit of housekeeping as you leave. Can you please take all your rubbish with you? Clean the place up. Make sure we're welcome back next time. Well done, mate.
Thank you. I've got to thank, start with Mum. Half of you probably heard her screaming half the time. I've got to thank the crew, Daz, Simon, Nev, Dugsy. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. It was a big push to get the car fixed. So thank you. Oh, and thanks to everyone. It's been a great event.
Well done, guys. Safe trip home. Right, on to Class 4. We had third in Class 4 was car 437, Jake Williams, Anthony Harris. Not sure if they're here. Second in Class 4 was 434, the Kaminsky car. Corey Cooper in the passenger seat, they struggled, we saw yesterday with the gearbox, so they could wander up. And first, Sibbo. Peter Simpson, Greg Barker, 412. Yeah, he did a hell of a job changing that tyre. I think I said out there, I reckon that tyre weighs 80, nearly 90 kilos. Second, yeah.
Thanks for the Rainbow Club. Awesome track. Unfortunately, I had a bit of drama yesterday. Thanks for everyone, the recovery crews, everyone in the canteen. So, yeah, it was an awesome event. Well worth coming down here from Queensland and get away from the rain. Hopefully I should have brought some with me. Thank you very much.
Well done. Sibbo.
Thanks to all my crew, my father, the two Gregs, and my wife for all the support, and the Vora Club and the Rainbow Risers Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sibbo, and congratulations. I think your wife wants to congratulate you too. Righto. Our next class, who are we on to next? Class 2. We only had two Class 2s. We 264 Brian Bradford with Robin Venz in the passenger seat. And first in Class 2, 201, Brendan Forsman, Lee Whitehand.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Landowners, volunteers, my wife, Matt, Shane. Yeah, we had a good weekend, so be back. Thanks.
Well done. Brendan, well done, mate.
Thank you, Sandy. Thanks to everyone involved for putting on the event. We certainly love coming here because we know that the township is right behind it. We love bringing as big a crew as we can and spending as much money here as we can. So thanks to everyone involved. Thanks to Navi Lee. We did a full rebuild of the car over Christmas, and Lee did 95% of the work, and he's happy to claim that now that it actually finished. So thanks to Lee. Thanks to the Forsman Motorsport crew and all the pit bitches up on the hill. Thanks very much. Well done to Spud for coming down from Townsville. Great effort and great to meet you guys, and we look forward to catching up with you again during the year. So thanks to everyone.
Well done, Brendan, car 201. Righto, on to our Class 1 cars. Third in Class 1, car 2, Simon Tucker and Riley Skinner. Second, car 137, Richard Andrews and Lauren Andrews. And first in Class 1, car 3, Matty Burrows with Jay Mitchell in the passenger seat. Simon third. Do you want to have a word over this way?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. First of all, I'd like to thank the township and the Shire of Rainbow for putting on the show this weekend. They could have turned on the weather a bit better, brought a bit more wind up first thing this morning, but same job for everyone. Congratulations to Rich, great drive. Maddie, always there, done well. My crew, yeah, we had a pretty eventful weekend, and yeah, they didn't falter. They just seen us coming in for whatever reason, and yeah, got into it. So thanks a lot for that. Skins for navigating, champion job, mate. First time in the car for a couple of years, and you did everything. We 2 flat tyres, lost our intercom, tested you out, but you seen me through. Cheers, mate.
Well done, Simon. They were battled for the weekend. You don't have to say any words if you don't want.
No, just like to thank the town of Rainbow for welcoming us here, the landowners and the organisers, you volunteers for put this show on. It's I'm sure there's stuff that goes on behind the scenes, but it seems to run pretty smoothly, and we're really impressed at what you've got here and the way you run it. So thanks to the team Waftan, which is my 2 daughters, Loz and Jamie, the ride shotgun, my partner Sue, and Hamish, my daughter's fella. So a small team, small budget, but thanks for having us here. Cheers.
No worries, Richard. Thank you. And first, Matty Burrows.
Yeah, thanks everyone for putting on the event. We had a lot of fun. It was good. Car worked really well. Thanks to everyone in the pits. Tommy O'Byrne, Mick, Hodgie, Dad, Tommy B. Thanks to Jay for navigating. Done a good job again. Thanks to all our sponsors, Max Burrows Ball College, Agramac, Edmonds Engineering. Yeah, no, we had a good time, and it's always a good time here, so thank you.
Well done, Matty. Righto, straight on to Ultimate Class. We have in third place, car 14, Kyle Tucker. Ian Wedding in the passenger seat. Second in Ultimate Class is car 21, Mark Burrows and Tom Burrows. And first, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in car 15. Stood anyway. Mate, well done. We knew you were. We saw you early in the weekend doing some blistering times, but I'm sure we'll see you back next year, right up the 20 end again.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome event to come to. Well done to everyone that made the weekend happen, and all the local volunteers as well. Even some of the farmers out the back helping recovery. Big thanks to my navigator Ian, made calls all weekend unreal. Big thanks to Mum, Shay, and that's about all I had in my pit. So thanks.
Kyle Tucker, folks. Mark Burrows with Tom Burrows in the passenger seat, second in ultimate class.
Yep, no, thank you very much. No, it's been a great day. I'd like to thank, all the ones that Matthew thanked, all our pit crew and wife Sharon. Like, thank Tommy, he did a great job of navigating. He's been in with me a couple of years now, and he's looking like pushing me out pretty soon, or he thinks he is anyway. And, thank once again to all the sponsors and people, volunteers, landowners, all the people in the canteen. It's just a fantastic event, and all the work they've done here. You could not come here, could you, really? So, no, it's been a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, and well done. First in our ultimate class, Adam Maguire in the passenger seat and Clayton Chapman in the driver's seat, car 15. We have our outright trophies to go. A couple of more mentions and then we're done, folks.
Yeah, just huge thanks again to all the volunteers and the club, and just the town that gets behind. It's just so awesome. Even just getting a few things from the IGA and the people at the counter, just so pleasant, and just love us being near. So huge thanks to all them, to everybody who sits out in the dust and the wind all day, just helping out and doing their part. It's just massive job, massive effort. So just thanks again to all the volunteers and everybody who puts on the event. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Clayton, Adam Maguire. Righto, we have 3 trophies left up here, I believe. They are the 3 outright trophies. In third place, no, outright, was... Hang on, they've just shown me a piece of paper that I don't reckon is anywhere near right, but... Sorry? Give us 1 second, I'm pretty sure I know who they are, because I've got that other bit of paper in my pocket here still, I think. Yeah, I do. Is that correct still? Is that still correct? Yeah. Okay. There was a misprint on that bit of paper, luckily. I do have it, and we did say it before. We saw them up here earlier on. Car 21 in third place, Mark Burrows and Tom Burrows. Well done, gentlemen. Car 1065 in second place, Bowie in the driver's seat, Jason Richards in the passenger seat, outright. Second this year for the steal at ARB Big Desert 480. And car 15, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in first place for this year's first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. You don't have to have a word if you don't want, but what else? You happy to say something now?
Yeah, no, just a quick one again too. Congratulations all to the place goers, especially to Adam and his navigator. They've been doing a lot of winning lately, so they could probably slow down a little bit from now on. And and Bowie and everyone that finished did a fantastic job. So.
Thank you, Mark. Third outright, second outright, Bowie. Phenomenal effort.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank a few of my sponsors. Jamie Neal at Neal Automotive, Port Augusta for an engine, and Ronnie Smith, Race Trans, McNabb Mobile for some fuel, Corey Roach for mobile welding, done a fair bit of work on the car, and just everyone that's helped, it's just awesome. Thanks very much.
Well done, Bowie. And once again, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, car 15, for taking out the Steel at ARB Big Desert 480 this year. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Woo! Just huge thanks to Adam, mate. We just we had a ball out there today, and you're not scared of the rough stuff, and it's getting a little bit wild, so that helps me to push a bit faster too. So I appreciate everything you do in the car for us. Huge thanks to my beautiful wife. My little boy Blake was down here before. It's just phenomenal to be supported in that way from your wife. So it's awesome, and my awesome family for giving us all the opportunities that we have. It's very, very cool. So thanks to everybody who's put in effort over the weekend on the car. Wouldn't be as confident in it without knowledge of the work that's been done. So I'm very grateful for that. Huge thanks to our sponsors, Link ECU, Penrite Oils, and Mickey Thompson Tyres massively. They just swapped the oil out last night and go again, and tyres never let us down, and you don't even look at a Link once it's working. So that's that. But huge thanks to that. The Razorback frame running flawlessly. So building those new if anybody's keen. But it was a very cool weekend. A bunch of challenging track. We thought the first lap was rough, but the fourth one definitely, and the fifth and sixth got worse and worse. So, it was just a great challenge, and we just love it. And we can't wait to come back again and bring on Waikery. Looking forward to that event. So hopefully see everybody there, and as much of a challenge then. Hey, it'll be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, boys. That's our top three. A couple of little things before we go. Vora and Rainbow Risers would like to present Dee, who's on my left here, just as a small gift of thanks for all the work that she put in. So thank you, Dee Simpson. She does so much behind the scenes, as many others do in Vora as well. So thank you, Dee. And I think that's about all that I know of.
Hi guys, very quick. I'm Russell Eckerman, Chairperson of the Rainbow Rise Events Association. Together with our committee, we've tried to put on, and host the best show we can. We're pretty limited, a lot of resources we've got. We're very proud of what we've done. So, but a huge thank you to the Vora committee, especially Tony and Dee. They run this event, keep it clean, and a huge thanks to Mark over there. He kept the show running flat out all day. But the biggest thanks I got is you guys. Thanks for putting on the show. We put on the joint here, try and get it how we can get it, but thanks to you guys for putting it on. You're a great bunch of people, and we look forward to you coming back. Thank you.
Righto, that's about all, folks. I think round one of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship is done. Still at ARB Big Desert 480 for this year in 2025 is done, and we're going to see you out at Waikery round 2, end of July. And travel safe. We'll see you all there. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, mate. Thank you.